Let us all please have a moment of silence and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord for our invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Philippines.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, ewas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo pagaw, ay tinatang tulakaw.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second MAP NextGen CEO event. My name is Sarah Hernandez-Co, and I will be your host for today. Now, to formally open our program, we would like to call on MAP President and Chair of the Far Eastern University, Mr. Aurelio Gigi Montenola III, for his opening remarks.
Our distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, friends from the government, the diplomatic community, civil society and the media, fellow members of MAP, friends and colleagues, good morning to all of you. On behalf of the MAP Board of Governors and the MAP NextGen Committee, I welcome all of you at today's second MAP NextGen CEO Web Conference. We are all gathered here today for the MAP NextGen Web Conference on the theme, quote, "The Good NextGen CEO, Steward of the Future," unquote. Many others are joining us through Facebook and YouTube. Many thanks to our plenary speakers, Mr. Claudio Conca, Ms. Cherry Atilano, Mr. Avin Ong, and Ms. Hidelin Diaz for being with us here today. Thank you as well to our 12 breakout session speakers and to our 11 moderators. Special thanks to SGV and Company for being our knowledge partner for the second year of the conference. As our knowledge partner, SGV conducted the SGV MAP NextGen CEO, a transformative leadership program. This is a 12-month interactive leadership program geared towards helping at least 15 high-performing young and future CEOs reframe the future of their companies. In today's conference, we will have the awarding ceremony for the champion of the Innovation Challenge of the MAP SGV NextGen CEO Transformative Leadership Program. Thanks to First Philippine Holdings Corporation and all other sponsors. And lastly, thanks to the whole MAP NextGen Conference Committee, chaired by Donald Lim, with Wilson Tan as Governor in charge, for putting this second MAP NextGen Web Conference together. For this year's conference, we contemplated on the issues and challenges facing the NextGen CEO, and we decided to anchor it on being good and being stewards of the future. 50 years ago, the personal computer did not exist. Today, we all have one in our pocket. That our smartphone knows more about some parts of our lives than us is a hallmark of progress. So is our 20-year longer life expectancy, electricity in our homes, food on our tables, and flowing water for our showers. Despite this, 811 million people go to bed on an empty stomach. 221 million do not have work. And in 2015, the wealthiest 1% owned more than the 99% did. Disturb this mix with the speed of change, the volatility of markets, and the threat of ecological damage, and we have the next generation's setting for doing business. Today's business milieu arose from a predominant focus on profits and calls for a redeeming paradigm shift. The NextGen CEO acts as an agent of change by reframing business for the balanced growth of people, planet, and profits. People should come First, the basic conditions for a dignified life must take priority: fair work, fair pay, education, healthcare, and social security. The planet has to be respected. Water and air pollution and natural resource overexploitation must stop. Profit should promote human flourishing. All these aspirations are at the heart of being a good next-gen CEO. Let me also take this opportunity to remind all of you about the MAP Annual General Membership Meeting and Awarding Ceremony for the MAP Management Man of the Year 2021. This will take place on November 22, Monday, from 12:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. via Vernew. As most of you know, our awardee is Ambassador Carlos Chan, Chair of the Liwayway Group. In closing, thank you, one and all, for joining today's MAP NextGen Conference. Stay safe and healthy, everyone.
Let us now hear a short message from the MAP NextGen Conference Chair and COO of Dito CME Holdings, Dr. Donald Lim.
Morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I would like to share with everyone our journey. As you know, the Next Gen Committee was created to spearhead also the thoughts, the ideas and of course the challenges of the next generation. A year ago, in our very first Next Gen conference, we started our Next Gen journey and started this first web conference entitled Crash Landing on Management. We said that regardless of whether we were prepared or not, we crash landed on management during the time of COVID, when all hell was breaking loose. It was definitely a very VUCA world. So volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And that time last year, we faced the challenges head on, and we realized that we would be coming out stronger and better. As the dust settles, we try to look at what is relevant for the next gen as we start this great reset for our society and for our business. And we chanced upon a very interesting article by Ernst & Young, and it was about how the next generation will shape the next normal. This article stated and focused on the Gen Z, and they called it the pandemic generation. This pandemic generation was transformed by COVID-19 and is now defining how the world is seeing it and beyond it. Businesses need to understand Gen Z for us to thrive. And in brief, as you can see here, it's the largest generational cohort in history. Gen Z's attitudes and expectations are poised to shape the next normal. And all of us business leaders must understand this generation's ambitions and expectations if they are to thrive. What is important is that transparency, accountability, trust, and a focus on stakeholder capitalism will be key to successfully engage with the Gen Z in the next normal. The EY article identifies 4 domains for what they call the new normal. One is the first global order. They ask the question, how will COVID-19 alter the structure of the international system? Societies and economies, the second one. How will COVID-19 affect the structure of societies and economies at the national, provincial, and city level? Third is on about the future of learning. How will COVID-19 affect education and learning as well as how educational institutions and platforms operate? And fourth, households and individuals. How will COVID-19 affect individual behavior and household structures? And because of these four domains, we will be tackling most of them here in this conference. They serve as our guidance for this conference. In summary, if you look at what Gen Zs are telling leaders today, they are saying, in this interview, in this discussion, they're saying the responses of Gen Z are resoundingly urging business leaders to be more people and planet centric, putting the well-being of our customers, employees, and the environment always first above profit. And having said that, these are some of the very interesting verbatims, and I really like sharing this with you. Things that came out of that interview. They're saying, be kind and think human. Stop making it about profit. It's about people. If you don't act responsibly, there will not be any people left to purchase your product. Steward, don't sell. Although companies exist to make money, they should also balance that by giving access to the poor for their products and services. Encourage and uplift minorities and youth. They are the future, and including them in your decisions are powerful. Finding more eco-friendly ways to do things and increase access for everyone. And finally, last quote is, your actions should be based on the people that run your companies first and foremost. Ensuring that you are doing right by your consumers and employees will ensure you have a happy workforce, and consumers will want to buy from an ethical company. And that is why it's a good reminder for all of us here that if we want to resonate with the Gen Z, business leaders will need to demonstrate their commitment toward social justice, social well-being, and climate change. Transparency, accountability, and trust will be key to winning with this generation. And while before we were taught to focus on shareholder capitalism, and this was rewarded in the past, today it might as well be stakeholder capitalism that would bring success in the new normal. I find it very interesting that there was a time that we were asked, being a professor in school, that we were asked to teach our students the 17 SDGs. That time when this was launched by the UN, right? And I had to really understand, because I have to teach it in one class, the Sustainable Development Goals. What I find very interesting was that when I was teaching this to class, one student actually raised his hand and said, Professor, isn't this normal? Shouldn't we be doing this? You don't even have to teach us that. And that gave me a paradigm shift. In fact, for the older, the more professional, the older generation, we were teaching this. But for the next gen, this was something that's normal for them, something that they would automatically fight for. And that is why you will see that moving forward after 2021, the Great Reset, and what is coming in the next 5 to 10 years, that there should be every company, every organization should have and focus on thriving a balance between people, planet, and profit. What is bearable for the people and planet? Everything that they do should be bearable for the people and planet. Between people and profit, it has to be equitable. Organizations that have too much profit will also be put into question later on. And finally, it should be viable also, right? So our profit should also give back towards helping the planet, and that hopefully would allow us to sustainable. Before, it's all about, when you talk about sustainability, it's all about the organization's sustainability, right? To be there for the longest possible time, right? In order to ensure that the products are out there, we have people who are employed, but sustainability today is redefined in a very different way. Right? And it has to include the people, the planet, and of course the business organization. Richard Branson once said, he said, doing good is good for business. And this quote is something that really caught our eye, and we said maybe we should use this as the focus of and theme of our conference for this year. As you all know, I don't know if you're a fan of The Good Doctor in Netflix. I wasn't before, but when I started watching the first few episodes, I find it very interesting to see a doctor that's so good, and we borrowed actually from this theme, The Good Doctor, from this movie, from this series, The Good Doctor, and very interesting question that he would throw to us, right? How do you heal a world turned upside down? If you look at the history of man, especially where we are today, and if we take a look back, right, and our world has really turned upside down. Priorities have changed, and the focus on people have changed already. right? And I think this is a very good quote. How do we heal our world, and especially now, brought about by the pandemic, brought about by the challenges that all of us are facing. And because of that, that with that as the inspiration, that is now the anchor of and theme of our conference, the good next gen CEO. And we want to answer the biggest question: how can I be a steward of the future? I hope that in this conference you'll be able to answer that question. We have gathered one what we felt would be a good representative of next gen speakers. First is is a partner in Ernst and Young, based in Sydney, Claudio Conca, who will be starting with his keynote speech, talk about sustainability and technology. Then after that, we'll move to one of the most awarded Filipinas, Cherry Atilano. So a good friend. She's with Agrea. She's a 2020 World Economic Forum YGL and also our ambassador for food, among many others. No? And she will be moderated by our past governor, Rene Almendras. Then afterwards, we move up and push the ideas towards business. And Mr. Avin Ong, one of our most awarded young businessmen in the country, and he will be talking about also not only the business side but the sustainability side, the good things that that balance between business and also doing good. After that, we will transition to the SGV Next Gen CEO Transformative Leadership Program, as what our president mentioned. It's an innovation challenge. We identified 15 next gen within the MAP community, and it's a year-long program. And today we will be awarding the person who topped its class. No, but I would think, having gone through the screening committee and the judging panels, it was really a tough choice. And again, they will explain that later. So after the plenary session, we will have lunch. So I enjoin you to have a good lunch. Then when you come back at around 12:40 p.m., our Olympian gold medalist Heidelin Diaz will also be talking to us and sharing her story also. After Heidelin, we will now be going to the different breakout rooms. Those of you who are registered in the Eco Hub, you can choose. No? So there are 4 tracks that you can choose from. The first track is the good money. So you will have, so it's 1 to 150, 2 to 250, 3 to 350. Those of you who are in the Eco Hub can jump from one track to the other, right? And those who are on Facebook will see track 1. Okay? So we have the president of Coins PH, Numan Mustafa, then afterwards RV De Vera of Union Bank Digital, and then Eng Teng Wong of ProLife. The track 2, this will be on the first track would be on YouTube. Track 2 would be on Facebook. No? So it will be about the good enterprise. We've invited Nanette Medvedpo, Daria Tang E, and Katrina Rausa-chan for the second track. The third track is the good lifestyle. Here, I've invited the creator of Teresa Comics. That was very popular now also. The first Filipino shows that's really created for Netflix. So Budget Tan is now based in Denmark, joining us from Denmark. And then we will have Lisa Manangkil Trillo and Gap Legaspi to be sharing with us about the good lifestyle. Track 4 would be about the good tech. So here we'll have Dr. Raul Destura, Emmanuel Rubio, and Mr. Edgar Saavedra, who will be sharing to us about the advances and technology that is anchored on good. By 4 p.m., I would ask all of you to come back to the plenary, where we will have a closing fireside chat with what I call the next gen. I remember before when the Forbes when you're in the Forbes list, you're really like at top of your game. And I'm so fascinated because we have Filipinos who are included in the Forbes 30 under 30 Asia. And these 5, you will get to meet them. We will have a fireside discussion and a fireside chat with them on what they're doing and what are their views of the world. And I hope you don't miss this. In fact, I don't know any of them, but when I personally invited all of them just via Facebook Messenger, I looked for them and chatted them, and they just responded, "Okay, sure. How can I help?" Right, and there you begin to realize that the next gen is totally different from the very traditional ones. So we have Carmina Bayongbong, Ryan Hervasa, Gab Mejia, Angela Chen, and Edward Christopher D. Dr. D is actually based in Manhattan, in New York. So he'll be calling in also. So this will be moderated by Cliff of our committee. So with that, I hope you enjoyed this conference. We've meticulously identified the speakers and created this conference for you. I hope you will have a good whole day to really learn and understand the next gen. So with that, without further ado, I would like to say thank you again for being here and enjoy the day.
For the opening keynote of our first plenary session, let's all welcome the Partner for Asia Pacific Sustainability and Technology Transformation of Ernst & Young, or EY Sydney, Mr. Claudio Conca. Facilitating this plenary is the Partner and PH Consulting Head of SGV and Company, Mr. Rosana Rosing Fajardo.
Good morning, everyone. Mabuhay, kamusta kayo? Thank you so much for your time today. I'm very pleased to be here and to have the opportunity to share my view on what are the key traits of the future leader that will steward the future. One of the reasons I particularly enjoy this kind of event is the opportunity to network, to learn from each other, to share knowledge and experience. But there is one more reason why I'm very glad to be with you today. And that is the stated purpose of this event, to help and create and foster the future generation of leaders who have an ambition to leave behind a world that is better than the world that they have met. Leaders who have a passion and a commitment to make decisions that will allow to have a lasting positive impact for the community we operate in, for the society in general, and for the environment. These are all topics I'm very passionate about, and you will see that probably even more as I continue with my presentation. But before I do that, I think it's worth for me to spend a few words just to tell you a little bit about my background. Hopefully that will help you to understand and to frame why I think what I'm going to say is important, an important trait for the future leader of tomorrow. Born and raised in Italy, as you can probably tell by my name and my accent, I have an engineering background, which probably gives me a very analytical and scientific approach to problem solving. Almost 20 years ago, I moved to Australia to further my studies with a Master in Business Administration. And today, I still call Australia home, even though I quite regularly visit my family. Hasn't been possible for the past couple of years due to COVID, but I'm looking forward to Christmas to see my family and spend time with friends. From a professional perspective, I spent pretty much all my career in management consulting, and I've had the luxury to do what I really love, which is helping clients to transform with purpose, using technology as a key enabler for that transformation. In my current role, I lead EY consulting sustainability services across Asia Pacific. What that means is that I work and collaborate and coordinate multidisciplinary teams across Asia-Pacific countries, also working with our global experts and with partners to support clients in developing and delivering against ambitious sustainability agendas. What is included in there is a broad brush of topics. It goes from sustainable finance to sustainable risk management, to decarbonization, move to renewable, sustainable supply chain and transparency of supply chain. And the list keeps going. But I think that's enough with myself, and I really like to spend the next 15 minutes just to share with you a little bit of a story and take you on a journey. And we'll start by setting a scene. I will introduce a concept that Dr. Lim already mentioned, which is the concept of long-term value. I will spend a few words talking about the role of technology in delivering this long-term value. And I will bring to a conclusion by highlighting, as a summary of all of this discussion, what I think are the key characteristics of the future leaders. First things first, the stage that I want to set is a stage of a world that is changing at a very fast pace. Now, change is not new. It's been there from the dawn of times. It's part of human history. However, the change that we're witnessing today has accelerated at an exponential rate, and with it, the complexity of change. In there is the very first key messages and important trait for a leader of tomorrow, understanding that given the complexity and the pace of change, it is not possible to face the challenges that the world is proposing and giving us in isolation. And collaboration, building ecosystem and collaboration with partner is fundamental. Having set this stage, I would like to introduce a couple of concepts. Dr. Lim already mentioned and introduced one of these concepts, and that is the one of the social license to operate. Now, no longer organization can afford to only focus on profit and generation of profit for their owner. They're receiving a significant increase in pressure from society to justify their purpose, their reason to be. And the pressure comes from any direction to organization. It comes from their employees. It comes from consumers who purchase their product. It comes from institutional investors. And that leads to the second concept I captured on this slide, which is, and once again, Dr. Lim introduced it. It's the switch and the move from a shareholder capitalism toward a stakeholder capitalism. What does it mean? In a shareholder capitalism, the main, if not the only purpose of an organization is to create and generate value for its owner, the shareholders. The time frame, the horizon, is a short term. It's primarily driven by quarterly result, annual report. In the stakeholder capitalism, there is a much broader set of entities, stakeholders that organizations need to deal with, and that encompasses entities within the organization, being the employees, Gen Z, as Dr. Lim mentioned before, is asking for something different that previous generation were asking or used to. There are suppliers that ask or are required to establish a long-term relationship to generate consistent value with organization. There are institutional vendors, there are organizations, there is academia, and all of that is putting significant pressure, a pressure that current society that is highly networked with social media, etc., require organization to take a stand like never before. The other key dimension of this stakeholder capitalism is the time frame or a time horizon. A number of the elements I just mentioned before, the reputation, the ability of organization to attract, to retain talent, or to establish long-lasting relationship with suppliers or clients, has a time dimension that goes beyond, way beyond the early view of the shareholder capitalism. Another way of looking at this is through the lens of the disruption and how important it is to establish and to build an organization that can resist and stand in front of continuous disruption. I'm sure all of you have daily experience day in, day out, both on a professional and a personal level, on what disruption can be. Disruption can come from technology. There was the example given before of how 50 years ago computer wasn't around and now we all carry a computer in our pockets. But let's go beyond that. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. Let's look at how entirely different business models are created by 3D printing, or the ability to work remotely, which is something that COVID will force us to do. Now, I found a very useful framework to look at this form of disruptions, to talk about and understanding underlying forces that explain in a way how this disruption comes about. The theory of megatrends postulates that there are four key primary forces, namely the globalization, the demographics, the technology, and the environment. They are not new. They've always been around for many, many years, from, once again, the beginning of times. However, they constantly evolve, and they evolve in waves. And the way these waves combine on each other results in new trends, which brings about disruption. Maybe using an example could help to visualize how this happens. Let's talk about new generation, a generation that is constantly interconnected via social media, a generation that is much more sensible to themes about climate change and human rights. It is no doubt that organizations that want to be relevant and want to be sustainable and continue to generate value for the longer term can not only focus on delivering value to their shareholders, but they need to account for the perception and their action or pollution that they generate or the impact that they have on the community will be received, accepted, or rejected by an increasing number of people that belongs to the newer generation. So what I found particularly relevant and useful in this way of looking is that not just important to look at how there is a shift from profit generation to creating value for people and planet and large, but this is a continuous evolution that requires to develop a change in mindset and requires the leaders of tomorrow to think how to be constantly on top and anticipate the change. So being a leader tomorrow and a leader today means anticipating in a way what the future may bring about and to plot a way in a direction to achieve a future vision. There is a lot of theory in what I said, and I thought to introduce a slide to ground a little bit more and make it a little bit more relevant on the basis of surveys that EY does quite regularly with organizations across the globe. I try to summarize on this slide 4 key insights that are relevant for and to continue on the discussion that we just had until now. The first one is the awareness that more and more institutional investors demand that organizations pay further attention to dimension on top of the financial pillar or the financial metrics. including environment impact, the board diversity, how do you attract and retain and develop capital within the organization. The second key message there is around the standards. There is an increased proliferation of standards for reporting along dimension of environment, social, and governance. Now, the good thing about this is the increase in pressure onto organization and onto the society to start paying more attention to dimensions that were not as relevant a few years back. However, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done in that space. It was quite good at COP26, the announcement by the International Finance Reporting Standard that there has been an establishment of an international standard, sustainability standard board that will probably bring a little bit of structure and once again an enhanced pressure for organization to do things that matter to society in large and to stakeholders more than your traditional shareholders. The pressure comes also from employees. Working at EY, one of the priorities that we have, being people, our main asset, is how do we retain and how do we develop our key resources, our key staff. Now, that's not a small feat, as there is a significant turnover, and we know that organizations have more challenges to retain this capital if they make decisions and policy that are not aligned with the expectation that this new generation increasingly have, and they're pretty vocal about it. The last comment that I want to have on this slide is the last section of this slide. It talks about an awareness that is already out there as one of the insights from the survey that we conducted. CEO do understand the need to shift from a shareholder to a stakeholder view of value generation, so from a short-term to a long-term value generation. However, the main challenge that organizations today are facing is the how to, and moving from a strategy to an execution. There is lots to come, and I think some of the discussion that is happening now in Glasgow and all around the world is how do we convert all of those high-level targets into plans, and we really achieve and we plot the itinerary that will take us to the future vision that I was talking about just before. Another way to look at and to understand the importance of this, of focusing on pillars or generation of value beyond your traditional financials is a message that is captured in this slide. If we look at the value of Standard & Poor organization in the past 50 years, the ratio between your assets, intangible assets, and non-intangible assets has radically changed from 17% in the early 70s to 90% in 2020. What that means is there is a significant amount of the value, the capital value of organization that goes beyond the physical asset and resides in intellectual property, human capital, or organizational culture, and require a structured way to steer and to set a direction and a tone. Building a little bit further on this concept, it becomes very important to start and understand and make an effort to understand how the intangible assets can be explained. This slide trying to summarize and make it simple how we can go about doing it. Fundamentally, the intangible value of organization can be explained by looking at this dimension that are in addition to the financial metrics. Start looking at the customer, people, and societal value. We were talking about just before with Dr. Lim about the people value, the planet value, in addition to prosperity. Now, there are just few examples of drivers on this slide, but the concept I think is pretty clear. there is a need to start understanding of how we can generate and increase the intangible value of organization by putting our effort and our heart and commitment on other dimensions, how we attract people to work for our organization, how we generate value for an audience and customers. They are more connected, more knowledgeable, and they're asking us to take a stand when it comes to big themes of our era, such as the climate change, such as work ethics, and such as the policies or the practices in human exploitation, specifically in a certain area of the world. Now, the beauty of our interconnected society is that something that happens on the side of the world immediately has repercussion overnight on the other side of the world. So bad practices that are used in maybe in the Philippines or in other developing area of the world immediately have a repercussion on the ability for organization to be selling their products in Europe or in the Americas. Now, changing slightly gear, but continuing on the key themes of this conference of how we move and what are the key characteristics of the next generation leader, we set the scene about the need to move from a short-term view focused on profit to a longer-term view focused on people and planet. Setting a strategy and setting a direction is not enough. As important it is to find a way to really generate and to make traction. Now, my background, my over 20 years of experience in this field, there is no doubt that any transformation will require sooner or later the use of a technology. And technology likely in the recent years has evolved so much that allows us to make bets that we couldn't dream of a few years back. Technologies today allows us to make bets and hopefully achieve targets that were set with the Paris Agreement in 2015, and they were not thinkable or achievable just a few years back. Key message that I captured on this slide is also of the 169 targets that are included within the United Nations development goals. More than 100 can be achieved by the use of technology. So future leaders definitely need to be well versed into how technology can help them to set the tone and to achieve the goals and the ambition to leave behind a more just and a better planet. Following up on my promise at the beginning of my speech of having and closing up with a summary of what I think are the key traits of the leader of tomorrow, I put together this slide. So I think there are three key messages in there. First one, the need to move from a short-term to a long-term mindset, making sustainable, transformative, and transformational in nature. The second concept is change is here to stay, and the pace of change will probably continue to increase, and with it is complexity. What that means is that future leaders will need to embrace this as a matter of fact, and will need to develop a mindset that allows them to consistently be able to evolve and to set new targets and new ambitions. Finally, the complexity of the world that we live in is as such that it's not possible to do this in isolation. It is extremely important to establish a network and ecosystem that allows us to be successful and to work together toward the common goal of leaving behind a better and more just world. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Claudio, for that very insightful and relevant presentation. The ideas that you've discussed have probably made our CEOs and leaders in the audience to think, how will my organization be truly successful in a world where societies will demand greater responsibility from organizations where capital and talent will shift to organizations that drive broad-based prosperity by creating value for shareholders, customers, employees, and societies alike. You called this creating long-term value, and you discussed the shift in satisfying not only shareholders, but a broader base of stakeholders. However, a lot of organizations are far from this state, right? And a number are still focused on short term profits or making it quarter by quarter. So, my first question for you is, how critical is it that we think long term? And what advice can you give to the young and next generation CEOs who might find all of this daunting, uh, around this required shift in mindset from focusing on the short term to one that emphasizes creation of long term value?
Thank you, Rosanna. Quite frankly, I don't think it's an option. I think the pressure that we are receiving will make it like a compulsory only way to go. We can't any longer just focus on shares. The value of our shares, the value of our organization is going to be driven and built out by how organizations relate and the value that they generate for the community where they operate. It is not possible for organizations to attract and retain capital if they are not responding and they are not bold enough to make decisions that may come to a cost to start with. But the long term is the generation of value because I have more motivated talent working for my organization. And I have an impact in the society that resonates with younger generation and will result in more satisfied consumers. Consumers are more informed. Consumers have at their disposal, we said, a computer in your pocket, information and a quantity of data that allows them to be insightful in a way that wasn't before. Sentiment analysis today is one of the tools that are used by all organizations to kind of shape and direct their strategic decision of what they want to be and how they build their brand. There is a lot of talking about purpose. Purpose is no longer and cannot be selling shares at a higher price or building, increasing the value, the financial value of the organization. It has to be around what is the purpose of existence of my organization? What I want to be known for? What is the legacy that me being here and operating will have, not just as a brand, but for the people that work for me, people that purchase my product. So again, I don't think in the future this will even be a choice. It will be the only way organization can be viable and can be viable in the long term.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. Can you share some insights into how organizations are responding to increasing pressure on social and environmental responsibility in your role as our sustainability and technology transformation leader in Asia Pac?
Yes. Most definitely there is a shift and there is an increased attention to things related to sustainability and long-term value. And that is visible every day. I think organizations have now a standing item on the agenda of the board's discussion around the world, and that is about what we are doing on the sustainability ESG space, how we create value for the long term. That is driven, as I said before, from a number of reasons. The pressure from society that is reflected in an increase in regulation. Different regions in the world are moving at a different pace. In this area, probably Europe is taking a little bit more of a lead, but others are following suit. There has been a proliferation of standards. The challenge, and why in one of the many surveys that we conduct, we definitely have noticed in the past 5 years an improvement in the reporting of along those standards. We look at 2 dimensions from that perspective. One in the scope, so a number of metrics that organizations choose to report against. The other is the quality of this report. Now, there is a lot of work to do in the report in the quality area. And hopefully, as I mentioned before, the announcement of the International Sustainability Standard Board at COP26 will make a significant step in that direction by helping organizations to define and how to better report and how to pick on what are the most relevant metrics given their geography, given their industry they operate. Pressure is increasing, is not an option, and that is really visible. Organizations around the world are appointing chief sustainability officers, and they are no longer reporting to a finance function. They are reporting directly to the board or to the CEO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, noted on the programs and initiatives of companies, right, around the world to respond to this growing responsibility. But my question is, at this point, are organizations doing enough? We have seen reactions and response of very influential climate activists to the COP26 conference, calling it as a PR exercise. What are your thoughts around this, and how can we somehow bridge the gap between the younger generation's expectations and the efforts that businesses are undertaking right now? Do you have an opinion to that?
I have an opinion. I have a strong view. Are we doing enough? No, we are not. It's a long way to go. But President Obama, a couple of days ago, gave a speech to COP26, and he stated he really likes what the young generation are doing, and invited them to keep being angry. That will have a fantastic and incredible pressure on government around the world to take more an action. Yes, there is a lot of talking about today about organizations doing greenwashing. So reporting for the sake of reporting, using offsetting as opposed to really abating of carbon emission. And that's true. I mean, it is happening, and that's what it requires consensus and a coordinated effort of many stakeholders to change. It is reality of things. Currently, and for a long time, sustainability has been considered more as a compliance need, but it is evolving, and I am noticing that change and that shift. Again, may not be consistent. More certain industries could take the lead, and I think no surprise that heavy asset industry that rely heavily on carbon have more challenges to make that transition. But other organizations can lead by example. And look, science-based targets are a fantastic thing, but if you can do better than that, why not? And that is the approach that EY is taking. So EY is going carbon negative this year, and it will go net zero by 2025. It is easier for us. We are not heavy asset kind of industry, but I think the approach, the mindset is exactly what I said. We can do it, so why shouldn't we? And with that, we hope we lead by example, and we want to help our clients and others around the world to follow suit.
Well, thank you very much, Claudio, for the sharing and the insights. I think we don't have any questions from the audience. So any last words from you, Claudio, before we leave the stage?
Look, I was again very pleased to be with you guys today. I think it's a fantastic opportunity, and motivating new generation to make a difference is something that is very close to my heart. So I will continue my job of helping and supporting new generation of leaders to do what I really believe is important, coming together to save our world.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conca and Ms. Fajardo. And now for our second plenary session, we have Ms. Cherry Atilano. She is the founder and CEO of Agrea Agricultural Systems International Incorporated. She's a 2020 Young Global Leader of the World Economic Forum and High-Level Ambassador of Scaling Up Nutrition and Food Systems Champion of the United Nations. We have facilitating this plenary Mr. Rene Almendras. Please give them a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of your event today. Thank you, Rene, for this moderation, and my good friend, Donald Lim, for actually reaching out for inviting me to be part of this event. Hopefully, I can inspire you today, and I will actually share my screen so that I can start my presentation. Wait a second. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear my screen perfectly? So I was inspired by our first speaker on what's the future of, of sustainability. What's the discussion about COP? What's the discussion about, the future, the next generation leaders? And I thought when I was preparing this presentation, I said that I need to focus on the 21st century agripreneurs as they are the key to sustainable food systems. Just to give you a little bit of background of myself, I started teaching the farmers when I was 12 years old. I happened to read a book when I was 11. The book says, if you are poor, 100% of your income goes to food, 70% goes to rice, and 30% goes to your ulam. And as an 11-year-old girl reading this book in a scholarship center, I was so fascinated because the book says, but if you know how to plant vegetables around your house, you can basically save this 30%. And this 30% can be put to sending your children to school or have a roof in your head. And I grew up in a sugarcane farm in Negros Occidental in the Philippines, in Silay City, Negros Occidental, where a lot of these people working as tenants and peasants in sugarcane farms are going to sari-sari stores right after they receive their salary. And it was such a difficult situation. And so I went home, I brought my mom that book, and that was my first business pitch. I told my mom, I really want to have a bike for my birthday because I want to teach farmers in sari-sari stores instead of drinking, cuatro cantos or the time vino colafo or tuba. I will teach them how to grow vegetables from the book I read and from the scholarship center, which I was learning how to do gardening at 11 years old. And my mom's answer was a big yes. And she immediately said, I don't want you to be successful. I want you to be relevant. And for an 11-year-old girl, it was so vivid for me because I have a mother who really want me to be relevant to other people. Because for me, I think this is so important for young people right now who is not only going for professional career and building wealth, but a lot of young people, based on statistics, are really becoming more aware what they can contribute in mitigating climate change, what we can contribute socially. And I'm so lucky that for 23 years, I've been in this sector in the agriculture. And now during this pandemic, it is really a big chance to create big change. And I'm so happy that the Management Association of the Philippines is actually having this kind of conversation because this is relevant. This is very important. We are in great reset. It seems that someone just shut off the faucet in our kitchen and there's no water coming that we experienced last March of 2020. And this is actually a big reflection to all of us. As I was listening a while ago, this is actually what we have been doing since May of 2020. I so happened to receive a message from the UN, Antonio Guterres, to be part of the 60 global champions for food systems. And from ground zero, we designed these 5 action tracks. And right now we have 163 countries all over the world adopting this, sending their commitment. And what is more important here? Before, we're always talking about agriculture, we're always talking about farming, but now it's not anymore. The pandemic actually challenged and is making history in shifting the paradigm of our food systems, that we're not only talking about the producers, we're not only talking about the consumers, we're really talking about connecting all of them. We're even talking about food as the as our connection to Mother Nature. So if you see these 5 action tracks, it's really about how do we produce more with less? How do we produce more that we keep our nature preserved? And how do we really tackle a lot of issues like how do we respect indigenous people? How do we focus on gender? And more importantly, since we're talking about the next generation, the youth, me myself included as a millennial, I think the youth, they don't own the future. They own the current, they own the present, and they own the now. And if there's an acknowledgement that the youth own the now, the present, and the current, it's the only way that they will take good care of the next generation. It's the only way that they will own the future. So I'll give you a little bit of statistics here. This is actually our population in the Philippines right now. We're reaching 110 million population with 1.45% growth in 2015, and they're seeing it to be until 2030. And in 2030, we will be reaching 124 million of people. But look at this. This is our farmer. Our farmer in the Philippines has an average age of 57 years old. And because of this average age of 57 years old, they're poor, they're aging with very low educational attainment. And if you are feeding 110 million people, 100% of the population, and you are demanding it from a poor, aging with very low educational attainment farmers, it means that your producers and your consumers are not having the right mathematics, are not connected very well. So this is now our problem in the Philippines, right? Our farmers are poor, so is the whole country. This is the only time that we really need to go back, taking care of our farmers. I think this pandemic alone really made us realize that the most essential business is still food. And agribusiness is still the most essential business, sans crisis or in decent condition. So here's Agria. We're really focusing on cultivation of human beings because in the agriculture sector for 23 years, I've been in this sector. It is always about cultivation of, the measure is always about cultivation of crops, cultivation of land, how much hectareage we cultivated, how much yield we harvested. We really never ask ourselves and measure what happened to the lives of our farmers, what happened to the lives of our fishermen, what happened to the lives of the people in the supply chain. So in Agria, we are focusing on really, having this kind of agribusiness with a heart. I think this is such a bonus if you have a millennial CEO or a founder. It's because this is what I want to do. I want to be relevant, doing good and doing well and making it bigger, but more importantly, making it better. So we're really focusing on a one island economy model in the Philippines. It's because we have 7,000 plus islands in the Philippines, and it seems that every island has its own wonders. Every island has its own resources, but we really need to take care of that. As mentioned a while ago, we're so big in SDG. My company is focusing on 13 SDGs out of 17, but we're really streamlining it to zero waste, zero hunger, and zero insufficiency. So even our website, we partner with a Belgian company called Joomla Tools to design our website that is running with very little impact to our planet. It's running on sustainable energy. It can be opened in 2G, and it's not eating a lot of your cellular data. So what are we good at in our company? When we started our company, it has been a conscious effort to really design our sustainability DNA. Design essence of Agria is really about designing as an expression of intent, designing all our programs and projects that how can we be sustainable in aspects of economics, social, but more importantly, how can we take care of our environment in the process? How can we do business that is transformational, not just transactional? How can we do business that is inclusive in social well-being? Right now, our company is working with 30,000 smallholders in the Philippines in different layers of interventions. We provide some financial aspects, some connection to the market, and right now we're really focusing on their educational program. And we're so big in circular economy. If you visit our farm, you're not allowed to burn any piece of waste from our farming operations. Everything are converted into organic fertilizer and plow it back to the soil. And we're really focusing on intergenerational well-being. And this topic of next generation is actually, this is it, intergenerational well-being. How do we make sure that we meet our needs right now in this current population, but we are not depriving the next generation to do so? And all of this design intent boils down to ecology of dignity, that dignifying both the producers and the consumers are only the best way to make it happen. So our company is known for regenerative agriculture. We're known for nutrient-dense agriculture, a climate-resilient farming approach, and circular economy. Case in point in this picture, we work a lot with coconut farmers in Marinduque. We have more than 60 hectares of coconut lands that we actually intercrop it with ginger and turmeric. And because our coconut farmers, every time there's typhoon, they're so affected. They lost their crops, they lost their coconuts. But if you layer their income and if you diversify it with other high value crops, in our case, ginger and turmeric, they can still survive. And on the side, every farmer that joins our company, they receive a biodiversity and nutritional care package. We give them diverse seeds of vegetables, poultry, and livestock, unless they go through our farm school. Once they graduate in the Agria Farm School, that's the only time that they can also receive these kinds of benefits from us. So what do we do in our farm school? Most of the time, when we say that ang hirap mangarap, if you're working with a lot of farmers and fisher folks in the Philippines that they're so busy looking on what to eat for lunch, what to eat for dinner, and what to eat for the next meal alone, you don't have time to sit and dream. So in our farm school, in the first 3 days of our farm school, you are actually not allowed to learn how to grow seeds or how to cultivate the soil. You're just allowed to sit, review your life, and dream for nation building. It's because we want you to be part of how we grow the Philippines. We want you to know that every single farmer and fisher folk we are working is fundamental and critical in building this country. And in that sense, when they see that they are important, they're actually changing the game. So for example, with Tatay Longhino here on my right, in the picture, with his champion cup, and Tatay Pilo, I met Tatay Pilo when he was 48 years old. No read, no write. And every after his work in our farm, I asked him to go to our office and learn his basic alphabet. And right now, he knows how to write his name. He has an SSS, he has PhilHealth, and he is a teacher in our farm school. He graduated with national certification from TESDA. Tatay Longhino on my right side, I met him when he was 78 years old. No one ever asked him how much money he needs per month to survive and to send his family or his children or his apo to school. Only then, when he met us, that's the only time that he said, "Ma'am, negosyante pala ako kasi farmer ako. I'm a magsasaka, I'm a farmer. So negosyante ako because I own my land and now I will take good care of my own business." So in our farm school, we really focus on a lot of young people and beautifully a lot of women in the process, because women and youth is actually a very big problem in the agriculture sector. So right now we are at 63% women enrollees or female enrollees in our farm school. If you see these stats, 0 to 35 years old are actually enrolling in increasing numbers at 55%. When we started our farm school in 2017, we could barely encourage a lot of young people to enroll. Right now, Our farm school in Siargao and our farm school in Marinduque, we have a waiting list good for 3 months of enrollees. And I always believe that including and investing in our youth to go into agribusiness will make farming sexy, will make farming glamorous. It's because a lot of young people right now, they see agriculture as a hobby. They see agriculture as, if I retire, I go into farming. No. If we encourage a lot of young people that agriculture is a business, this is the most essential business, and this pandemic has made it happen and validated it. So we need to invest in a lot of young people to go into agri-tech, into farm tourism, into supply chain, into digital marketing of our farmers' product, so that they are aware that in the aspects of agriculture, it's not anymore farming alone, like the physical farming, but it's really about connecting the produce of the farmers to our market. So we even do programs with Marawi, Zamba Sulta, and Sulu Basilan, Atawi-Tawi, and Zamboanga for these young people who are taking ownership that they want to make peace in Mindanao. So we trained 120 of them in partnership with President Obama and the US Embassy since 2015. So I will share with you what we did during this pandemic and how we made it happen with the help of a lot of young people. If not because of young people, we couldn't save more than 191 metric tons of vegetables. We couldn't help 28,000 farmers. And we happen to also save produce from wastage. We become so creative. Instead of letting 12,000 kilos of tomatoes for rotting in farmers' fields in Nueva Vizcaya, we engage with a lot of chefs to process them into sauces, and pasta sauces and pizza sauces. So this entire work is really basically because of our work with a lot of young people across the supply chain, and a lot of young people who are artistic, who are very driven with digital and tech, and more importantly, who were allowed to go out during the pandemic. Because if we engage with our older farmers, they were not allowed to go out during the pandemic. So this is my last slide, and I'm so happy to receive questions. I want you to see, guys, that most things except agriculture can wait. And thank you so much. Always remember that farming is cool, smart, sexy, and humane. And this is the now, this is the present, and the youth will only own the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Mayong buntag and daghang salamat in behalf of so many people that you've helped all over the country. I've had the privilege of being among some really great men and women every now and then, giants in their fields, and I must say I am awed and feel so small to be beside you this morning. You are at such a young age, you've already achieved so much, making our farmers, our country, and even the world itself a bit better than what it was. After all, you started at 12 years old. I'm just so awed and amazed. I work for a group right now that just recently announced our net zero commitment, and it took us several months. And we acknowledge it's going to be a really, really, really hard effort to get to that. But you started with it. You started from day one. When you started Agrea, it was already with a clear vision. While we are still trying to transform to get there, you started from that. And I really like your point about agriculture with a heart. I guess that start was the heart, right? I mean, where did it all start? Where did this whole sustainability, this whole everything that you said, which is so right. I was looking for a core, and I think I found it when you said it's agribusiness with a heart. What is that heart? First of all, it's an amazing heart. It's a very strong heart. It's a very energetic heart, young heart at that. No, but can you briefly describe that thing, that where all your passion came from? I've read your story. I heard your story, and as you said, no, at 11, 12 years old, but never mind the 12 years old. What happened 13, 14, 15, 16? It must have been a fantastic journey.
Sir Rene, when you grow up in a sugarcane field, my father was into sugarcane farming in Negros Occidental way back, but he died when I was 3 years old. So, and then agrarian reform happened. It's a long story. It's another call. But I think I grew up as a very observant child. I observe a lot in our society, and there was one point I was 6 years old. I asked my mom, "Why, when you cook, you all give it all away to people around us?" And my job is to basically bring ulam to during lunchtime to all our neighbors. And my mom said to me that, Cherry, the shortest distance in life, she got my hand and then she said, "You measure this. The shortest distance in life is the distance between your brain and your heart. If you don't know how to connect that, forget about life, forget about your existence. But if you know how to connect that, you will definitely, grow and see things that you want to change around you. Of course, for 6 years old, what you learn is Chinese garter, right? What you learn is playing patentero and things like that. But I think it boils down to a family, that my family is very philanthropic, my family is very loving, and that heart is actually started from that. But at the end of the day, because I challenged my mom that I really want to help farmers. And when I graduated at 15 years old in high school, I happened to be the class valedictorian. So my mother said, "You need to be a class valedictorian. You stop teaching farmers because it's been 3 years, so that you'll be a doctor and get a 100% full scholarship in La Salle Bacolod for biology." So to make my mom happy, okay, class valedictorian tayo. But then during my graduation, a truckload of farmers arrived with a sacco of sugarcane. No? They cut it and then they wrote uling. They said, "Congratulations, our teacher, Mom Cherry." There and there, I just cried. I did not finish my speech. And I said, I really want to be an agriculturist. And I sent myself to school. So I left home at 15. I got a scholarship because I was so serious. I went to Leyte. Imagine, around 16 years old, I was traveling from Bacolod, crossing Cebu, crossing Leyte to Leyte. I studied in Visayas State University. So this heart is not only about finding my passion, but I really found purpose and I made it a calling. And I said to myself, when I was traveling, Roro from Bacolod to San Carlos to Cebu and Cebu to Leyte, I said, is this right? Is this something that I really want my life to be? If this is something that I want my life to be, I need to educate myself. So I studied agriculture. I'm an agricultural scientist. And from there, I really dedicated my life into, if the advocacy is education, of course, I'll put a farm school. If advocacy is environment, then I need to put on food and climate change. So that's how this heart evolves. But bottom line, I think I'm so lucky it started from home.
Thank you very much. No, we were waiting for any questions. If there are any, any of the participants can post the question. However, we did promise Cherry that we will let her go at an appropriate time because she's such a popular speaker. But she has so many commitments, and she's got another commitment, and then in a few minutes, I wanted to go back to that point about consolidating everything. What you wonderfully did was, some people did sustainability, some people did education, some people did, but you seem to have inubos mo lahat. You did everything. It was a circular package. Very quickly, how did that, was that predetermined, or as you went through everything, you saw there's a problem here, so let's address it, and that's how the circle was eventually completed?
I think the beauty is, Rene, because I always immerse myself with the farmers, and of course, maybe exposure also globally. When every time, like for example, if you're employed in Agria, all our employees are actually asked to immerse in the farmers. We sleep in the farmer's house, wake up when the farmers are waking up, and of course, go through their day. So all the social aspects are actually coming from that. But because I also love educating myself, all this sustainability thing and everything, it happened to me when I was, I think, 24 years old. Before they're launching the Sustainability Development Goals, I was invited to be in the United Nations, to be part of the 15 youth all over the world to review from Millennium Development Goals commitment, shifting it to Sustainable Development Goals. And with the review, our review is how the youth is included in this. How the youth is, for example, youth of sustainable development goals for the youth. No, youth in sustainable development goals. So that's our assignment to review it. How the youth is in the sustainable development goals, not as a recipient of sustainable development goals. And when I was reviewing that, of course, you need to read all the targets and everything. I was also learning because I said, I'm running an organization and I want all of this that I'm learning be present ahead in my organization. You know, when I think I don't ignore every learning I encounter along the way as such a bonus travel to New York. I always write it down, reflect on it, and go back. How can I put it in my work? How can I put it in my business? And actually, this is very important for a lot of young people. Hindi ako nakikiuso, you know, like there was one point that they said that, oh, you're millennial, you're a advocacy gypsy. Mamaya nasa environment ka, mamaya nasa education ka. I said, I have agriculture. Food is the nexus of economy, nexus of environment, nexus of our society, nexus of everything that we do. So if food is the nexus of everything that we do, and if food is the umbilical cord of people to Mother Earth, why not incorporate all of this in the process? So that's actually how everything evolved, Serene.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have one more question, but I know we're targeting. This is from Jose Francisco. We hear a lot of issues emerging during logistics, and so much food that is grown just doesn't make it onto our plates. What do you think is the biggest barrier in this area?
Thank you so much. I just actually gave a lecture in the European Chamber of Commerce about food loss and food waste, right? Especially during the pandemic. This is a big problem in terms of logistics, a big problem in our supply chain and our value chain. We don't have decent refrigeration system. We don't have decent cold storage system in the Philippines. But if you see this, these are also big opportunities for doing business, where we can provide cold chain to our cooperatives. It needs to be scale based, not like a big one, so that it has big buy-in to our co-ops, big buy-in to our local government units, and just investing alone on refrigerated trucks, knowing we have islands. When during the pandemic we were shifting goods from South Cotabato, Jensan, and Davao to Metro Manila. And Serene, it was shocking. I was computing our food loss during that time. We could reach 75% in that food loss. We could have saved them if we have enough refrigerated or cold storage in the process. We could have better our technology in this. We could have better our infrastructure in this. And most of this food loss in the process is actually because we don't have decent infrastructure. So these are challenges and problems. But if people here who are listening, this is also a good opportunity for business.
I just want to declare with you that it's coming out in the newspapers, but we're doing something along those lines. And yes, we are even studying solar-powered refrigeration trucks, primarily to address the issue of that. Anyway, we are running out of time. We promised Sherry we're going to release her at exactly 10:40, and it is 10:40. May I close by saying, in behalf of the very many ordinary Filipino people, you are such a wonderful blessing to us. The most apt description, and I've been reading about you since I got this assignment. And to me, the most apt description of Sherry Atiliano is a radical optimist, which we can now clearly see, a dreamer, which we can also see, and a true believer that the Filipino farmers are world class. That to me is a wonderful and apt description of you. And let me just personally express that with next generation leaders like you, oh my God, the future really looks good. The next generation looks promising. And I close with only one favor to ask. Please stop calling me sir. I should be calling you ma'am. Saludo po ako sa inyo. Mabuhay kayo, Ma'am Sherry Atiliano. Thank you very much for being with us this morning and giving time for our session. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Rene, for having me. Thank you, everyone in MAP, and have a great event. And hopefully to all those listeners, please don't hesitate to contact me if you need anything in terms of agriculture and agribusiness. Maraming salamat po ulit at mabuhay kayong lahat.
Wow, I think it's safe to say that we are incredibly inspired with our passion and wisdom-filled morning so far. Let us now move on to our third plenary session. I'm sure you are all ready. So for this one, we will be joined by the founder and CEO of the Fredley Group and recipient of Outstanding Achievement in Entrepreneurship from the 2021 Agora Awards. Please welcome Mr. Avin Ong. And moderating this session, we have once again the chair of the MAP NextGen Committee, Dr. Donald Lim.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Avin Ong, and I'm the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Fredley Group of Companies. It's an honor to be invited by the Management Association of the Philippines today to talk about how can we be good stewards for the future. But before we talk about how can we be good stewards for the future, I think it would be nice and appropriate to talk about first what is a good steward and who is a good steward in my definition. A good steward for me is someone who takes the lead. A good steward for me is someone who spearheads changes for the better. A good steward for me is someone who inspires. And a good steward for me is someone who takes good care not just of the business, not just of the profit, but also the well-being of its employees, as well as the sustainability development of the whole country or the community. As an entrepreneur, I started my very first business at the age of 7 years old, selling fruit shakes in the wet market of 4th Avenue in Caloocan City. My father died when I was still inside my mom's womb, so life then was very challenging for me and for my family. I would probably tell everyone that we experience poverty firsthand. And I think poverty in general is something every Filipino is quite familiar with, because the Philippine economy has been suffering from poverty, unemployment for the past decades. Fast forward to 2014, when we established the Fredley Group of Companies, and during 2017, when we finally brought in Macau Imperial Tea to the Philippines, we decided to focus our business expansion through the franchising business strategy. Because we believe in the mission that in order to help build the Philippine economy, in order to add value to the Philippine economy, the best way is to actually help build more entrepreneurs in order to help generate more jobs through the entrepreneurs we are building. In just a span of 7 years, Fredley Group of Companies now has 5 subsidiaries, 9 brands under its company's portfolio or umbrella, over 2,500 employees, and 250 branches operating nationwide. We are actually very proud of our sustainability development and CSR initiatives. Macau Imperial Tea, for example, before we brought in Macau Imperial Tea to the Philippines way back 2017, I think Filipinos are very used to drinking milk tea in a sealed plastic cup. But in 2017, when we finally brought in the brand, we challenged the status quo. We thought of introducing something different. We thought of introducing something unique. We thought of challenging how people look at milk tea in general. So we introduced reusable cups and reusable tumblers for our milk tea fans. I think this is a very good sustainability development initiative, because we were able to challenge our competitors in the food service industry, and at the same time, we were able to raise awareness about sustainability development through our customers. Before I end my talk today, and before we proceed to the Q&A session later, I would like to highlight the fact that everyone can be a good steward for the future, of the future. You don't really have to be a CEO. You don't really have to be a business owner. Even if you are just a fresh graduate or an employee of this company or that company, you can be a good steward for the future. You are capable of bringing changes for the better. You are capable of spearheading initiatives, and you are capable of taking the lead. Progression doesn't mean you have to be the CEO. Progression is all about knowing what you do and why you are doing them in the very first place. You have to find out your whys. You have to find out your purpose. In that way, you will be able to use your strengths and skills and help contribute to the Philippine economy or to the community in general. We hope this inspires you to do better each day, and we hope this motivates you to start making a difference. As I always share during my interviews, there is no such thing as perfect timing, because the perfect time is actually created by ourselves, by knowing what we want and start taking actions by doing it today. Thank you everyone, and we hope to receive your questions later during the Q&A. Hi Donald.
Morning. Hello. Morning, Avin. Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, thank you for being with us here. When we were planning for the MAP NextGen Conference, we were thinking of someone who will take on the cudgels on the business side, no? And we initially thought, usually we were thinking of going someone corporate, but then we realized dapat entrepreneur, someone who has moved up the ranks, no? Can you tell us a bit about Fredly? No, what are the different brands that you have? No, of course I know Macau Imperial. I'm a fan. But what are the brands that you have? And how old were you when you started the business?
Okay, yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for having me today, Donald. Yeah. So congratulations, by the way, to MAP. Yeah, on a very successful event. Friendly Group of Companies started way back 2014, so that was 7 years ago. And I started this company at the age of 22 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, so to give you a brief background about my entrepreneurial journey, I actually started selling fruit shakes at the age of 7 years old in the wet market of 4th Avenue in Caloocan City. Yeah, so life then was very challenging. So we had to work very early in order to help contribute financially to my family. Yeah, so fast forward to college, I graduated from De La Salle University. And right after graduation, I started working as a business area controller with Deutsche Bank. So before becoming an entrepreneur, I was actually an employee in the corporate world. Yeah. So I started working as a business area controller with Deutsche Bank Group for 3 years. And then after that, I decided to resign from Deutsche Bank and started my very first restaurant in Quezon City, 2014. Yeah. So I built my very first brand. That the name was Sandaya Yakiniku in Fisher Mall along Quezon Avenue. And then later on, we were invited by a Singaporean agency. They invited us to bid for the franchise rights of Shabu Shabu Ichiban from Nagoya. Yeah, so of course, knowing that we only have one restaurant and then we got invited, it was actually I was actually very excited, to fly to Nagoya, to undergo the bidding process and experience everything. Yeah. So luckily, we got the franchise rights of Shabu Shabu Ichiban. So we were able to aggressively open 4 branches in just 2 years. Yeah. And then later on, we found Macau Imperial Tea from Macau, China. So we decided to talk to the franchisor. We became more aggressive, and then we brought in the brand last 2017. Yeah, so currently under the company's portfolio, we have Amitasu Yakiniku concept. Yeah, it's a Yakiniku concept. We have Nabe Japanese Izakaya and Hot Pot. It's a hot pot concept. We have, of course, Macau Imperial Tea with over 224 branches operating nationwide. Yeah, we recently acquired 100% shares of New York Fries and Dips. We recently brought in Liang Crispy Roll all the way from Shanghai, China. Yeah, we recently opened the second store of Liang in Banawe. And we are actually bringing in brands from Paris as well. It's Cafe Kitsui from Paris, France. Yeah, and we also have an international buffet in North EDSA. The name is Hosaku International Buffet. Yeah,
Wow.
so these are actually our brands. Yeah.
Wow, very nice. Then that's a very strong growth, from 2014 all the way up to this year. I think one of my pressing questions, even personally, I own some restaurants, but this pandemic has been very tough for all of us. No, how do you cut through? And I saw on your Facebook you're still opening more stores, right? So how did you survive this pandemic? And you've been very aggressive, no? Why is that? Were you not affected?
Definitely we are affected. I think everyone is being affected by the pandemic, by the ongoing pandemic. So in order to survive, what Friendly Group of Companies is doing is to strengthen our digital presence. So of course, when the pandemic took place last year, everyone was required to just stay at home. Yeah, so to make sure that our products and services are still available to all the customers, to all the Macau Imperialty fans out there, we made sure that they can easily order our products online. So instead of just being so dependent with our delivery platforms such as GrabFood or FoodPanda, we even created our online store, our own delivery platform, and we came up with a lot of promotions, a lot of campaigns to give people that sense of normalcy. Yeah, so that's one. And in the case of Mitasu, Yakiniku, and Nabe Japanese Izakaya and Hotpot, we know very well that these two concepts, when we talk about Yakiniku, that's Ihaw Ihaw, and Shabu Shabu, of course, they are very experience dependent. I mean, you have to go to the restaurants in order to experience Yakiniku and Shabu Shabu. So I think we did very well in terms of innovation, in terms of changing the game, because we imported a very budget-friendly portable griller and portable hotpot. Yeah, it costs you 400 pesos, and we send you that portable griller or portable hotpot together with your orders to your house, just so you can still enjoy yakiniku and shabu shabu at the comfort of your house. Yeah, so all these initiatives were done in the first 6 months of the pandemic, actually.
And how about your employees? When some of them did you also let go of some? Do you reorganize the organization? Are these companies all independent and separate? And do you have different shareholders? How do you manage also the employees? Because I'm sure a lot of restaurants, especially I was talking to some restaurant groups, a lot really had to let go of their employees. How do you took care of them during the pandemic?
Okay. We have different shareholders for different brands. Honestly, that's the most difficult part on my end, because of course, being the CEO, I have to do manage up and manage down. So I have to make sure that my investors are also happy with the business performance. Although we can always use pandemic as an excuse, but at the end of the day, we're doing business, and profit at the end of the day is quite important to every investor. Yeah. So of course, constant communication is very important. We we help them understand what's going on, and we give them, or we share with them, our plans for the future, how we are going to shift to the new normal, to basically give them more confidence about the business and how we run or manage the business. That's one. In terms of our employees, we're actually happy to share with everyone that we never let go of anyone during the pandemic. But of course, given that there are restrictions in dining in, we had to give them more day off, or we have to lessen their schedule. Yeah, so that's what we did to make sure that we will all go through this together. Yeah, we also provided financial assistance to all the employees of Ready Group of Companies. We released our 13-month pay in advance, the prorated 13-month pay in advance, just so we will be able to help them survive. Nice. And to also share with you, Donald, just a few months ago, we decided to purchase 1,700 doses of Moderna vaccines, because we're going to vaccinate everyone in Friendly Group of Companies, including our franchisees and their employees. Yeah, so there are actually a lot of initiatives going on during the pandemic, whether it's for the customers, for the investors, or for the employees. Yeah.
That's very nice, huh? So tell me more. No, I saw in your presentation you have some CSR efforts. What have you been doing to help the community also?
Okay. So back then, when I was an employee of Deutsche Bank, I was actually inspired by Deutsche Bank to do a lot of CSR initiatives or CSR works. Yeah. So when I was an employee, every Friday I would file my leave and go to the Arroceros Park in Central Station of Manila and teach the street kids how to sing, how to dance. Even though I don't know how to dance, yeah, I still teach them how to dance, how to sing, and a lot of things. Yeah. So it's something I'm so passionate about. So when I finally established my own company, a group of companies, I decided to continue the street education program here in FGC. So we also have this I Am Different, I Am Able campaign. So this is actually a very interesting campaign because all the branches of FGC nationwide, we require them to employ at least one person with disabilities. So the I Am Different, I Am Able campaign is basically a campaign realizing or recognizing that even if they are different, we believe that they are able and capable of contributing to this company. So we employ them, we give them jobs, and we actually want to inspire all the other entrepreneurs out there to do the same. Yeah, so these are some of our initiatives, and we also provide scholarship to our employees' children. For as long as you are top 1 or top 2 or top 3 in your class, you can actually reimburse the tuition fee of your kids. Yeah,
Nice.
so these are the initiatives we've been doing for the past 3 years.
Wow. Okay, that's very nice to hear. What as a CEO, you have such a big group. No, it's a growing group and it's rapidly growing. How do you manage your time? Do you go around each of them? Do you stay in the office? How do you get what's a normal day for you?
Okay, normal day for me, I usually start my day at around 7 a.m. So I would usually, every time I get interviews by different magazines, I would probably share my advice to all these entrepreneurs that I start my day at around 7 a.m. Yeah, so as soon as I start my day, I would check my emails and my calendars. And in fact, a day before, I would already plan my schedule ahead. So what am I going to wear tomorrow? Yeah, who am I going to meet and everything. I usually plan ahead before sleeping, just so I don't have to think of all these things when I wake up. Yeah. So when I wake up, I check my emails to make sure that I know what to do today. Yeah, and I usually go straight to the office or sometimes to the branches or to attend some of my meetings with my lessors or with the malls. Yeah, I don't usually stay in the office, or I would probably tell you I don't like staying in the office. Yeah, because I like talking to people. Yeah, so I would usually stay in the office for like 2 to 3 hours, and then later on I would go to my meetings, or I would probably go to the branches and talk to the staff in order to know what are the problems going on in the organization. Yeah, so sometimes I also go on vacation, but as entrepreneurs, every day is a work day for you. So even if you are on vacation, it is a must that you respond and you still continue your work outside the office. Yeah, so my day can be very stressful. Sometimes I start working just like yesterday. We started work at 6 a.m. and we actually finished work at 12 midnight.
Wow.
Yeah, so yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'd like to encourage everyone to ask questions, whether if you're on Facebook, on YouTube, or in the Echo Hub. Feel free to throw in your questions to Abino, who's our featured business speaker for today. No. So again, I find it just so fascinating when I found out when you started your business at such a young age, and I think you're just below 30. So it's so interesting, no, to grow it at this speed and scale. No, I think that's a challenge, no. So I have a question coming from the audience right now. So the question is, what were the challenges you faced, no, as a young entrepreneur? Was there ever a time you felt like you were underestimated by your peers just because of your age?
Yeah. So what were the challenges? I can probably share with you one of my experiences. back then, 2014, when I was meeting my suppliers, because at that time I was just running one restaurant that was Sandaya Yakiniku in Fisher Mall. So when I invited my suppliers to go to my restaurant to have this meeting because we're gonna do some price negotiation, I actually heard one of the owners talking to his account manager, and it was his comment. Sabi niya, siya ba talaga ka-meeting ko? Parang high school graduate pa lang siya. Yeah, so of course, sometimes when you look so young, when you're still young, people don't find you convincing. Yeah, so there's nothing you can do about it but prove yourself. Yeah, so for me, there's a lot of hard work. Even during construction meetings, when I started in the restaurant industry, I had no idea about PVC pipe. I have no idea about PVC flexible. I have no idea about all these technical terms that they were talking about during construction meeting. So it was very difficult for me. It was very pressuring for me. But I think the best way to address challenges like this is to make yourself become better. And there's a lot of research that you have to do. You have to run faster in order to learn more, in order to don't look stupid during meetings. Yeah, so that's how I do it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Another question from the audience. How do you maintain quality of products and service and your level of service amidst the expansion? You know, I remember even last year pa, pag Macau Imperial, ang haba ng Grab driver sa labas eh.
Yeah.
Right? And even you really have to line up, no? So how do you ensure that the product and the quality is up to your standards?
Okay. So this is one of the most challenging part of doing franchising. Yeah, making sure that quality and service is consistent. Yeah. So number one, constant communication with the franchisees for me is very important. So every time we have new product launches, every time we have new promotions, we make sure that we communicate through memorandums, and we have Viber groups with them to make sure that whenever they have clarifications or concerns, we get to address them immediately. And then another thing is we have an audit team for Macau Imperialty. So there are actually around 10 auditors going around nationwide to make sure that all the branches are serving all these Macau Imperialty drinks the right way, even the service. Yeah, so constant communication, that's one, and we do our audit to make sure that everything is up to the standard of Macau Imperialty. And every time there are customer complaints, honestly, online, we actually give so much importance. We call the customers, we address their concerns immediately to make sure that we fix all those things that are not good using the standards of Macau. Yeah.
Where's your farthest branch in the Philippines? Are you based already in Mindanao already?
Yes, we do have branches in Mindanao, but I'm not very good in geography, so I'm not sure what is the farthest branch in Mindanao. But I believe we have branches as far as I'm not sure if it's far enough, but it's in Cagayan de Oro.
Yeah,
that's actually the one of the farthest. Yeah. Wow, so we have 3 branches in Cagayan de Oro, and even before the pandemic, and even during the pandemic, every time there are store openings, I always make sure that I visit the branch. So we visit the branch, we talk to the employees to make sure that whenever I have interviews like this, I know very well how the businesses work, and I can also share with you some of the numbers and data.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we have another question from the audience from Miss Mambuts. Hi, Boots. Garcia. How do you ensure sustainability of your food concepts, given the propensity of Filipinos for new things, which will eventually wane over time, So, tama, I think that's a very valid input. Like Filipinos are fans of novelty items and novelty products. So, how do you ensure that it's always being sought after year after year?
Okay. With that, we give so much importance to research and development. Yeah, we do our R&D almost every day. But of course, when it comes to launching the new products, we do it quarterly. So as early as 2019, we recognized that we cannot just rely on the bestseller of Macau Imperial Tea, the cheesecake and pearl milk tea. So we started our R&D. We worked with of chefs and suppliers, even from Singapore and Malaysia, to make sure that every quarter there's always something new that we can introduce to the Filipinos, to the Philippine market. Yeah. So apart from the new drinks that we launched, we have also other tumblers. So recently for Macau Imperial Tea, we partnered with Warner Brothers for the We Bear Bear series.
Yeah.
So now our cups, you'll see We Bear Bear characters in our cups. So these are the R&D efforts that we've been doing. And in the case of our yakiniku restaurants, just like what I mentioned earlier, we introduce a lot of take-home sets, just so you don't really have to go to our restaurants to enjoy yakiniku and shabu-shabu. Yeah, so we invest a lot in R&D, even for our Liang Crispy Roll and NYFD. We have a lot of plans for it.
And even if these are franchise, no, these innovations do not come from the head office. You do it on your own already.
Yeah, we do it on our own because the head office, let's say from Macau or from Shanghai, they don't really understand the Philippine market.
Yeah.
So usually we would get their inputs, but most of the time we do it on our own with the help of our suppliers locally, as well as the chefs of our local team.
Nice, very good. Okay, we have another question again from a good friend, Maria Jocelyn Lim. Mr. Ong, what do you think is the most challenging hurdle in dealing with Philippine government business requirements? Do you have suggestions on how to make it easier to deal with the identified challenge? I think there are many. I would believe there from the city level, LGU level. I mean, all of the business owners would face the same. Same also as you move up. And now that you're a big enterprise, again, I think your challenge is really growth, from small to big in a short span of time.
Yeah. I have to be more careful when it comes to government.
I don't want to get into trouble also.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, so I think it's very important that we plan ahead. Usually, one of the challenges that we always encounter is prior to the opening date, our business papers are not yet out. So I always get concerns na parang, sir, hindi pa kasi nare-release yung business permit, yung BIR 2303 hindi pa lumalabas. So I think it's very important to plan ahead. So this is something about project management. So if you have already identified your opening date, it's actually very important that you plan ahead, complete your requirements in order to have your permits released in advance. Yeah, that's number one. And another tip that I can probably share with everyone here would be you should have a very good relationship or connection with the Philippine government. So even with your LGU, so we have to make pakiusap. Yeah, even if whenever we approach them, we have to be mabait. Yeah, we have in the Philippines, minsan it's important to be medyo malambing. Yeah, so we need to talk to them. We need to communicate to them our concerns, and that way it can be they can make our lives easier then.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have a lot of questions coming in now. Do you think from Josefino Paloma? Do you think a hybrid restaurant business model is the way to operate under a new normal? What do you see as the moving forward ratio between online and in-house orders in terms of revenue? So I'm sure before, like most, I think in my experience, you have a 90-10, no? 10% online. And then slowly, as this pandemic, it suddenly flipped, no? Do you see that? What is your personal view of that? Do you see that as the new normal now?
Okay. Allow me to share with you something because we do our business review every week. Yeah. So during our business review last Monday, according to the marketing team, there's actually a shift in terms of consumption between walk-in and food delivery. Yeah. So before the pandemic, of course, when during ECQ, it's 100% sales from GrabFood and Foodpanda and all the other delivery platforms. And later on, during MECQ and GCQ, we started seeing around 10 to 20% walk-ins and 80% food deliveries. But it's very interesting that we are seeing growth for walk-in customers the past few weeks. So I think people are getting more and more comfortable of going back to the old normal, going to the restaurants, enjoying their food, enjoying their drinks. So to answer that question, I was actually talking to this to my team yesterday. I feel like by quarter 3 of 2022, we will be back to the old normal by around 80%. Yeah, so I'm quite confident with that because they always tell, diba, in the Philippines, we always tell people Filipinos are very resilient. So I think we're seeing that in the food service industry, and I'm quite confident that by the next few quarters or by next year, we're gonna go back to the old normal by around 80%.
And therefore the in-store sales would go back also.
Definitely.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. For the dine-in customers, yeah.
For the dine-in customers. Okay, so here's a related question. What is your view on cloud kitchens now that restaurants real estate is such a shaky investment?
Yeah. To be honest with you, we tried investing in a cloud kitchen for some of our brands like New York Fries and Bits, but it doesn't work when it comes to quality control. Yeah, of course, you cannot have so many cloud kitchens. So in our case, we had our cloud kitchen in Roosevelt, and our press release or our promotions was we deliver to different major cities of Metro Manila. Yeah, but the problem with cloud kitchen is that it will affect the quality of your food. Yeah, so sometimes customers get disappointed because of the quality change after delivery. Yeah. So I feel like customers or Filipinos in general would still prefer dining out. Yeah. So I feel like cloud kitchen would only work if you have different sites or if you have at least one cloud kitchen per city. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the case of Macau, to be honest with you, we don't need a cloud kitchen anymore because of the number of branches. So technically, we can serve every city. We don't have much problems with that.
Okay. One question from AC Sabino. Are you also taking into consideration now given that your milk, of course, your flagship is now the milk tea brand?
Yes.
Are you taking into consideration the current buyer's attitude towards health, or are you planning to have products that would cater to people who are health conscious? I don't know if there's such a thing as a health conscious milk tea. I would love to
There
have
is.
that. Okay.
There is. Yeah. So this is a good question. This is a very interesting question. During the pandemic, we actually launched the Malunggay series.
Wow.
So we realized that people are becoming more and more health conscious. Parang, oh my God, it's pandemic. I have to drink more vitamin C. I have to take this and take that. Yeah. So even milk tea, even diet, they are more conscious. Yeah. So because of that, and relating this to our R&D efforts or innovation, we decided to launch the Malunggay series. So the Malunggay series is actually milk with malunggay tea, and it's actually very delicious. Yeah.
Okay.
So we promoted this. We had this Malunggay series nationwide. We launched this nationwide. And we got really good feedback from the customers. But you know why? To be honest with you, even with the Malunggay series, I can still see customers getting our bestseller, the cheesecake bird. I mean, they still love that.
Yes, of course. Well, milk tea is still milk tea. Parang I find it weird if you drink milk tea and then you want to be healthy. Although, of course, I really like. I would like to try. I'll try your Malunggay series. Very interesting. But you balance.
Milk tea in general is not unhealthy. You just have to drink everything naman moderately. So.
But what's next for you? I mean, if you look at currently the state of pandemic, hopefully it's almost over, and you're saying that there's now we're going back to like before, hopefully, right? Before pre-pandemic state, right? Do you see yourself opening more brands? No, opening more brands, franchising more brands globally, or starting your own franchise and creating your own brands, or do you think again delivery Delto will be the way to go? What are your thoughts moving to the future?
Yeah, so we are confident that by Q3 of 2023, we will most probably back to the old normal by around 80%. So with that, we actually have a very aggressive goal that by end of 2021, we should have around 250 branches operating nationwide. Yeah.
Wow.
So this is for Macau. Yeah, because currently Macau has around 224. So we plan to open 26 more. Yeah, to achieve the goal of having 250 branches nationwide. And likewise, for our New York fries and dips and Yum Crispy Roll, we plan to open at least 100 branches for each brand by end of 2022. Yeah. So that's also we've been working with these major malls for our expansion plan, and we hope to make that happen with the help of my team. And we also have this aggressive goal of going IPO by 2025.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So of course, when it comes to business model, it's still through franchising. Like I said earlier during my video, we want to empower entrepreneurs and use these entrepreneurs to help us generate more jobs for the Filipinos. Yeah, that's the way to grow fast through franchising. Yeah, and basically that's all.
Nice. How many what's your ratio right now of your franchise to store company owned?
Okay. Franchise outlet is around 90% of the whole
90%.
business.
Mataas.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we own around 20. We own around 20 branches.
Yes. Okay. So at the very least, at least we know, right? People trust your brand. That's why they're all franchising with you. No.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to share also, Donald, that some of the franchisees they own or manage a lot of branches, and it's a good sign for us that they are happy with the franchise because they started with us with just one branch, and then later on they ROI early and they wanted a second branch, third branch, and so on. So even if 90% of our branches are franchised, we only deal with a few franchises.
Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. So most of the franchise I would assume would be geographical, like maybe a franchise you would take on the entire Cebu. Is that the case?
We used to do that, but we had problems expanding through area development franchise. So later on, we decided to just give individual franchise. Yeah.
And do you have a geographic boundary, like a Macau Imperial has to be 5-kilometer radius among each other, or rules like that?
Yeah, we do. There's a certain kilometers that we follow, but of course the exception would be the malls. Sometimes you'll see an SM and an Ayala that's so close to each other, and of course the market is different, so we allow them to operate. But usually there is this right of first refusal, so we have to offer it to the franchisees nearby. If they say no, that's the time we offer it to someone else.
Nice. Okay, that's nice. Okay, one question again from Ms. Boots. If you did not become an entrepreneur, what would have been your career post-graduation?
Wow, that's a very challenging question.
Or wala, that's not even an option to go corporate.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be a doctor.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to be a doctor, but coming from a blue-collar worker family, I could not afford studying for like 10 years or 15 years. So that's why even before marching, I started my first job now with Deutsche Bank. So going back to that question, if I did not become an entrepreneur, probably I would continue my job as a banker with Deutsche Bank.
Yeah. Okay. So then it's very interesting. I feel kasi parang for you specifically, because of your background, it's like entrepreneurship is in the blood because of, I think maybe it's in the genes also. And also later on because of the circumstance. You really want to go out and earn for yourself rather than, a banker. I would assume the salary is not that high, especially at the entry level.
Yeah. To share, for that 3 years with Deutsche Bank, I always get comments from my mom. You have to resign. You have to resign because you cannot just be an employee forever. And then that's how they push me to resign and build something on my own. It's a Chinese thing, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure. Same with me, but I didn't follow. I'm not as obedient a child, so I stayed in corporate, and doubled only a bit in some businesses. But I think where you are right now, you have so many business. I mean, that I'm sure when you started, the birth pains and the growth pains were very hard, and you have to rely on a lot of your partners. There's a school of thought that they would say that you don't have your friends become your business partners,
Yeah.
right? Because mag-aaway lang, or you get into disagreements, no, or you know each other too well. What's your philosophy there? Do you have friends who become your business partners?
Honestly, no. I don't have friends who become my business
Oh,
partners.
okay.
Yeah, I started Fredly alone, and I got investors from my sisters. So basically, my sisters were my investors, but they were not managing, or they were not part of the management team. Yeah, so that's how we do it. So I would probably say I'm quite lucky because we don't have much conflicts, or we did not encounter so much conflicts with my sisters or with my business partners, because they gave me that freedom to do things on my own. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and partnering with friends, I think that's doable for as long as you make things clear since day one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the roles and responsibilities, who has the final call, what would be our setup. I think all those things are very important.
Mm. So beyond the Macau Imperial, do you intend to bring in more brands to the country, or you will just focus on Macau Imperial?
Oh, Macau Imperial Tea, we have plans of opening up to 400 branches in the Philippines. But currently, we are more focused on expanding Liang Crispy Roll and NYFT. Because
so
for
that-
Liang, we just recently opened, so we only have 2 branches operating. So we plan to have 100 branches by 2022, and same as NYFT. Yeah, and we are actually in talks with another Korean brand, because we intend to bring in more brand as part of our goal to go IPO by 2025.
Wow, I think
Yeah.
very fascinating. You're very definite, even in your timelines, right?
Yeah.
2025 by doing this. But as an entrepreneur, I'm always taught that you have to have laging ganun, no? You have the nose. How do you know which brand do you franchise, or which concept do you start?
Oh, this one, I would say I'm a little bit stubborn. Yeah. For as long as I love the brand, yeah, I'm
Okay.
passionate about the brand, I would take it. I would do it. Yeah. So,
Okay.
probably
There's no
people
science.
would say,
There's no
yeah,
science to it.
there's no science, I must say. Although, of course, iba pa rin yung nagre-research ka and everything, but I don't do that. If it's something I love, if it's something I'm passionate about, I would take it, because I want to do something I love doing every day. So if it's a brand I love, I don't mind working from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, because it's a brand I love. Yeah, that's one. Although may mga failures then, of course, because of that. To be honest with you, I feel like the Philippine market is never ready for shabu-shabu. Yeah, we are having a hard time, convincing people na shabu-shabu can be your food every week. If you ask 10 Filipinos, when do you eat shabu-shabu? They would probably tell you, pag umuulan, pag may sakit ako. But that's not how we eat shabu-shabu in Japan or in China or Taiwan. Yeah. So there are also difficulties when it comes to launching all these brands, especially if Filipinos are not very familiar with all these brands.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe as we end this, maybe can you give some advice to your 20-year-old self again, especially for budding entrepreneurs? No, what they need to work on, focus on. Before, like any business, no. For example, like my father. My father is a businessman. He became a businessman because he didn't pass the CPA exams. No, he was an accountant, but he didn't pass the CPA exams, and that's why he became a businessman. No, but that's a bit old school, diba? Yung mababa their grades are low, they become businessman, and actually become very successful at that. No, but times are changing. No, and I think maybe with your experience and expertise, no, what would you advise? And also, I'm very interested, how do you balance again? Let's going back to the topic of being a good next gen CEO, which I think you are. How do you balance again the people, the profit, and also the planet? No? I really like what you mentioned about yung disposable cups. No, I mean the simple things are the things that matter. You don't have to have a big campaign to save the earth, but every day when you churn out these cups, that's only in the environment. So how would you, what kind of advice would you give? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll probably start answering your last question about sustainability development. To be honest with you, Donald, you also inspired me during the Agora Awards when you mentioned the 5 P's. So it's people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership.
Wow.
So that one, I can relate to that a lot. So I think one of the reasons why I'm very passionate about all these CSR initiatives is that I grew up as a scholar. So it's very important for me to give back to the community because I know very well that there are a lot of Abinongs who need help. So that's one. That's where I'm coming from. And another thing is, I want Friendly Group of Companies to be a company or a group of companies that we can pass on from generations to generations. Because the name Friendly actually came from the names of my father and my mother, Alfred and Shirley. So I want them to be remembered. Okay lang, hindi ako maalala, but I want them to be remembered. So I want everything to be sustainable because I want this company to be passed on from generation to generation. So those were the 2 motivations or key motivations why we are so focused on CSR as well as sustainability development. And then going back to your probably last question, my advice to my 20-year-old self or to all the entrepreneurs out there, it's very important. 3 things are very important for me: self-discipline, business with integrity, and hard work. So I always tell people that we live in a world full of distractions. Instead of working, whether you open in Facebook mo or Instagram mo, you are constantly distracted by all this application or people around you. So you have to surround yourself with good people who can help you achieve your dreams and your goals. You have to discipline yourself even if no one is watching you. If you are disciplined, you will be able to get things done. That's one. Business with integrity is very important for me, especially in the food service industry. I've encountered a lot of disappointments when it comes to dishonest acts. We all know that, no? So for me, we just have to do the right thing. We just have to do the right thing even if no one is watching us. That's very important because your credibility as an entrepreneur is your asset. Is an important asset. And sabi nga nila, trust would take you years to build, but mere seconds to break. So please take good care of your credibility and please do business with integrity. And lastly, a lot of hard work. I think yun talaga yung secret to success. If you don't know anything, just like me, 2014, I don't know all these technical terms. You just have to do your research. You just have to talk to people. You just have to talk to Donald, for example. So you have to talk to experts. You have to talk to really good people in order to learn faster, in order to run faster, and you just have to work hard.
I like it. Thank you, Avin, for your time. You're really a good embodiment of a good next-gen CEO. I really like your nuggets of wisdom. You don't even have to say you have to do well in school. Right, but again, it's all the basics, right? A lot of self-discipline, integrity, right, and at the same time, your hard work. And rest assured, you will go far. And that actually is an equalizing factor. Anyone can do that. Anyone can be that, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again.
Thank you,
good next gen CEO Avin Ong. Thank you, Avin, for joining us.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Wow, it has been a fantastic session with Mr. Avin Ong and, of course, Dr. Lim. Thank you very much for sharing so much of your personal experiences. And again, we are hearing directly from a good next-gen CEO example for all of us. Thank you very much. Now, for this part of the program, we will have the awarding ceremony for the Innovation Challenge of the MAP SGV NextGen CEO Transformative Leadership Program. To present the award, I would like to call on our presenters, the chairman and managing partner of SGV and Company, Wilson Tan, and joining him is a partner of Philippines Consulting Leader and Ernst & Young, ASEAN Business Consulting Leader of SGV and Company, Ms. Rosana or Rosing A. Fajardo. Please welcome them.
Good morning, everyone. We've been having a very good sessions this morning, and I'm looking forward to the message from Heidelin Diaz after lunch, and the four equally good breakout sessions that will come after, and the final plenary session later this afternoon. But we now come to the awarding ceremony for the innovative challenge of the first ever MAP SGV Next Gen CEO Transformative Leadership Program. But before anything else, on behalf of the partners, principals, and staff of SGV, I would like to thank the MAP, the Management Association of the Philippines, for giving us the opportunity to be the knowledge partner for the MAP NextGen CEO Conference. And I would like to thank our MAP President, Gigi Motinola, of course, Dr. Donald Lim, the 2022 incoming governor, as well as the current MAP NextGen CEO Committee Chairman, and of course to Arnold Salvador, our Executive Director, for the guidance and support that they have provided us throughout the program. Almost a year ago, SGV and MAP started a year-long interactive leadership program to help guide and coach high-performing young future CEOs as they navigate the challenges and opportunities that these disruptive times pose to their businesses. It all started with the vision of our MAP past president, Attorney Francis Lim, to help set the younger leaders up for success. And then Donald, Arnold, Rosanna, Kay, and I, with the support from other SGV EY partners and the Next Gen committee members, brought this vision to life through the SGV MAP Next Gen CEO Transformative Leadership Program. Thank you also to our very supportive MAP president, Gigi Motinola, who has been there since the launching of this program early this year. But why transformative leadership? Well, we live in a dynamic, turbocharged, and hyper-connected era, and constant disruption is a prevailing theme across businesses and sectors. And it's not enough for companies just to adapt. Companies need to seize the upside of disruption with speed and agility to survive and thrive. And the primary forces of disruption, such as technology, geopolitics, demographics, the environment, among others, continue to evolve at a rapid rate. And these forces not only reshape businesses, but also redefine what it means to lead people and organizations. Companies are now in need of a new breed of leaders because traditional, predictable roles and responsibilities have been overtaken by new and emerging demands amid dramatic shifts in how teams work, what customers want, and the uncertain outlook for a number of sectors or industries. And addressing major challenges, both internally and externally, is a core responsibility of leaders. Yet, the nature and sheer scale of today's challenges are different, particularly because they place unique and unfamiliar demands on traditional roles.
The Next Gen CEO Transformative Leadership Program aims to build in the next generation of leaders a transformative mindset that starts with leading with purpose and creating dynamic competitive advantage through the three transformative value drivers: humans at center, technology at speed, and innovation at scale. Our goal is to instill in them the transformation realized model, our drive to transformative change. A transformative mindset is one that inspires, informs, and convinces the organization that we are on the right path, tests assumptions and vision to adjust direction and maintain momentum, recognizes that the purpose of transformation is to become transformative, embeds cross functional, multidisciplinary, and neurodiverse perspectives, and uses agility to balance the plan with organization and operational realities. Throughout the duration of the program, we invited speakers and business leaders who helped our first batch of transformative leaders reframe their point of view, on how they can disrupt and transform their businesses to create long-term value. To make the experience holistic, each participant went through an innovation challenge where they identified a compelling business need or opportunity and brought the 4 transformative leadership topics together. They were also ably coached by our esteemed members from the MAP and SGV, an experience which was well received by both the cohort and the coaches. At this point, we would like to share with you a video that summarizes the journey our first batch of transformative leaders experience in this program.
The Management Association of the Philippines is bringing together our young business leaders, whom we fondly call as our next leaders, in a web conference that will discuss the most pressing issues and challenges faced by them and provide a forum for these young business leaders to learn from one another.
Transformative leadership using the 3 lenses of transformation realized approach: human at center, technology at speed, innovation at scale, all guided by purpose.
15 MAP NextGen members have been carefully selected to join this program to improve their leadership skills and to help them reframe the future of their companies.
On leaders is that it's fundamentally reshaping how we have to think about leading our businesses and in particular our people.
When you think of purpose, it is the thing that you do that motivates and fulfills you the most because it has the most positive impact on others.
Not only is the age that we're living through transforming what success means and how you get it and what organizations look like, but in turn is reshaping what leadership looks like.
Are you reframing the future of work, or is the future of work reframing you? So let's all be ready to reshape the future of work.
It's about connecting with people, making sure that they're okay, looking at your communities, your clients, etc., and ensuring that as we're leading with our purpose, we're taking into consideration the entire ecosystem, if you will.
You know, the right way to do it, honestly, is from the top of the organization down, the CEO down, say, right, we're going to have an end-to-end process ownership model. And that ownership is going to be designed with business outcomes in mind.
What becomes really important when you start to think about innovation is you don't need to go it alone. There are so many different models in play to start driving innovation, and you really need to start thinking through what is that broader ecosystem that you can leverage.
A lot of the things that I've learned somehow are very much attuned and aligned also to what I want and what I would like to become and to do, particularly for my organization.
This is actually a one executive course already in business school at AIM. No? So I'm really very happy, and I really appreciate the gesture and the opportunity given by SGV, EY, and MAP for us next gen CEOs.
Not all of us get these opportunities, and to get it for free, to get to listen to the best minds. I appreciate it, and I hope the next batches appreciate it as well, because it's quite an opportunity for us. So thank you for SGV, for MAP, for creating such a program for us.
malaking tulong to sa aming young leaders. And maraming salamat. Good afternoon, guys. Thank you.
As we bring this year's Transformative Leadership Program to a close, we would like to thank our participants who have passionately and wholeheartedly participated in the program and the challenge. Each NextGen CEO has sparked ideas that truly brought to life our transformative leadership model, and it was indeed a challenge for our judges to award the outstanding transformative leader today. Please join us in congratulating the members of the first batch of transformative leaders for completing the program. Mr. James Patrick Alba, Mr. Mark David Alvarez, Mr. Rico Bautista, Mr. Jeremiel Chen, Attorney Darren De Jesus, Mr. Alexander Grenz, Ms. Donna May Lina, Mr. Michael Sherwin Makatangay, Mr. Chito Maniago, Mr. Carlos Mata, Mr. Jonathan Juan Moreno, Dr. Karen Remo, Ms. Maricar Castillo Reyes, and of course, Ms. Deliza Sandolosa. Before we announce our outstanding transformative leader today, we would like to recognize the valuable contributions of our esteemed judges, Mr. Edgar Chua, Ms. Rizalina Mantaring, and Mr. Simon Paterno. Our judges have carefully deliberated on each idea and selected the outstanding transformative leader for this year.
Okay, thank you, Rosing. It is now with great honor and appreciation that we announce our 2021 the very first outstanding transformative leader in this MAP NextGen CEO Transformative Leadership Program. This NextGen leader proposed a project which aims to put a spotlight on the plight of some of our modern-day heroes, our farmers. Aligned with his personal purpose, he has initiated a project focusing on one of the most underserved sectors in our society. With all the challenges and setbacks, this sector lacks access to capacity building, financial support, partnership, and alliances. So, okay, our 2021 Outstanding Transformative Leader is awarded to Chito Maniago for his project Bayanihan, Championing Financial Inclusion for Modern-Day Hero, the Filipino Farmers. At this point, may we call on Mr. Chito Maniago to share us a few words. We have Chito on the line.
Good morning,
Congratulations,
Sir
Chito. So maybe we can hear a few words from you.
Thank you, Sir Wilson and Ma'am Rosana. I'm trying to compose myself as much as I can because I was informed about this only a few minutes ago and I'm really crying. You see, I come from a poor family in Pampanga, and this means a lot to me. Being able to undergo this training program and learning from the best, being with the best in the industry, mga idol ko po to, mga kasamahan ko, kami 15 po, I look up to them. They are really trailblazers in their own spheres of influence. So I'm very fortunate first and foremost to be in this program. Maraming salamat po. And the program is really for farmers because they are really paid very less. They earn a little and yet they work so hard. So we hope that through this this simple program, we will be able to scale up and really help them get what they deserve at the end of the day. Ma'am Rosana and Sir Wilson, please allow me first to honor first and foremost the Management Association of the Philippines, SGV Ernst & Young. Maraming salamat po. My company, GCash, and our CEO, Ms. Martha Sazon, for the mentorship and guidance always, and Mr. Winsley Bangio. I would like to thank my batchmates, kami po ang first cohort. Maraming salamat po. Ang dami kong natutunan sa kanila. And finally, of course, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat, Miss Kay, Sir Donald Lim, all the officers of the MAP. I can never thank you all enough. And our commitment, my commitment to all of you is that we will continue to do good as much as we can to impact the lives of many Filipinos in the best way possible. So maasahan niyo po na with the guidance of God, we will do everything we can really to transform not just communities but our society as a whole. So again, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Chito, and we're excited to see the outcome of your project in the next months to come. Thank you once again. Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations again, Chito. Well deserved. A few months back, we kicked off our journey with a message from our EY Global Consulting Talent Leader, Amanda Gethin from EY UK. I think it's fitting for us to also close our program with a brief but inspiring message from her to our first batch of transformative leaders. I also hope that the rest of those who are tuned in today will also be able to reflect on her words.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this closing event today. Having been with you at the start of your journey, it's great to be able to reconnect with you some kind of 10 months on. So I'd like to begin really by saying a huge congratulations to the 15 of you who are graduating. This is a really great achievement. And hopefully something that you are very, very proud of, because it is a significant milestone. However, having said that, as I am sure that you will all no doubt have come to realise, a leader's journey is never over. Whatever heights you reach, whatever leadership roles that you take on, self-reflection and self-development, they need to be a constant feature in your lives. Every day, if you like, is a new beginning on your learning journey as a leader. So I'm just going to share a couple of thoughts, which hopefully you can take with you and will be of use as you continue. I think the first thing I'd say is really try to hold on to your purpose. It will become your guiding light, and it's one which enables you to stay in the we, not the me space, and lead always with that greater good in mind, and always with courage, and always without fear. And as you do so, try and keep in mind those three value drivers that you will have had shared with you across the program: humans at centre, innovation at scale, and technology at speed. Because looking at your business, looking at how you lead that business through those three lenses will really help you to move forward in a way that ensures sustainable success for you, for your business, and also for your broader community. I think the second thing I'd say is remember that whatever business you are in, it is always all about the people. In the end, we bet on people, not on strategies, even in a world that's increasingly enabled by technology. To paraphrase Jack Welch, before you were a leader, success was all about growing yourself. Now you are a leader, success is all about growing others. And so, they say that a test of a good leader is in the amount of lives that person has touched. So both in small and everyday ways, as well as in the more significant and strategic ones, always try to strive to create a culture to give the space and ensure the psychological safety for all of your organization and all of your people to feel motivated and to feel able to bring the best of themselves to everything that they do. And then finally, I'd say that remember that as leaders, you are all about what you leave behind. You are, in effect, borrowing the future from those people who follow you. So look to inspire others to bring your vision and your strategy to life in the most purposeful way. And while you do, you will absolutely face significant obstacles. But you can be grounded in knowing that your power lies in your belief that you are enough to drive the change. So be brave, take heart, and as the poet Amanda Gorman said during the inauguration of Joe Biden, for there is always light if we are only brave enough to see it, if only we are brave enough to be it. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Wilson Tan and to Ms. Rosanna Fajardo, and congratulations to our awardee of the Innovation Challenge for the NextGen CEO Transformative Leadership Program, Mr. Chito Maniago. Congratulations to you once again. And that about concludes the morning session of the second MAP NextGen CEO event. But we would like to remind everyone to please join us again by 12:40 p.m. This is for the second half of our event today. We still have a great lineup of speakers, as we have been mentioning all morning long. This will happen during our afternoon session. So to everyone joining us here, see you all again, once again at 12:40, and please have a great lunch. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch, and thank you for joining us for the afternoon session. Now, as we prepare to power through the second half of today's event, we have a very special message from someone who knows a thing or two maybe about powering through. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause, please, to the first ever Olympic gold medalist of the Philippines, Ms. Heidelin Diaz.
I'm Heidelin Diaz, and I've been blessed by God with the strength to win the first Olympic gold medal in weightlifting for the Philippines. I believe that each of us are blessed with unique talents to glorify God and serve others. My talent just happens to be weightlifting. I'm grateful to the Management Association of the Philippines for giving me this platform to share my experience as an Olympic athlete. I hope my story serves as inspiration for you to be a good stewards of the future. I come from humble beginning. Ang tatay ko, tricycle driver, at ang nanay ko naman ay nasa bahay lamang. Ang bahay kasi namin walang tubig, and kaya at the age of 9 or 10, I would carry buckets of water for our family. And my first coach is my cousin, Catalino Diaz Jr., who introduced me to weightlifting. And I discovered that I enjoy it and had the potential to excel in it. Yung nanay ko at first, hindi siya supportive. Ang mindset kasi pag nasa probinsya, babae, nasa bahay lang. Pag may sports ka, pag mag-sports ka or mag-weightlifting ka, walang magkakagusto sa'yo. Lalakimasan mo, baka hindi ka mabuntis, at di ka tatangkad. O totoo naman na di ako tumangkad. Pero hindi yun totoo. Sa jeans lang yun. Jeans ko, malit talaga. But I persevere. Nung nakita ng nanay ko na enjoy ko yung sports, at nakita niya yung opportunity na binigay sa akin ng sports, my mom finally supported me. Sa totoo lang, nung una nag-start ako, yung motivation ko wasn't for the love of weightlifting, but for the material benefits that it provided. As an elite athlete, I would get an allowance. I also received a scholarship for high school and college. I was able to help out my family. That all changed in 2013. I was already in the Philippine Air Force when I joined the FEAS, a charismatic Catholic community where I began yung journey ko to have more a personal relationship with God. I learned how to worship God and listen to His word. 2014, nagka-injury ako. Doon ko na-realize din na, laos na ako. Wala na. Tapos na ang career. Kaming mga athlete kasi kinatatakutan namin ang injury. Physically, mentally, emotionally, nakaka-drain at hindi ka nakakapag-perform. Nandun na yung doubt. Pero pag may personal relationship ka kay God, lahat nilalapit sa'yo. Or nilalapit niya sa'yo, or nilalapid mo sa Kanya. Yung problema mo, kung ano yung dream mo, kinakausap ko si God. Sabi ko, Lord, sana bigyan mo ako ng chance. Kasi kung bibigyan mo ako ng chance na makapagbalik ulit, I will use this chance na itong talent na ito ay binigay niyo sa akin para makapag-inspire sa iba. I will use this chance para gawin ko yung best ko. Ipakita ko rin sa iyo, Lord, na mahal ko yung sports ito. Kung bibigyan mo ako ng chance, Lord, gawin kong lahat para sa sports ito. Parang breakthrough yung nangyari sa akin. Before the injury, I had a very narrow mindset approach to weightlifting. I just relied on one coach and didn't consider other perspectives. Hindi ako nag-grow as a person and as an athlete. And parang hindi personal na ako yung may gusto. Kundi sinusunod ko lang yung gusto ng coach ko. But because of my injury, natanggal yung coach ko, naging pangit yung performance ko. Then literally, I have to train myself. But God sent people to treat my injury and help me to grow as a person. After that injury, parang na-open yung mind ko sa ideas ng sports science. That there are people behind me na makakatulong sa akin para ma-achieve yung medal, yung inaasam kong gold medal. Hindi lang pala ako ito. There are people behind me. I felt that at that time, God made me realize, Heidelin, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. You need people behind you. This change in motivation really make a difference. Iba din yung naalam mong, ito yung sports na binigay sa akin ni God. Ito yung talent na binigay sa akin ni God. At iba yun. Yan kasi gusto ni coach. Yan kasi gusto ni boss. Iba yung ikaw mismo, ginagawa mo yun dahil mahal mo. Hindi dahil may nag-order sa'yo na gawin mo. With these realizations, I was determined to learn and improve to eventually win a gold medal. For Rio 2016, I had a more sports science-based approach. While training, my strength and conditioning coach ako and a chef na nagpapadala ng pagkain, pero wala sila sa Olympics. There were people who helped me, pero wala pa yung solid na Team HD na yung with chemistry that would communicate and collaborate so that I can perform well in competition. I didn't have a unified strategy and team dynamic yet. Different yung program ko, different yung program dito, different perspective, ay hindi sila nag-uusap, hindi sila nag-jive. So, my shoulder injury ako nung time na yun. Masaya na ako na makapag-perform well, makapagbuhat lang. Alam ko kasing may mananalo ako ng bronze medal. From the heartbreaking did not finish result in London 2012, I come back to win the silver medal in Rio 2016. Our team was expecting a bronze finish, and so to get something better was a thrilling bonus from God. Iba yung binigay ni God. For Tokyo 2020, my mindset was manalo ng gold. Yun talaga yun yung goal namin. And I knew that I had to level up my preparation. Of course, hindi siya madali kasi may old coaches ako. But I knew that I had to hire other coaches that share my goal to win gold. Mahirap kasi pag hindi kayo jive, iba yung goal niya, iba din yung goal ko. Kasi, eto ka, gold medalist ka, tapos yung isang coach, dito lang gusto. Parang SEA Games gold medal o bronze medal lang gusto. Hindi pwede ganun eh. Dapat same kayo. Good thing with all the team currently behind me. Alam nila kung ano yung goal ko. Kaya sila din, they grow as a person, they grow as a coach, they keep learning, they get certificates. It took time for me to find and trust my current coach. Siyempre, elite athlete ako. So even Coach Julius, who became my coach in 2018, I trusted his program only in 2019. Kailangan may result eh. It takes time for me to see na, okay, magaling kayo. Hindi ko ibibigay yung life ko or yung pangarap ko sa kanila. Good thing with them is they prove themselves. Kasi makikita mo naman yun sa performance mo. By 2018, the first Olympic qualifying ko for Tokyo 2020, Coach Julius, Coach Gam, Ma'am Jeanette, my nutritionist and Doc Karen, my sports psychologists were now in place to support me as a team. When I had some setbacks, they encouraged me and believed in me. Of course, they also advised me to make some sacrifices, like giving up everything, school and other activities for the Olympics. Mahirap. Kasi nga, my goal, I have other goals also. But what Coach Gao said that you only had the chance to compete, one chance to compete in Olympics. You just have to give up everything. By then, I fully trusted in their capabilities and judgment because of my prior experience working with them. 2019 was when we had our first simulation kung paano pagdating sa laro. Everyone had a clear roles to play. Si Ma'am Jeanette sa pagkain ko, sa recovery. Si Coach Julius sa strategy and conditioning. Si Coach Gao sa technique ko. All I had is to focus on is my life. Kasi kung kulang kami ng tao, nahihirapan kami. Simpleng bagay lang na tubig at kape at hindi makuha kagad, sayang ang oras. And sa Olympics, every second count. One mistake, 1 second of doubt, no leave. Na-realize ko kung gaano ka-importante na kumpleto yung team sa performance ko. Kung gusto kong manalo ng gold, so nung naubusan kami ng fans, talagang naglakas loob ako humingi ng tulong. By the grace of God, our team received funding and so the rest is story. My journey to win gold took me 19 years and 4 Olympics. Aside from the regular challenges of training, as mentioned, I had to contend with the lack of financial support for my team. In 2019, I had to endure getting dragged in malicious political controversy. And then COVID left me stranded in Malaysia, where my team and I had to improvise to get me ready for Tokyo 2020. Ang taas ng anxiety ko noon, kasi di namin alam kung saan kami titira, saan kami magte-training, wala kami kakilala dito sa Malaysia. May mga time din ako kay God na, bakit Lord? Nagtatanong ako sa Kanya eh. Bakit nangyari lahat ng mga challenges na ito? Sa tingin ko, ganun din tayong lahat eh. Nagtatanong tayo ng bakit. And then babalik tayo doon sa reason kung bakit nga ba tayo nandito. First, this is the sports God gave me. Ito kasi sports na mahal ko. And then, I kind of give up kasi yung team ko nga, they believe in me. Sila nandun, kaya mo yan, Hikes. Tapos ako gusto ko nang sumuko. So hindi pwedeng sumuko. Then of course, after winning the silver medal in Rio, I had my influence na sa mga bata. Lalo ngayon na pag mag-give up ako, instead na magbibigay ako ng inspirasyon sa kanila, magbibigay ako ng bad news during the pandemic. And it's not good. So sabi ko, I will use this as motivation that kung manalo ako, magbibigay ako ng inspirasyon sa mga Pilipino na not to give up kahit mahirap ang sitwasyon. Through it all, my faith in God was my anchor. The Apostle Paul said in Philippians chapter 4, verse 13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthened me. That Bible verse reminds me to base my strength not on myself but on my Savior. With assurance, I trusted that this difficult situation was part of God's plan to make me the champion He wanted me to be. Without my relationship with God, I don't think I would have made it this far. He sent the right people to help me achieve the impossible dream. Kung pera lang yung habol ko, I would have given up a long time ago. Mas madaling mag-give up. Mas may madaling way eh. Faster and less controversial ways to make money than lifting 127 kilos for the Philippine flag. With this, I invite you all to reflect on your motivation for being on your current path. Perhaps it's because of the lucrative benefits of your industry or the prestige with being a leader. Maybe it's to honor a family legacy, or you simply enjoy playing the strategic game of business. These are all valid reasons. But what if God has a higher purpose for you? What if you have the talents, strength yet to be discovered? Would you be open to finding out what that is? Wherever you are in your faith journey, it's never too late to develop a deepening relationship with God. Who knows what amazing things God will do through you if you're willing to listen. Thank you, MAP, for having me. God bless you all.
Thank you very much for that very inspiring message, Ms. Heidlin. And, speaking of powering through, it seems like it's going to be a personal goal for all of us on how we can actually power through our businesses as well. And I think this next session that we're going to be having can be one of the first steps towards going through that. So we are now moving on to our breakout sessions where we can learn from some of the industry experts on how to power through our businesses. For this part, we have 4 tracks that participants can choose from. Let us tell you more about it. For track 1, we have the good money. Here we have Numan Mustafa, RV De Vera, and Eng Teng Wong. We move on now to track 2. For track 2, this is the good enterprise. So here we will have speakers Nanette Medvedbo, Daria Tange, and Katrina Rauza joining us here as well. Thank you very much. Moving on to track 3, we have the good lifestyle. Budget Tan is here, Risa Manangkiltrillo, and Gap Legaspi as our speakers. And finally, for track 4, the good tech, we are joined by Raul Destura, Emmanuel Rubio, and Edgar Saavedra. So we have 4 breakout sessions with a 10-minute break in between, and the breakout session will have about 20 minutes of talk and then a 20-minute Q&A facilitated by a moderator right after. So to everyone, please go ahead and select your breakout rooms that you would like to join, and we will see you back here in the plenary by 4 p.m. So if you want more information on how to join a breakout session, please just watch this video.
Click the Plenary Hall tab to watch the conference. Click on a session to see more details. Click on the Breakout Session tab to watch the other tracks. Once a session is live, you will see a Join button. Click on it to watch the session. Click to see all the speakers for this conference. Just click on the tab you would want to go to. That's it, you're ready to go. Enjoy the conference.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
financial inclusion across the Southeast Asia, as millions of people would still remain largely unbanked. To our products, CoinsPH is a blockchain-based mobile application. It allows people to deposit the funds, withdraw the funds, use the money on their mobile to pay bills, buy load, buy game credits, and to do every single function that they can if they want to on the financial products. Let's discuss when you say the word fintech versus the banks. What is actually when people nowadays use the word fintech, and how is that compared to with a conventional bank? It's important to understand that Philippines, with having 7,000 islands, has more than 100 million population living in different areas in Philippines, different provinces, different towns. Not everyone, unfortunately, gets access to the bank, and banks would be concentrated mainly towards the place which would be largely populated. That is the key aspect where a fintech technology comes into place, and it solves the two important problems here. The first being the accessibility. As we know, in Philippines, around 25% people have a bank account. However, around 90% people, or even more than that, would have a phone, a Viber, a Facebook, and other social media platforms. That means people do have access to technology. Unfortunately, they do not have access to the financial technology. That is where the fintech helps. Fintech allows people to get access to the financial products without being required to go to the bank and cross that bridge. The next, let's talk about availability. As we discussed, the banks usually are open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and in most of the cases are Monday to Saturday. In some cases, they might also open beyond Sunday. However, this accessibility sometimes limits people who might be working during their hours or who might be living in place that the bank hours are very limited. That's where the fintech technology comes into play. Fintech allows anyone with a mobile phone and an internet connection to have the same functions as a bank would do, and they could actually get access to pretty much all the products that they could get from the bank, and that with all comfort of their home. Secondly, the fintechs are open 24/7. That means you can get any financial product and the access 24/7. Last but not the least, and this is the most important part of the journey, that fintech and the conventional banks actually have a collaborative work here. It's important to understand that a country's financial strength always depends on its banking network. And what fintech does, it actually increases the accessibility of those products to everyone in the country. It's important to understand that we should not think of fintech and the banks to be against each other, but they actually have a strong collaboration with each other. It allows a lot of people who can get access to a lot of products. Let's discuss about financial inclusion in Philippines. What is financial inclusion? Whenever we hear about people saying financial inclusion, what does that actually mean? Financial inclusion, and this is the definition coming from the Central Bank of Philippines, is that it's a state in which everyone has equal and affordable access to financial products, such as banking, saving, sending, and receiving payments. That is the vision of the governor of Central Bank. They want to make sure that there is a state of time in Philippines where everyone has access to equal and affordable. It's important to make sure it's equal and affordable access to financial products. How does CoinsPH help in achieving that vision of the central bank? As I said before, around 28% of all Filipinos has access to the bank account. However, this shows that around 51.2 million Filipino adults remain unbanked. In the Philippines, more people have access to phones and banks versus the people who have access to the bank accounts. 52% of adult population has access to a smartphone, which means they actually can download apps and use them. As of 2021, this year, we are proud to say that we have over 16 million registered users. That is 16% of the country. We enable our users to access financial services anywhere and anytime, 24/7. And as long as they have a strong internet connection or a computer, they can use our product. One of the important part that people think about and talk about is that if there are so many fintech applications, are there some regulations or regulatory requirements that the funds of the customers are protected? And not only that, is there a way that the bad players are being filtered? And I would say, yes, that's the way. Because as far as fintech in Philippines is concerned, they have to follow the regulations provided by the two key important regulators. The first being the Banco Central ng Filipinas, which is the Central Bank of Philippines, and the second one being the Anti-Money Laundering Council, AMLC Philippines. For Coins PH, we are registered with both of these regulators. We provide them all the reports that they request from time to time, and we follow the rules and regulations and requirements that are given to us by both of these organizations. There is a smooth communication between Coins PH and the central bank and the AMLC. That allows the central bank to be to have a much better comfort that the funds of the people are secured, and the system and the security put in place will make sure that there will be a seamless transactions. Now let's talk about the future of money. It is important to be aware, what does the money mean in future? There was a time when we were doing barter trade, and sooner we had the currencies being printed. The next step was when we had the credit cards, the debit cards. And then finally, we are talking now about the future of money. The entire monetary transaction is now in the mobile phone. There are two important terms for us to understand. EMI, which is electronic money issuer, versus VASP, which is virtual assets service provider. EMI is a license issued by the central bank to any of the EMI players in the country. They are licensed to issue electronic money, which are actually backed 1:1 by law in the bank account. Versus VASP, which is virtual asset service provider, is also another license issued by the central bank to those companies who would like to operate under the virtual assets, or quite commonly known as cryptocurrency form. Let's discuss some of the key players in the industry. In Philippines, the virtual currency at the moment is supported by three key players. That's GCash, PayMaya, and Coins PH. While as the virtual assets are supported by two key players, Coins.ph and PDAX. What is virtual asset? That is going to be a very important question that people would think and ask each other. What is it that people say is virtual asset, or quite commonly known as cryptocurrencies? The reason why I'm saying virtual asset is because that's the term that we are using given to us by the central bank. Virtual asset is a new form of digital assets that are used cryptographically to secure transaction on the blockchain. Again, we heard a new word called blockchain, and let's go deep to understand what is blockchain. Before we understand blockchain, we need to think about a simple term called ledger. And we all know what ledgers are. Ledger is a place where we record the movement of money, the debits, the credits, the ins and the outs. That's exactly what ledger means. Now, let's take a look at two environments. The first environment being a centralized ledger. What is a centralized ledger? A centralized ledger is, for example, a bank where there is a central institution who is responsible to record all ins and outs of the transactions of all the customers. Whenever you go to the bank to deposit the money, the bank would record that as a deposit in your account. When you would go to the bank to withdraw the money, they would record that as a withdrawal of the account. When you would transfer funds from your account to your friend's account, the bank is the one who maintains the records that it will be debiting one's account and crediting the other person's account. In this scenario, you actually trust that single entity to keep your records of your transactions safe. Of course, to do that, the bank would charge a fees. Now, the question comes, is it possible to have an environment where one does not have to rely on a single source of entity in between, but they actually start the trust factor among each other? And that environment is called the decentralized ledger. What's a decentralized ledger? In the decentralized ledger basically does is that every single person in that environment is responsible to record transactions. Every time money is entered, every time money leaves, every time money is transferred, every single ledger in that node is being updated all the time. What that does actually is that it allows people to have a transparent transaction record. Secondly, if one person tries to change a record, it will not impact the blockchain transactions because that person has to change every single record. Each computer on the network is responsible for recording all transactions. In this scenario, you don't rely on a single source, but you actually rely on a network of trust with multiple entities to keep your transactions safe. What is blockchain now? So blockchain is an environment, a shared environment, where everyone trusts and everyone agrees on a form of a shared ledger. Let's talk about Bitcoin. That's a very common topic that people typically ask, what is Bitcoin? The Bitcoin is the first use case of a blockchain technology. It's the oldest cryptocurrency and it's the largest by market capitalization of $1.2 trillion. What's the benefit of being a part of a cryptocurrency market? Why would Bitcoin be different from any other financial transactions that we do today? First of all, let's talk about the scarcity. There is only 21 million Bitcoin that could be mined. Today, there are 18.8 million Bitcoins already mined. This means that Bitcoin is deflationary. The value of Bitcoin is going to be supportive of that. It will always go up because it is limited in supply. Unlike fiat currency, Bitcoin cannot be printed. Beyond 21 million Bitcoins, we cannot print any other Bitcoin. Second, let's talk about the feature of speed. When you send money by a telegraphic transfer or through a remittance agent, it typically takes 3 to 5 business days to arrive from one part of the world to the other. However, on an average, a Bitcoin takes 10 minutes for a Bitcoin transaction to be traveling from one part of the world to the other. Last but not the least, the cost effectiveness. Generally speaking, we've heard that it costs between 5 to 9% of the transaction cost to send money using a remittance agent. However, the average cost of Bitcoin transaction is between $3 to $4 to send across the globe. Lastly, I would like to discuss the role of the NextGen CEO. The NextGen CEO, who is the NextGen CEO? They basically come with 3 core responsibilities, 3 core features. The first one, that they should be innovatively profitable. Everyone asks, why is it important for a CEO and an organization to think about having a culture of innovation? Why is it important that the profit is being driven through innovation? The reasons why it's actually important is because innovation matters. It increases employee retention. When employees find that the work is now being done automatically and there are better tools to do the job, it increases their motivation and increases their retention. Secondly, it improves your existing line of products. Simple example would be looking at the smartphones and the electric cars. In that industry, there is constant innovation, and because of that, you see always that the existing products improve. Thirdly, it improves the operational management. It allows the management to look into the fact that the scope of the work is going to be innovative. And last but not the least, a very important factor, it keeps the company in the game. We have all seen historically that there are companies who did not keep up with the innovation, and unfortunately, they had to go back. But those companies who are constantly innovating their products and services are still in the game. Let's talk about social responsibility. Why is it important that a CEO should be an agent for being a corporate social responsible? The first one, they take responsibility to challenge the status quo. It is important for a CEO to have an approach that they will be responsible to change and challenge the way we do things today. That allows innovation, and that also allows the new talent to be proud of. Secondly, they keenly understand the connection between the company's brand, core capabilities, and social mission. For Coins, wherever we launch a new product, a new feature, it's always important for us to keep in mind, will a product or a feature increase the financial inclusion? And furthermore, it will also improve financial empowerment. And last but not the least, that they empower employees and business partners to amplify their company's social impact. They will make sure that the responsibility of being socially responsible is not only dependent on them, but it's being disintegrated to the employees and their business partners. That has a bigger social impact. Last but not the least, let's discuss about what does it mean that the next-gen CEO should be environmentally respectful. Why environment matters? And one of the important factors that it matters is because when you work in a work environment, it's important that the focus of CEO should always be to listen to the employees and to increase the employees' engagement. It is a proven fact that the way the companies will make profit tomorrow is if the focus will be on the employee engagement. If the engagement of the employee increases, their motivation increases. When the motivation increases, their productivity increases. That impacts a better customer services. That impacts the fact that customers will have a longer life cycle on your product. And finally, it will impact on your better balance sheet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Numan, for that very insightful and wonderful presentation. It's such a crash course for us.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Yes.
Karen. It was a great opportunity to be a part of this audience.
Great, great. So we will now proceed with the Q&A. So let me start with my few questions. Well, congratulations on the 16 million users in the Philippines. That's such a fantastic job. What was the number last year?
Last year, the number that we were prevailing was around 10 million customers. And yeah, this is the reason why we saw a good increase in the number of customers was mainly contributed due to pandemic. We have seen the vision of central bank that they would like to push and promote that the Philippine financial ecosystem moves towards a cashless environment. As we now see that due to pandemic, we want to go from a touchless to a touchless technology, from a cash economy. And this was one of the reasons that we constantly promoted the fact that why it is a benefit to be a part of coins.ph as an e-wallet service provider. You can open up an e-wallet account by the comfort of your home. You can do a selfie and you can upload your IDs to be verified.
Surely. What kind of growth are you looking at then? So because of the pandemic, it jumped from 10 to 16. So you got a 60% increase. But going forward, what kind of growth are you looking at year in year?
For us, the growth actually now focuses not only on financial inclusion. We have existing players in the market, such as PayMaya and GCash, and they have done a fantastic job of increasing the education level of all the Filipinos, most of the Filipinos, and they are already choosing which wallet that they want to be a part of. Coins.ph vision now is going to be not only to focus on financial inclusion, but also to increase the financial empowerment. It's important to say that the life of the people should be changing. And for us, it's about improving the existing life of the people.
Do you have any numbers that you're targeting?
I would say that as far as the numbers are concerned, I think sky is the limit, if that makes sense. But for us, it's about the fact that more and more people should be a part of the fintech technology.
Okay, I mean, having said that, we're encouraging a lot of people to be part of this industry now, not only as users, but also players, because competition definitely addresses the needs of consumers. Now, 7 out of 10, according to your presentation in the Philippines, are unbanked. Okay, so having said that, you are definitely serving the underserved or unserved market. So you're taking away, or the fintech industry is still taking away market share from the banks and legacy financial institutions. So are you seeing like currently, like, 3%, 30% are banked? Do you think it's going to get lower because they will now go to fintech service providers?
I don't think so, and this is a very key important part to understand, that fintech and the conventional banks actually have a very strong collaboration. It is in the rules of the central bank that for us as an e-wallet service provider, we have to have a close connection with the bank to keep all of our reserve funds. So in my opinion, what's going to happen in future, that more and more specialized products will be stayed with the banks, but at least allowing the access to those who cannot reach to the bank physically, or they might not be able to meet the requirements such as minimum account balance. Those who definitely cannot have a bank account today, they can at least experience how is it to be a part of a financial environment.
Okay, right. I mean, definitely, I mean, in many countries like India, for example, they have a very powerful ecosystem, UPI. In the Philippines, one of the sources of growth is the underbanked or unserved market, as you mentioned. But how is our digital infrastructure in the Philippines?
To me, I would say that I'm very proud to say that Philippines central bank is innovatively the most innovative central bank in Southeast Asia. By Coins PH being the first company to be issued both licenses for virtual assets as well as electronic money issuer, it means that the central bank is inviting more and more technology to be a part of Philippines so that more and more people can be unbanked. As far as infrastructure is concerned, you have already seen the rollout of the Philippine QR-based system. If you go today to any shops, and even I've seen in some of the jeepneys where they have a QR-based system. So you don't actually receive physical cash, you use your phone to make the payment. This is only possible by the support of the central bank. As far as infrastructure is concerned, one thing that I must say proudly, that Philippines is at the right time, at the right place, doing the right job.
Okay, kudos to the central bank. So, Numan, a question from the audience here. In the Philippines, what is the popular digital asset used?
I can easily say that it has to be probably Bitcoin, assuming because it is one of the most highest priced coin. At the moment, it is, I believe, priced at $67,000. And the next in line will probably be Ethereum, and then there will be others to follow.
Oh, I mean, great. Speaking of Bitcoin, I remember the days when Bitcoin is an obsession of the anarchists. And now it is actually a 1 trillion asset class that a lot of fund managers insist they belong in a balanced portfolio. How is the acceptance of virtual currencies or VCs or Bitcoin specifically by fund managers in the country?
I would say that the acceptability and the fact that people have started looking at as one of a very strong asset class has gone up. As far as fund managers internationally is concerned, we have already seen that most of the big top 500 S&P companies have started accepting Bitcoins as a part of their balance sheet. And even the even the SEC in US have now promoted that it's okay to have companies in US have cryptocurrency as a part of their balance sheet. I think it will take a little bit time, but I believe that at some point of time, maybe in Philippines, the corporations and fund managers will get more comfort around this. The important
When do you
part
think
is,
with that?
sorry, I must complete one thing. The most important part is that when people do deal with cryptocurrency, they have to make sure that they study the factors. They don't jump onto it just by hearing what their friends has to say. They should study and they should ask questions about it. And more importantly, they deal with a regulated organization. When do I think that's going to happen? That you asked, Dr. Karen. I think the speed in which the Philippines innovation in the financial sector is happening, I feel maybe in the next 10 years, we will find some interesting blockchain-based culture coming in Philippines.
Okay, it's lots of opportunities over that 1 decade period then. Yes. So Numan, another question from the audience. Do you see Filipinos use digital assets in retail in the next 3 years?
I actually see that today. I don't want to wait for next 3 years to happen. We have customers who, as the freelance workers, who overseas Filipino workers in West, who are people who receive their payroll. Most of these people on our ecosystem, on CoinSpeech ecosystem, actually receive their money using cryptocurrencies. And the reason is very simple. You do the job, you get the money in 10 minutes. It's whatever time of the day. If you want to receive money to your family, you can send money in 10 minutes. This is the power of the blockchain technology.
Great, great. One of the many revolutions that kind of less talked about compared to Bitcoin is the creation of government digital currencies, which will allow people to deposit funds directly with the central bank, bypassing conventional lenders. I know it's a long shot. What's your take on this?
Okay. So what you're referring to is called CBDCs, like central bank-backed digital currencies. And there is already a work happening in some of our neighbors, actually. It's important to understand that CBDCs are not different than actual fiat currencies. It is still the same as fiat currencies. And there is still a lot of work to be done around it. We have to understand how will it actually benefit. It will benefit in the case where you have to reach out to more and more people. Again, it's about increasing the financial inclusion. And what it does is that it actually opens up the ecosystem of the digital technology as far as Philippines pesos is concerned. What happens today is that there are, let's say, 2 electronic money issuer, and they both issue their own EMIs. At the moment, you cannot transfer your EMI from one wallet provider to the other. You actually have to withdraw the funds in pesos and have to deposit to their account. But I believe when CBDCs comes into play, it might have a common point of view that you can easily send money from one wallet to the other. But it's too early to say that.
But it has a potential to actually becoming a reality.
I think we should wait for some governments to do that and see how the impact happens. I would be a little bit skeptical to see what's the actual impact of it.
What do you want to achieve in the next 5 years?
Okay. As far as the next 5 years for CoinSpeech is concerned, as I said to you, that our vision is now moving beyond financial inclusion. The fact that now millions and millions of Filipinos are a part of some wallet system, whether it's going to be PayMaya, Gcash, CoinSpeech, and there are so many other wallet service providers out there, which means that inclusion is something that's already out there. People understand, and more people are trying to be part of it because they realize the benefit of it. As we focus on financial empowerment, for us, it's about opening up gateways for Filipinos to have different opportunities to earn money from. We are looking into the areas of NFT ecosystem, non-fungible tokens. And that would be probably one of the space to look at. There would be places where we could bring out maybe like learn to earn, where you would actually go on the module, learn, and you might earn from it. So there are many. It's like a metaverse. It is a never-ending world actually for us.
Okay, so what do you mean by financial inclusion in this case? So currently I have 16 million users. So are you trying to like cross-sell to them, to these existing users, a bigger or a wider range of products?
For us, it is not about cross-selling. It's about the fact that if they need the product, that product is a part of coins.ph at the moment. As more and more options and products are offered, whether it's going beyond the existing deposits, withdrawals, load, and payment bills. Now we want to open up door towards insurance products. We want to open up door towards credit products. We want to open up door towards transportation product. So that is going to be the cross-selling part of it.
Okay, so deepening the breadth of the offerings to the current users. Question from the audience: what is your advice for Filipinos on how to protect themselves if they want to invest in virtual assets?
I would always say one thing about being a part of virtual assets. All right, it looks very lucrative, obviously, because we all see the prices of it. We hear a lot about it from our friends and family. But it's important that we actually learn about it. We actually are educated about it. We know the risks of volatility. We know how the actual basic blockchain environment works. And once we are comfortable to do that, that's the only time we should be experiencing it.
Where can we get this information from? Where do, I mean, for the common users, where do they get the learning or education from?
So I would say that today education is free for everyone. Everyone has a phone and internet, and they can actually go and Google. But if you would like to study specifically around blockchain, the risk, the responsibilities, how it works, you can easily come on coins.ph, just go, sign up, and go on the blog and read all the understanding of 101 of cryptocurrencies and how advanced cryptocurrencies work.
Okay, we'll do that. So everyone, let's start to learn more about this. Another question: do you think banks will take virtual assets as collateral, like traditional banks use land or other real properties as collateral?
I think that it might be possible. Again, I'm not here to judge how it would happen, because it depends on the risk realization of the banks, if they are actually comfortable with cryptocurrencies due to volatility. However, it's possible that they might be okay with stable coins. And stable coins are cryptocurrencies that are not volatile. They are backed by actual dollars. So $1 is backed with it. So that is possible that they might be okay with a stable coin. But as far as virtual currencies are concerned, I think it will take a little bit time.
Okay. Now, Numan, you mentioned that the Central Bank of the Philippines is the best in the region. Having said that, are there any improvements in the infrastructure that we can still lobby or can think of to ensure that the growth continues to grow as we would like it to be?
I believe there's already a lot of work being happening around that part. Like quite recently, I was speaking at the Singapore FinTech Festival, and I can see that there's already folks who are working on the blueprint for the next generation for Philippine technology to work on too. Besides that, there's all work happening in the legal and tech world. Also, that they are helping draft new rules and regulation and helping regulators from aspects, not only from central bank aspect, but from other aspects such as National Privacy Commission, SECs, BIR. All of those are being taken together to actually create a more strong fintech environment.
Could you share some of those blueprints that you've heard in Singapore?
I'm not in privy to do that, but I'm sure that those who are will be coming out with those as soon as possible.
Okay. Numan, what are the realistic uses of cryptocurrency or virtual currency as far as business owners or CEOs of different organizations are concerned? I mean, so currently, especially if you're a B2B, I mean, how do we make use of the knowledge of cryptocurrency right now?
I think it's important, Dr. Karen, that what we are talking about is just the tip of the iceberg. Cryptocurrencies are just the tip of the iceberg. We should think about the actual blockchain technology, which I keep on saying to a lot of people that blockchain is not a company, blockchain is a technology actually. So it is important to understand how is blockchain technology being implemented today. And what blockchain technology does is that with all the features I've said before, as far as scalability is concerned, as far as security of funds are concerned, security of transactions and records are concerned, and the fact that it is transparent, it's very difficult to get hacked actually. Using that understanding, there's already industries around the world who have implemented blockchain technology in industries such as insurance claim providers, as far as healthcare claim providers. They have implemented blockchain technology for shipping and transportation. They have implemented blockchain technology in stock exchange. They have implemented blockchain technology as much as possible in a lot of the facets where they find that it's difficult to hack those transactions and how that could be implemented.
That's very interesting because in theory, definitely it is amazing. It's decentralized, it's very safe, it's very fast. I'm coming from Dubai, where whenever we remit money, from here, so you work with 3 banks, and then the correspondent part, they also work with 3 banks. It's like, that's 6 in between parties just to get my 10 peso, like 100 peso over to the Philippines. However, having said that, currently we are still using traditional remittance methods. In terms of the blockchain technology and cross-border payments, don't you think it's like, the realities is not catching up with what we're talking in theories?
I do agree with you, Dr. Karen. And again, it is important to know that imagine the time when the gold coins got replaced by the actual physical currency. They had the same problem. The acceptability, the fact that it was available to all, everyone starts using it, it took some time. And what actually happened is that the trust of the people started moving out of gold, and they started trusting the physical currency being issued by the central bank. And the central bank would actually back that currency with actual assets or gold or whatever that is. Blockchain is very new, and it's only been there for maybe 2 decades. And it's only recently that we all are hearing about it. Did you remember the time when you started using email and internet? And at that time, for the first time, you heard about something called Skype. And you were surprised that I can actually make an audio and video call to the other part of the world. Is that safe? Is that not happening? Now tell me, today during pandemic, can we actually live without having features such as Skype, Zoom, and Google Meet? It's not possible because we start trusting those technologies. The trust of technologies will come through. Don't worry about that. It's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of Skype, like in a matter of like 2 months after the pandemic, Zoom became like, the ultimate Skype. The accessibility is a very important point. You mentioned, from trade, from barter to cards, and now to a new technology. Who are the most accepting generation or demographic profile of this new technology, especially digital assets?
It is, okay, so I would say that anything new is always easy to be recognized and tested by the younger population. That goes without saying. So we all know that if it's a new fashion, the newer population will actually be the first one to adapt, test it, check it. When Uber came, it was a new technology who was testing it. Now, like the ride-hailing technology has also evolved over time, where the technology has gone beyond just transportation. It's on delivery, it's on food services. It's like gone to a different level now. So for a fintech technology, I'm surprised that not only the Filipino millennials and zillennials are using it, but I actually start seeing that there are some there are some folks who, I would say the Generation X actually, who have started experiencing this, and they've actually seen the benefit of doing it. So yeah.
Great. Last words, Numan, to our young gen, or new generation CEOs in the panel right now. What are your advice for those who really want, or at least having an idea or wanting to go into the fintech industry? What would be your advice to them?
I would advise them that it is free to enter fintech technology. You should do your own study. You should understand that, and there are ways to actually find safer players in the industry to be a part of. And one of the way I mentioned before is to be dealing with regulated companies. As central bank issues licenses, you want to make sure that only those companies are the ones that you want to deal with. That allows a lot of comfort that your funds are safe and the fact that the company will constantly evolve on the technology and security.
Well, that is very timely, especially with all the hype. We have to be grounded, and that's a very good advice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, well, thank you so much, Numan. Three things really, really helping out. The fintech is helping the industry, the economy, and the society by giving access to those who are underserved, by being available. It's like, never imagine in your life that everything will be available 24/7, 365, and that there will be a collaboration while also competing. It's like this is a fantastic era where everybody can be competitions and also collaborators at the same time. Thank you very much again, Numan, for those insightful words. And I encourage everybody to stay in tune because we have 2 more sessions in this track. At the same time, there are also tracks that you can also choose from. Thank you so much again, Numan. And this session is now adjourned. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to the breakout section of the second MAP NextGen CEO Web Conference 2021. I am Dr. Karen Remo, the CEO and co-founder of New Perspective Media Group, and your moderator for this second session of track number 1, The Good Money. Please settle down comfortably because we will now begin our program. Some reminders before we proceed. As participants of this breakout, you are automatically muted and your camera and video will be switched off automatically. Audience in the Echo Hub platform will remain muted. However, you are encouraged to submit your questions through the chat box. Due to time limitations, you may not be able to have all your questions answered live. And lastly, for our audience, you will only be able to see the speaker and moderator and will not be able to view other participants. In line with the MAP policy, we will dispense the lengthy introduction of our speaker. Our speaker for the session will share his views on how the next-gen CEOs will be able to lead their businesses, to be able to be innovatively profitable, socially responsible, and environmentally respectful. I would like to remind our speaker that you are given 20 minutes for your presentation. May I now call on our speaker for this breakout session on the good money. Let us all welcome, my pleasure to introduce the co-founder and CEO of Union Digital Bank, Mr. R.V. De Vera.
Thank you to the Management Association of the Philippines for inviting me here to speak at this event. I am R.V. De Vera, a proud union banker for 10 years and now co-founder and CEO of Union Digital, the digital bank of Union Bank of the Philippines. As some of you may know, Union Bank has been at the forefront of innovation in financial services. This was a result of the transformation journey of the bank, which we began in 2014. I was part of this transformation and at the same time a product of it. I'm here today to share what I have learned about the key traits in becoming a next-gen CEO. Many of these I have picked up from my mentors shown on this slide. Tito Ortiz, former chairman and CEO of Union Bank, current President and CEO Edwin Bautista, both of whom were the visionaries who led Union Bank's transformation, of which I was happy to be an integral part of. These are the 6 key traits for the next-gen CEO. First, anchoring on a higher purpose. Second, having a vision you are steering the ship towards. Third, pursuing a collaborative approach. Fourth, being open. Fifth, embracing disruption. And finally, sixth, upholding good governance. First is anchoring or rallying behind a higher purpose. For us, this is Tech Up Pilipinas. Our purpose is to enable corporates, institutions, SMEs, communities, and individuals, whether through blockchain technology, such as our rural bank network, I2I, open APIs, or other means that engage connectivity. We want to digitize and tech up these customers and partners within the ecosystems we serve so that we can have a more financially inclusive Philippines. We live and breathe tech up. In fact, at the 2018 Singapore FinTech Festival, we decided to organize our participation under Tech Up Pilipinas, powered by Union Bank. In 2019, we took this further and brought leading fintechs to the global stage at the Singapore FinTech Festival, as we wanted to showcase what we could do as a country, not just Union Bank alone. Second, it takes a visionary to navigate a ship. One quote that always comes to mind is that of Tito Ortiz. The future does not come from the present. Rather, the present comes from the future. As a guide, you need to have a map of where you are going, what the future will be, and work backwards to determine what to do now in order to get there. Your map may not be completely 100% accurate, but it somehow gives you the vicinity and guidance to navigate. For Union Bank, we knew that blockchain technology would be a game changer. So we started to reimagine the future in the context of decentralized apps and platforms. We also knew our role would be as the trusted curator of our customers' money and our customers' identity. That central governance and trust, the duty of a bank. So we started mapping out what we need and building the key future infrastructure for that. We launched our own stablecoin PHX, which is used in our blockchain-based rural bank network I2I. We created platforms for our retail and corporate customers to interface with us. We invested in digital asset exchanges and built self-sovereign ID platforms, among other things. Having a vision for the future also requires the CEO to recognize that the future is a moving target. As JP Morgan said, go as far as you can see, and then when you get there, you'll be able to see farther. Third trait is pursuing collaboration. When we embarked on our transformation journey, we knew that we could not do it alone. At that time, the conversation then was pitting banks against fintechs, fintechs against banks. And collaboration between the two was uncommon as banks were fearful of losing market share to fintechs. At Union Bank, we took a different approach. We openly collaborated with fintechs, enabled them, co-created with them. To do this, we took an open API approach and exposed our banking APIs on a Union Bank marketplace called the Developer Portal. To collaborate with fintechs regionally, we joined the API Exchange, or APIX, a platform backed by the World Bank and Monetary Authority of Singapore, ASEAN Financial Innovation Network, or AFIN. This was launched as a pilot open cross-border API at the Singapore FinTech Festival in 2019 by India's Prime Minister Modi. Fourth, a next-gen CEO must be open. An openness to learning new things, and learning anew is key in today's world. After 2 weeks, we only retain 10% of what we read compared to 90% retention of what we say and do. This openness to learning starts at the very top. On this slide, you see Tito Ortiz learning how to program a robot. We all worked at this hard all day, but he, probably the hardest, he set the example that we must all constantly learn if we are to lead the way into the future and not just rest on our laurels. You see also the photos of our own institutes for blockchain and data science, which upskills talent through practical modules. This is also why Union Bank is willing to carry out experiments and proof of concepts in blockchain and other emerging technologies. This is so that we are able to learn more as we want to do more. The fifth trait is to be disruptive. Leaders must be disruptors, even in our own organization when needed. This was clear to us when we were told by one of the top global consulting firms we had hired that we needed to digitize or die. We also knew that blockchain was gaining traction and that it would be a disruptive technology for financial services. Lest we be left behind, we decided to experiment, roll up our sleeves, and build on top of the technology ourselves. We were able to be relevant, to compete and succeed because we disrupted our own industry and our own internal processes and ultimately ourselves. This led to many industry firsts you see on the screen, such as the Bitcoin ATM, a rural bank network on blockchain called I2I, a stablecoin, commercial bank-backed digital currency approved by the central bank called PHX, a blockchain identity management platform called Akin, blockchain record keeping for bonds, and the first successful bank to ever pilot cross-border remittances via commercial bank-backed digital currency or CBDC from Singapore to a rural bank in the Philippines using blockchain. Last but certainly not the least is upholding good governance. We've always believed that we have been able to push the bounds of innovation precisely because of good governance, not in spite of it. Being a bank, we are a highly regulated institution and need to ensure the appropriate governance and risk measures are in place. This means that our governance, risk, and compliance teams also had to learn to appropriately deal with cryptocurrency, blockchain, and new ways of eKYC and open finance. Some of these even turning out to be more secure, traceable, and reliable than existing technologies or processes. As such, all our innovations, experimentation, and launches, blockchain, fintech, open finance, and more are done with close collaboration, supervision, and final approval of our regulators, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. The trust is established through the collaboration, and because we take governance seriously, we always discuss and work with the regulators, aligned with their digital transformation objectives and roadmap. Governance and RegTech are actually enablers in our innovations, and they will continue to be key for Union Digital and Union Bank as we take transformation to an exponential level. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Arvi, for that very insightful presentation. And thank you for joining us today.
Hi, Dr. Karen. Thank you. Happy
Hello,
to be
hello.
here.
Great. Arvi, congratulations for being one of the few pioneers, because it's a very, very nascent industry. So you've been one of the pioneers, not only in the Philippines, but also in the region, as far as fintech is concerned. I also very much like the quote that was from your mentors, which is like, the present, the future does not come from the present, but the present actually comes from the future. Tell us a little bit about your present first. Are you a fully owned subsidiary now? Do you have your own P&L? How does it work between Union Digital Bank and Union Bank?
Okay, Karen, thanks for that. So to clarify, the central bank issued 6 digital bank licenses. So the digital bank license is a separate classification and license for banking. Union Bank is a universal bank, and that is a universal banking license. So this will be a separate entity with a separate license. And the digital banks are required to have only one head office as a branch and no other branches. So it's really about creating a more digital end-to-end process and experience compared to the universal banks, which have branches and therefore are required to manage the paper and all the branch requirements there. So it's a totally different license, and with it comes well, a very exciting future.
Okay. So when did you get the license?
We got awarded the license in July.
This year?
Yes. And so we will be open the target is to open in July, same time next year.
Okay, July 2021. And by open, you mean like a brick and mortar physical branch?
It's a digital bank, so it's digitally open. Yes.
Okay, so there will be no representation of an actual bank.
There's only one branch allowed in the regulation, which is the head office. And then the rest of the execution is purely digital.
Okay, got it. So in terms of the business, could you tell us like how big the business is now, the portfolio that you have? And in terms of the revenue streams, how does it work?
Well, the bank's not open yet. So the digital bank is yet to open. So we're just setting up the bank at the moment, Dr. Karen.
Okay. All right. So can you walk us through about the process of opening this? There's only 6 of you. When was the idea conceptualized? And take us through the process till it became reality.
Sure. The process is actually embedded in the entire transformation journey of Union Bank. We started this transformation journey about 10 years ago. We were always the most, I guess, digitally acute bank when we were working with customers. And as we got more and more digitally transformed, we realized that no matter how great you transform, your cost to income ratio as a bank
will really be at best around 20 to 40%, because you really have to carry the cost of the branches, the cost of cash, the cost of paper, and that really weighs a lot. So in our future, we thought, okay, we have to digitize as much as we can. And so once you've digitized as much as you can, what are the portions you cannot digitize? Which are the branches, the physical paper, and all that? No? And so that led us to realize that, okay, we need to transform as developed as we can. But now that the digital bank license was issued, this also gives us an opportunity to reimagine from scratch what we could do with banking. So it's a totally separate license, totally clean slate, totally new technology, first principles design. What are the things you can do with this? We're not saddled by the legacy branch processes, legacy branch systems. So the thinking there is we get to restart or start anew with the digital bank, taking from all the learnings we've had and really leveraging that. So that's the thinking of why we're doing this, and at the same time it aligns really perfectly with our purpose of teching up the Philippines. We see the digital bank platform as a way to really help the unbanked and the underbanked to reach more people digitally. Sometimes they think that means that if you go to the unbanked or underbanked, you're going to be less quality. That's not true. In fact, the challenges are hurdled by digital. It allows you to democratize very good technology, cheaper, more accessible for more people. And that's really going to be a platform that will help more Filipinos get banked or get services that are banking in nature, which is what we really need. I mean, when we have 70% of the country still not formally banked or underbanked, then there's so much opportunity there that's lacking. Majority can't even borrow money. At the end of the day, it's about accessing credit, right? These people need to borrow money for their small business, for their housing loan, for their motorcycle loan. Credit really needs to drive economic development, right? And one of the things we've learned in Union Bank, for example, was if you have platforms that enable payments, interactions, we have a loans engine platform, we have a loans marketplace, we have a rural bank platform, a marketplace platform. All these platforms we've created in Union Bank that allow, SMEs to interact with sellers, to interact with suppliers and make payments. All of these, when it happens in a digital platform, really gives the opportunity now for the customer to say, hey, look, here's my digital information. Can I borrow against this? Since you know who I'm paying, how much I'm paying, who my suppliers are, can I now use this as a way of accessing credit? Can you give me supplier financing? And since that information is digital, you're able to service this customer at a more cost-effective manner. So these are the
Definitely, yeah.
that went through our mind, and a lot of it you'll see in Union Bank, but we carry on as well. But yeah, this is the thinking we have about connecting people through platforms.
Okay, yeah, definitely the heart of fintech is to serve the underserved or the unbanked, for that matter. As definitely you know this, that Google will now allow its users to book fixed deposits at any bank without having any bank account or savings account. Facebook is also launching SME loans through partnerships. Definitely going directly to the underserved market. But to understand how Union Digital Bank works, what's the business model? I mean, I know that you'll be starting in July 2022, but what's the business model and how would you get the revenue from this?
I can't tell you that now, Karen. That's
okay.
putting that together, so I can't tell you that now. But let me tell you this. I think you'll see it in Union Bank. We've always thought about the customers we serve, right? And the ecosystems we're in and the platforms we've been operating. And it's all about enabling these payments. It's all about processing these payments and then lending to these payments and these communities. So a lot of what we will do in Union Digital is really leveraging on the learnings and the technology advances we've had in Union Bank. The fintechs have been fantastic partners. They will continue to be fantastic partners. I think more than just serving the unbanked or underbanked, the fintechs have really served an unmet need whether it be for the underserved or the other markets. No, there's a spot that the fintechs have helped us in the Philippines grow. I mean, the adoption, the digitalization we're enjoying now is because we've had fintechs here for the past 5 or 6 years. When we first started working with fintechs in Union Bank, I was heading the fintech business group. In 2017, we set that up to welcome fintechs into the Philippines, into Union Bank, because we wanted to work with them. And our openness, we bridged that gap through open APIs. We collaborated a lot with the fintechs. A lot of the fintechs really helped us, our customers, and we in turn helped them drive a lot of our digital transformation and our digital transactions as well here. So it's that openness to fintechs that was really a huge catalyst that allows these fintechs to really operate now. And then that's good for the consumer. I think the customer eventually wins when there's more choice.
Okay. Questions from the audience. Is Union Digital PDIC insured like a commercial or universal bank?
Yes, ma'am. Will be all.
Okay. Next question. Will Union Digital hold digital assets like Bitcoin or Ethereum as deposits?
There's no regulation on that yet, so I can't speak about that. But we are, Union Bank has always been at the forefront of blockchain. So these are things that we're definitely looking at as well, especially for the digital bank. But as a whole, the group has been very open towards blockchain. We did the first cryptocurrency ATM in the Philippines. We did the first blockchain platform. We have our own stable coin. So this is a space we're not just very familiar with, we're actually experts in. We've been doing this for a long time, since 2017. We've actually built on blockchain. So this expertise is at the heart of what Union Bank and Union Digital are.
Okay. You mentioned about the blockchain-based remittance. You're the first one to do the cross-border in the Philippines. I'm currently based in Dubai. And as far as overseas Filipinos are concerned, we're like 10 million, more than 10 million outside the Philippines. When are we likely to see this happening, with Union Digital Bank doing cross-border remittance, like really, from catering to the overseas Filipinos?
Yes, cross-border use case of blockchain in the terms of tokens have been explored for quite some time. The pilot I'm talking about, we did with Singapore in 2018 with OCBC Bank, where an OCBC account holder basically sent money which was received in a rural bank account in Cantilan, Surigao, real time. From Singapore to Cantilan, real time. And the way we did that in the middle was through blockchain technology. So we did a successful pilot in 2018, which we announced, in the Singapore FinTech Festival in 2018. So that was the first use case, and that's where the world is headed now. You're hearing a lot of talk about digital currency, the use of blockchain for cross-border. I think that's a fantastic use case because you're talking about the central bank backing or a commercial bank backing that digital currency together with another commercial bank. So that makes the technology very powerful, but also the partners, right? And the key stakeholders very powerful on both ends. So I think, Karen, you're going to see that soon also in Dubai. I think that's, Dubai has been very progressive when it comes to digital currency. A lot of the many founders actually operate and live in Dubai.
Okay, so the pilot was in 2015, you mentioned. So the commercial
2018.
rollout, 2018. Okay, so the commercial rollout could be slated when?
I can't tell you that as well, Karen. Sorry.
Okay. Next question from the audience. Will consumers be able to deposit and withdraw digital assets like how consumers withdraw and deposit fiat or pesos?
We keep going back to digital assets, I mean, we're deposit taking is a function of the bank, so I don't wanna cover deposit taking in this conversation because there's no regulation on that. What there is regulation on is cryptocurrency and handling virtual assets, and right now Union Bank does that, so that's a capability we do at the bank today, and definitely we will do in the digital bank. We are a digital bank, so it makes sense to handle digital assets according and appropriately to the regulations available today.
Okay, next question. What was a catalyst for Union Bank to aggressively undergo transformation? UB did way before the pandemic, while other banks were forced to transform during the pandemic or due to the pandemic.
Sorry, I didn't get the last part, Karen.
So UB did way before the pandemic, while other banks, they were forced to transform, due to the pandemic. So you were way ahead. So what's the catalyst for that transformation?
We were fortunate to be more digital during the pandemic. It was actually, the catalyst was not the pandemic, but to be more digital as a baseline. In 2015, when we were speaking to a global consultancy firm that helped guide our transformation in the beginning, they had a very clear call to us, digitize or die. And we saw a future where banks don't exist. Banking, yes, but banks, no. So we saw a future where banking will be more invisible, more embedded. And so that was a future that scared us. And so we decided that we had to move fast towards digitizing our processes, digitizing our customers, digitizing the way we interact with each other, even the way we work, right? When the pandemic hit, we happened to be ready. We were preparing for a digital future, and the pandemic requires a digital future. So that really accelerated adoption. Maybe the most challenging part of that journey, Karen, was the stakeholders. You can't be digital alone. I guess that's what I'm also saying. If you're digital alone, who will you connect to, right? You can only connect to other digital counterparts as well. So we had to also help customers tech up. We also had to help other stakeholders tech up. The government started to tech up as well. So that's exactly how the tide just lifts all boats already.
Yeah, definitely. In psychology, they say that the fear of losing has more weight than the incentive of gaining. So losing a bank, or losing on that part is really, really a big motivation or catalysts. Another question from the audience. Very, very good, very good participant here because this person is really listening. RV, as you mentioned that your mentors were Edwin, the president, and Tito, the chairman. As a next-gen CEO, we are sure that they learn from you as well. What is it that older CEOs are learning from younger CEOs?
Well, I think for one, our love for blockchain and digital assets, and my experimentation there and my work there, is maybe that's also what they learned from me. I talked about being a risk taker, being a learner, and I learn by doing. So I do a lot of these things to learn, right? And that's what they learned from me. And one of the stories I'd like to share about learning is the Axie Infinity play to earn phenomenon that's been happening now. So, to learn it, I got into it. I actually have, I have Axie teams as well. I'm an investor, I have managers, and I did it to learn. And interestingly enough, my CEO, Edwin, wanted to learn as well. So he became my scholar. So for 3 weeks, he and his son would play the game and they would earn, and he was my scholar. And for me, that was amazing. I mean, I played the game, I learned, but he actually got a device. He got it. He went through it. He's quite competitive himself, and he learned it. And for a month, he was playing it on and off. So when you hear him speak about it, it's because he knows it. So I think that's something that they got from me, that doing part.
Learning from doing and while playing too, especially when there's fun and engagement. Another question from the audience. What would you have done differently considering you've accomplished so much for Union Bank?
Wow, that's a good question. I don't think I would have done things differently. I mean, maybe I would have done things maybe with a little more, deliberateness or delicacy here or there. But I think the path, like I said, the map was clear. So I don't think I would have done things too differently. I've always been open and collaborative. Maybe I would have, if ever done differently, maybe I would have been explaining more. Then again, I think about it. We went on a lot of conference then, and a lot of conferences, and we were explaining things. But it's hard for people to believe in a digital future until you're pushed into it, right? So no, I wouldn't do anything differently. Really, things have been going much faster now. So happy to have been part of this journey.
Okay, so to answer your question, Jer, so no change. Next question from Anthony Christian Sabino. Do you believe that central banks and cryptocurrency can coexist in the future?
They can coexist today, and they coexist today. They coexist here in the Philippines and in other places in the world. Now, there's going to be, cryptocurrency or digital currencies are going to be. I see a future where definitely you're going to have central bank backed digital currencies. And that's not too far of a future because you already have commercial bank backed digital currencies now, and the emergence of a Chinese digital yen, there's a US dollar, but eventually there will be CBDCs as well. So I think the central banks will be more attuned to this, working more with them. Our own central bank has been quite progressive in this space. And yeah, I definitely see a future where we have a BSP issued digital peso.
Is it happening already in other parts of the world, like a CB backed VC?
There's many executions that are ongoing. It's more about the use cases, Karen. It's until, like, for me, for here, and if we have a digital peso, until you get to benefit from it in Dubai as a remittance rail, it's not real. You know what I mean? So that's where we have to get it into an adoption level. The technology part is easy. It's the governance, the risks, and then the actual use case and adoption.
Okay. Question now from Jose Francisco. What new fintech opportunities is UB most enthusiastic about?
Oh, okay. Fintech is such a broad space, no? But what's very exciting is what's emerging, obviously, in the metaverse and with AI. Artificial intelligence, virtual worlds. Those are, that's the future. That's not so far in the future, but it's happening now underneath us. So, artificial intelligence, for example, is exciting because I think, just think about the possibilities. If a normal IQ, Dr. Karen, is 100, right? And then genius is 200. Imagine AI with 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 IQ. Imagine the possibilities there. No? So that excites me because when you think about applying that to financial services, I think about waking up and saying, hey, RV. And my avatar will answer, yes, RV, what do you want? How much am I worth today? Do I have money to buy coffee? What can I spend today? And it's just like that, right? Oh no, RV, you're about to hit your negative balance. That kind of financial awareness will just change your behavior. So that stuff excites me. The AI possibilities. I mean, I could go on, but I'll stop there first. I think that answers the question.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Yuval Noah Harari, the author of *Sapiens*, for example, mentioned that you don't know yourself really now. I mean, even your spouse, your closest friend, the one who really knows you is the AI, because even if you say, for example, even gender, for example, people who are on the LGBTQ community, before they even know it, AI has known it because of the behavior analytics that's happening when they're using their smartphones. So yeah, AI definitely is something to really get excited about.
Imagine, Karen,
One question,
just to add to that, now you have AI on one side. Imagine combining that with the other side, that's virtual reality. So you have virtual reality and you have AI, and you put it together. You have the Matrix, right? You could be plugged into a world and your brain triggered by electronic synapses, and the AI is triggering you to experience that tender, juicy steak, that wind in your face. So AI is fantastic. Imagine that with virtual reality. That excites me.
Yeah, definitely. Limitless possibilities. Yeah. Question here from the audience again. What was the reaction of the board when you proposed about the digitalization of Union Bank? And how did you overcome the hurdles of pushing forward with your plan?
We're great. We're so fortunate to have a very open and forward-thinking board. And a lot of it was through the process of what we called thought leadership, strategic thinking. We would invite thought leaders as early as 2010. We were inviting thought leaders to our board to speak about disruption, innovation, new trends. eBay, Facebook. They spoke to our board early on. So that when we had presented our plan, it wasn't foreign anymore. We had shared with them the process of our thinking, framing the world that we saw was coming, painted by leaders from Silicon Valley, from Europe, from New York. They would speak as experts in their respective field and tell the board, look, this is the world that's coming. These are the possibilities. This is the future. And we were not thinking, what kind of product should we sell? We were thinking, okay, if that kind of future is coming, what kind of capabilities do we need as an institution? What kind of muscle do we need, right? Not necessarily what kind of product or what kind of feature, what kind of muscle. So that's really how we did it. We did it through a process of engaging our stakeholders, but always, again, learning and learning from experts other than us to help drive the thinking and discussion.
Okay. And this is a very nice question. Based on your answer earlier, was it Tito or Edwin who was actually your scholar? They were asking, what game is that they want to learn to?
Okay, so that's a phenomena that's really sweeping the cryptoverse. It's called Axie Infinity, which is
okay,
a
the one you
play to
mentioned, yeah.
Yes, which is a play to earn game. Now, what's surprising about Axie Infinity is for 40% of players are Filipinos. And this game allows you to play a game and earn cryptocurrency in exchange for playing the game, right? And that's the game that Edwin was playing. So Edwin was my scholar. But unfortunately, I had to fire him because
Why?
well, I didn't want him to quit his day job. He wasn't playing too well. You have to play a certain amount of intensity and hours. So unfortunately, I had to fire him.
We will have to talk to him in a separate session then. So next question from
Lots of stories about that. Yeah.
Yes. So for those who want to play it, Axie Infinity. Question from JJ Moreno. Great insights, RV. How has your digitization effort impacted your profitability?
Wow, nice. Hi, JJ. Long time. So, it's been fantastic because let me just summarize it this way. We increased our transaction volume, our customer base exponentially during the pandemic while still lowering our cost base. So the profitability was tremendous. Now it's not immediate, and that's the part that's tricky because a lot of these investments we are reaping the benefits for today, but we made these investments in 2015, 16, 17. So that's the part that's challenging, but definitely it's jaws of the tiger. The revenues have been going up because of the exponential returns, because of the exponential gains. Okay, but the cost has been going down.
That's fantastic. Low cost and higher number of acquisition of new customers. Next question: have the investments made in this space paid off already? Or you're still in the investment phase?
And yes, they have, and they continue to pay off, but the investment is continuous. I think transformation is not a destination. It's a continuous journey. Especially the investments you have to make now that you're digital. You have to make significant investments in structures, in people, in resources, because you're now digital. You have new functions that didn't exist before, Dr. Karen. You didn't have you didn't have data scientists, you didn't have cybersecurity experts, right? You didn't have hackers testing your system to see if these are different investments you need to make as an organization, because the more digital you get, the more security, governance, risks you also have to work with. So it's a continuous investment journey, but definitely it definitely is paying off.
Okay, that's great to know. What was the inspiration why you chose to create an API model for the bank rather than simply digitizing the banking operations? Question from Jer.
Well, APIs allow you to scale, really, and APIs allow you to securely interact between systems. So the way to digitize, I would say, is through APIs, really. I mean, that's one portion, right? Of course, you have robotics, process automation, you have digitization, but at the end of the day, when you have all of that information in one system, you need to share it, you need to work with it, you need to transact with it. All of these things happen through APIs, the connectivity, the application program interface between programs. So those are bridges. So you need to build those electronic bridges more and more, so that instead of giving you a file via Excel, right, we can automatically talk the way your phone automatically talks with other programs. And that's why I really believe that an API strategy, and more an open API strategy, and it's not just to banks, it's actually to corporations, companies, even SMEs, even a single even a single online shopper or seller, right? If he has a website, he'd like the ability to connect to other partners, and those are all facilitated via API. So I think the value becomes more predominant and better when you can share this information, these transactions. And when you open your business with APIs, you allow yourself to digitize, be more efficient. You can now receive cross-border payments. The more API enabled you are, the more opportunities you have, I think.
Great. So having said that, of course, the infrastructure globally and in the Philippines is definitely progressive. Currently, there are 6 digital banks authorized by the BSP. Do you foresee that all banks will have the digital banks in the near future?
No, I think all banks have, so the classification of digital bank, that one is to be licensed by the BSP, no. But can all the banks be more digital? I think yes. So not all banks can be digital banks, because that's a separate classification. But I think all banks need to be more digital if they're going to survive in the next world, no. I guess the question is, how much time do they have and how far do we have, right? But definitely banks have to be more digital, because the economy, the customers, the partners, everyone else is being more digital. So the reverse of being digital alone is being the only one not digital. And that's obviously a disadvantage. So you'll see more banks find a hybrid approach, where they will have a lot of digital capabilities, and that will vary bank to bank according to their strategies.
Okay, a little bit about the economy then. The question is somehow related to that. You can have your economist hat here. Considering the Philippines posted roughly 7.1% of GDP growth, how much of that can you attribute to the transactions made digitally? And what impact do you think your efforts created? During the pandemic?
Okay, well, let's zoom out a little bit more, Karen. I think if you look at the digital payments roadmap of the BSP, and they're tracking the digital transactions, we were at 1% in 2013. Okay. In 2021, we were at in 2020 we were at 20%. I believe in 2021 we'll probably end closer to 25%. So obviously the growth has been much more in the last 3 years, no. But that already shows you that 25% of our payments are now digital, and most of that coming in the last 3 to 4 years. we've seen a huge impact on that. We've been a key enabler in that because we've been driving a lot of the corporate digital payments. Retail as well, we started doing that more recently, but we've been known as the leader in corporate banking, digital payments, transaction banking. We've been driving a lot of the payments. We've also been helping digitize a lot of the ecosystems our corporate customers work in, live in, breathe in. So by digitizing those platforms, therefore all the transactions there are digital, right? We're driving the overall growth. And I think that's been very successful for Union Bank. We've our customers also appreciated it. And during the pandemic, we saw both our corporate customers and our retail customers really ramp up and increase their digital usage. What's interesting is a lot of the corporate customers, many were convinced before the pandemic, but during the pandemic, the others had no choice. So that really changed things. And those who were hesitant about going digital with their business processes, with their banking, right? They were semi-manual, check based. We started seeing a lot of checks move to electronic payments during the pandemic, and that was fantastic. So I think when you have the platforms ready, we had a check mobile deposit platform ready, we had the portal ready to do all of these via API, and then the customer is ready to adopt, you're able to adjust and handle the scale. So I think that was very helpful because our usage and our customer counts went up, exponentially, and we were able to handle the load. It's been challenging, but we were able to handle that growth because the platforms were ready for that.
Great. We have time for one last question, and here it is from Philip Sullivan. Do digital banks face additional cyber threats beyond those faced by traditional banks? If so, what are these additional threats?
I think the cyber threats apply equally to all of us, all banks, and even non-banks. And that's a concern for all of us as an institution to handle. And I think we need to think about cyber threats beyond just what happens digitally, because there's a lot that happens in terms of social engineering to the customer, who gives up his one-time PIN, and the phishing incidents. So there's a lot that has to happen also in terms of education. But that responsibility applies to all of us. And I think we have to work together, digital bank or not digital bank. We have to raise the walls, the standards as an industry, because these cyber threats, I will just really call out, are just beginning. The more digital we get, right? The more we raise the bar for digital, the more the cyber threats will come and challenge. So it's an ongoing raising of the wall, if you will, Karen.
Great. Keep on raising the bar, RV. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your expertise with us today. Thank you, everyone, and stay safe and healthy. After this session, we will have the president and CEO of True Life UK, Eng Teng Wong, but there are also other sessions that you might want to check out. So please log in for now for the next session. And I will still be the moderator for this track. Again, thank you so much, RV. Wonderful time with you. And thank you so much to our wonderful audience. This breakout session is now adjourned.
gentlemen, breakout session, the NextGen 2021. Dr. Karen Remo, founder of New Pers, and your moderator of Tracknami. Please, and we will now begin. Summary as your session, and your camera is switched off. And welcome to the second MAP Conference 2021. Yes, we heard
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this breakout session of the second MAP NextGen CEO Web Conference 2021. I am Dr. Karen Remo, the CEO and co-founder of New Perspective Media Group and also the moderator for this session. This is, by the way, the third session of the track number 1, the good money. This is the last of this track, so definitely please stay in tune. Please settle down carefully. We will now begin our program. Some reminders before we proceed. As participants for this breakout session, you're automatically muted and your camera or video is also switched off. Audience in the EcoHub platform will remain muted. However, you're encouraged to submit your questions through the chat box. Due to time limitations, we may not be able to have all your questions answered live. Lastly, for our audience, you will only be able to see the speaker and the moderator and will not be able to view the other participants. In line with the MAP policy, we will dispense with a lengthy introduction of our speaker. Our speaker for this session will share insightful views on how next-gen CEOs in his industry should lead their businesses to be innovatively profitable, socially responsible, and environmentally respectful. I would like to remind our speaker that you are given 20 minutes for your presentation. May I now call on our speaker for this session, the good money. Let us all welcome, my honor to present the President and CEO of PruLife UK, Mr. Eng Teng Wong.
Mabuhay and good afternoon to the audience in the Philippines and in Asia, and for the rest of the world, I wish you good morning. First of all, thank you, the Management Association of the Philippines in the Philippines, for the invitation. I'm blessed and truly delighted to be here. Today, I would like to actually share with you my experience in terms of doing well by doing good, and specifically in terms of growing the market in terms of business for good. I'm Eng Teng, currently based in Bonifacio Global City here in Manila. I'm a Gen X. I'm still below 50 years old. So that's just a little bit about me. And just to add a little bit more, I started as a Pascal programmer, COBOL programmer. That was in 1995. Fast forward today, I'm blessed to be supported by so many wonderful colleagues today, and also the largest and strongest agency workforce in the Philippines. And coupled with the technology that we have in terms of what we call the AI-powered all-in-one app that allows users and empowers them to become healthier and wealthier. So the topic is really about health and how we do good. And I believe health is the ultimate wealth. So let me begin by sharing the first slide that I will actually share with you. My current role in the Philippines is the President and CEO of PruLife UK. We are here in the Philippines for over 25 years. Recently, we celebrated our silver anniversary, and we are leading the market in terms of new business that we are able to bring in. And thanks to the largest, strongest, and youngest agency workforce that we have, as alluded earlier, empowered by our recently launched all-in-one AI-powered app called Pulse by PruLife UK. We first debuted this app in February last year and has since really helped many, many Filipinos to have accessible and affordable healthcare. And in terms of brand, that has also been further enhanced, and our vision is really to grow 10x forward. And my dream when I landed here on 16 October is really to grow the number of customers by 10x. And 10x, by that I mean, I would like to really see many, many, many more Filipinos locally and abroad to be blessed, right? Not just by the product offerings that we provide, but also really play up really well to help the Philippines increasing financial awareness, financial literacy, and financial inclusion. And it's not necessarily just insurance protection in terms of life and health insurance, but also investment, and hopefully soon across various different industries like banking, pharmaceutical, healthcare, of course, and etc. And we are aspiring to provide unmatched customer experience through the combination of human workforce and also the digital app that we have actually launched. And just over 1.5 years, we have experienced 6 million user downloads, and that is really wonderful. And in 2021, based on data from Google, in fact, I just got it, across Asia, we are ranked #1 in terms of download. That actually is in the category of health and lifestyle. And on top of that, we have actually rolled out close to 40 different bite-sized products that is really designed based on customer centricity. And that covers both protection, not just the traditional term life insurance, but also one of the most interesting products I personally find myself that we offer in the Philippines is really climate-related diseases, for example, dengue, typhoid, measles, and some of these are really what we call the infectious diseases that we can prevent if we can do the right thing. And on top of that, we have also recently launched what we call Wealth at Pulse that provides bite-sized, curated content in the space of wealth for our users. And that completes at least what I call the first logical set of offerings for our customers and also consumers to empower them to become healthier and wealthier. Next slide. And the point here is really about making it affordable and accessible by Filipinos across the Philippines and also around the world. Making health and wealth protection affordable is something that is also in line with what we have planned out and accelerate forward in terms of our ambition and dream, especially in the ESG space. And of course, one thing that touches my heart is really about serving the underserved communities. And based on the data that we can see, out of the 6 million downloads, about 70% of these users are actually new to us. And in this case, this is really about widening the reach of all these users. And if I plot that users across the Philippines, we have covered at least close to 80% if I look at just the map where the users are using Pulse currently. And on top of that, Pulse is not just an app, it's really a platform that allows us to scale and grow at pace. And in this case, it wouldn't have been possible without close collaboration and partnership with government agency, different industry players, and also communities. And very soon, hopefully in the next 2 months, we'll be able to announce something exciting for the market in the Philippines, partnering with an equally ambitious and also digital organization that will really, hopefully, bring financial inclusion to the next level across the Philippines. And on top of that, it's not just about growing customers, it's really also about fulfilling the dream and vision of the Insurance Commission in terms of raising the financial awareness and literacy. And that's what we are really up to, right? So with at least basic knowledge in terms of financial literacy that allows people to start planning wealth early in their life. But of all this, for me being a Gen X, right, wealth at my age is secondary compared to health. And I would like to actually challenge the audience here, right? Start investing in health early, because by the time you reach a certain age, no amount of investment through financial investment can actually improve the health if we haven't been really caring and loving ourselves, specifically in terms of health. So next slide, please. All right, so how do we actually become a good steward in terms of making sure that we also play a role, right, in climate change, and especially in terms of the impact that we are feeling. And in fact, yesterday, Prudential, right, Group, and specifically PruLife UK, the subsidiary of Prudential Group, or Prudential PLC, sponsored and launched a paper that really talks about how climate change has really impacted not just the Philippines, but the world, and where the opportunities lies for us in terms of making available climate-related products that we can actually bless Filipinos in this market. Like earlier, I talked about in terms of dengue, in terms of typhoid, measles, and so on. And one of the things I learned from the session yesterday was that, in fact, heart diseases are closely related to climate, and heat stroke, heat exhaustion is actually caused by the temperature increase as we experience. So our commitment is actually to continuously listen to our customers, take their feedback and their input for us to design, or rather I'd say co-design the solutions that really meet their needs, making it available through our platform, and not just through our platform, but also through the largest and youngest agency workforce, providing the additional professional value-added advice on top of the bite-sized products that we can actually provide across the Philippines. Next slide, please. And in the space of building up our social capital, we have been doing a lot of education, especially transforming the kind of delivery of education in a cartoon-like Cha-Ching that really blessed so many students across the Philippines, not just students, but teachers and young kids as young as maybe even 5 years old, as they start learning how to save for rainy days. And for the older children, we expose them to investment as well. And on top of that, we also contributed to safety awareness, road safety, for example. And also we have been also providing coverage to some organizations. Some of these are one-off, right? Hospitals, for example, to ensure that I think we play our role, building up social capital, contributing back to the society, to the communities. And this year alone, right, we continue our effort in terms of providing complementary coverage, protecting against COVID-19. And just to share some data, right, I think we have protected the life of over 200, at least Filipinos, since we launched this COVID-19 complementary protection. So we want to continue to invest back to the in the community as we grow. And that is what I meant by grow for good. And this is good money, good health for the people. Next slide, please. And I want to actually put out a clarion call to all of you, right, listening in. PruLife would like to actually invite you to join us in this journey forward in every little way that we can do, in terms of equipping ourselves with more financial knowledge, investing more in health, not just by talking, but also by following the advice. One of the things that I would like to actually really share with you is really, as you use Pulse app, one of the first feature that I was glued to, and today I'm still using it, is actually what we call the AI health check or AI symptom checker as well, right? That allows me to really know myself much more than perhaps any of the doctors who haven't actually seen me before. And by providing and sharing that information with the doctor, they can then provide the second level of assessment regarding my health. And in fact, based on specific recommendation of the app, highlighting which are the areas considered red flags, I have intentionally, personally, over the last 2 years, been doing regular exercise to address the health condition that I have. And today, I'm glad that I'm actually managing it well. So on that note, it's really about health being the ultimate wealth. Invest in health early so that you have the right mind, right healthy body, to then acquire the right knowledge and then grow wealthier. So on that note, I really want to actually invite all of you to join us in our journey forward so that we can actually help many, many people, be they family members, friends, or even communities, to be healthier and wealthier, helping them specifically get the most out of life. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to actually have further conversations based on questions that you may have in your mind. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you so much, Engteng, for that very insightful presentation. Yes. I would like to start the questions. We have a lot of questions here now from the audience. First, before the questions, congratulations for the 25th anniversary. And also for the recent appointment. There's a lot of things happening there, and we're excited to hear about the plans. So let's start with the plans. You plan to grow the company 10 times by 2025. Can you expound on that growth? Is it the number of policies, the volume of premiums, the number of sellers? How do you define that growth?
All right, we actually continuously focus on customers, right? So that's the measure that we are looking at in terms of growing customers at scale and at speed. So the 10x is actually referring to the base customer that we want to actually grow from X today to Y being 10x.
Okay, would you be able to share us the number?
At this moment, probably no, but we are actually happy to share that based on the combined the strength that we have in terms of largest and youngest and strongest agency workforce with the technology that we have, Pulse being the app, AI-powered app, and also the platform. We are actually moving ahead of that trajectory. So that's what I'd like to share. Yeah.
Okay. Now the 6,000 users that you have mentioned, the downloads, is it for 2021?
Yeah, actually it's 6 million. So it's
sorry.
1,000 times more. Yeah.
Okay. So three zeros were missing.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
We launched in February 2020. So it's just over a span of 1.5 years, we have actually grown to this level. And today, as we speak, we are blessed because more and more users are coming on board with more awareness. And also I must thank our media partners as well in terms of really highlighting some of the interesting features, right? For example, if you can even take a selfie and you get a view what your wrinkle index is. For me, my wrinkle index is definitely not as good, but what I'm actually happy with, the same selfie can actually tell me by my BMI score whether I'm actually still within the healthy BMI range. So that's simple test that we can even do with the app without having to stand on a weighing scale and start taking out calculator to calculate the BMI.
Brilliant. And that 6 million downloads, are they from existing customers or are they new ones?
Yeah, earlier in my short presentation, I mentioned that it's about 70% of these users are new to ProLife UK. So it's exciting because then we are really reaching out to hopefully I can say many different corners across the Philippines, right? Or probably more aptly, all the different islands across the archipelago of the Philippines.
All right. I mean, apart from that wrinkle index that I'd love to try, you have 154 wealth features on the app. Do we have to be a subscriber, a customer of ProLife to be able to access this feature?
Okay. The app is free for download. The majority of features are actually free. It comes complimentary. However, if you need to actually go even more advanced to have what I call a collection of very useful features pertinent to your profile, then you get the subscription. Then you will be able to have access to this, what I call the next tier of the features, right? For example, you can get access virtually to a dietitian to help you. So if you are a cyclist or enthusiast, right, then you can actually just have a quick conversation with the dietitian before you start biking, right? For example, one thing I learned from a bike enthusiast is that, besides just eating banana and having some water, right, a call with the dietitian will help because that will actually help him or her have the right stamina to finish the race and come out even healthier.
Wow, that's very, very interesting. We'll definitely download this and try it for ourselves. A question from the audience, Engteng. Are customers rewarded financially if Pulse monitors that your health is improving? For example, if the Pulse sees that I am lowering my BMI, does my premium go down?
At this moment, we are not tapping on this data yet because we are making sure that we don't have what we call unnecessary attention that we are using the user data. But what we do aspire to do is, yes, at some point, maybe in the next few years, we upfront with the consent of the customer, we want to actually revolutionize the way we do underwriting, we do the assessment. So for example, if you are actually having the right BMI and we see you as being active and so on, we may at some point reconsider the way we ask the questions so that it's easier to fill and complete and without having to ask lengthy questions. And with some kind of self-declaration, we may just take your word as good. Of course, based on the data that you share with us and consent in the app, we will proceed. In fact, we are already doing some what I call simple bite-sized products today that allows customer to purchase with just 2-3 clicks without having to do long form filling, and it's online real time.
You know what? Even here in Dubai, for example, on vehicle insurance, if you're good in driving, you don't have any fines or you don't have any accidents, we get point systems here. Right. And it actually lowers the premium for the next one, or sometimes there's a rebate. In my case, I haven't had any fines for the last 2 years, so my premium has definitely gone down. So there's point system, there's a rebate. Is that another thing we can do on the health insurance, like a reward point system?
Certainly, we look into that. And in today, of course, some of the products that we already have what we call no claim bonus. So meaning, if you continue to stay healthy, there's some kind of bonus tied to that. Not all policies, some of them, right? But increasingly, of course, we are looking into rewarding customers who continuously stay healthier. And that also open up the other aspects of opportunity. For example, there could be people who are actually at the borderline of being diabetic. However, if you maintain your lifestyle, you keep your sugar level under control, we will then be able to actually provide the kind of coverage. And at the same time, for example, with the subscription that you have, and based on the usage data you consent us to actually have, then hopefully we don't need to ask you for reconfirmation with lengthy form filling again. We will say, okay, this customer is good, healthy, active, and then because we have the consent to use the data, then we say, okay, your renewal is straightforward. If you want to continue, just click OK, for example. Then you will be able to renew your coverage without the hassle of the traditional way of doing business.
Great. Angtan, can you tell us more about the demographic profile of insurance consumers in the Philippines right now? The age bracket, the gender, and if you could expound on that, please.
Right. Maybe let me just touch on our agency workforce just to share a little bit, and then I touch on the customer. Right. Today, over 80% or maybe even 85% now, our agency workforce comprising about 35,000 agents across the Philippines. They are in the category of millennials and centennials. So it's Gen Y and Gen Z, of course, Gen X as well, some of them. So that's the nature of the people joining PruLife UK, right? And our customer base is also getting younger and younger, right? The bulk of the customers, especially the new ones, they are actually, again, in the category of millennials and centennials, right? Because the same peer group tend to attract each other. And the technology in terms of familiarity, this Gen Y, Gen Z, they are very, very good at these devices and tools without having to be taught. They are also more courageous to try new things. And because of the experience that we provide in terms of bite-sized product and with just probably 2-3 clicks, you can then just get the coverage you need. So that's the kind of experience that we are providing today, attracting the younger segment of customers to join us.
Okay, so in terms of demography of your customers, I mean, do you have your sales force are XYZ? What about for the customers? Most of your customers are of what bracket of age?
Yeah, I would say the fastest growing customer segment is actually between 25 and 40.
Okay.
So that's what I can share. Yeah.
Male or female?
I think the female has slightly more than males. Yes, that's what we can actually see. And nowadays it's really about if you go up the age bracket that I shared. One other phenomenon that we see is that parents tend to also buy protection for their children early, right? Because they know that this is actually good for the children. And of course, with the pandemic hopefully it will be soon over, or at least be more under control. The awareness of people, right, generally across, not just in the Philippines, I dare to say maybe across the world, right, the value of protection has also gone up. People are also more ready to actually invest little bit of money to get some level of coverage, so that you have peace of mind, right, just in case the unfortunate incident happen.
Okay. I mean, before I go on to more questions here from the audience, I'll just go back and close, the 10 time, the 10x goals that you have. What will be the drivers of growth, and how are you going to attain that? I mean, the technology is one of them. Are there any other things that you're looking at to grow that business?
Yeah, right. Without sharing too much of perhaps what I call the strategy, but let me just share some high-level pointers. One, I think, is really about us continuously grow our agency workforce, investing in what works for us, and then the technology platform, since it's already becoming a platform, we are then able to invite like-minded partners, right, who are focusing on helping customers to become healthier and wealthier to join us, right? This is really an exciting place. And when I joined the conference a little bit earlier, I think Arvi was sharing about the API, right? That is the right way to connect with many like-minded partners, providing seamless experience for at least the customer segment that we are targeting. And if it is hassle-free, seamless, that allows the pace to take place. And today, I think one interesting fact that I'd like to share, globally, right, the number of mobile phones across the world is actually more than the number of toothbrushes across the world. So imagine, right? So that's the kind of potential. So if you do look at some of the mega trends, right, some development will continue, some may slow down, but we then need to be acutely aware where the opportunities lies and be a bit courageous to try, to launch, learn based on customer feedback, and improve. Whoever that are actually doing it faster in terms of execution and be ready to fail and learn, recover fast and learn, likely you will have a better chance to succeed.
Yeah, definitely. API is so seamless. Every competition becomes collaborators. And you just increase the collaboration more and more. Question here from the audience. Oh, this is something related to your appointment. What leadership style do you plan to introduce in PruLife UK? And was it different when you were still rising through the ranks?
All right, it's a very good question. I had my own CEO town hall last week internally within the company. Right, first part of my vision is really customer. Right, not far behind, but it's all within the collective. I would say part of that vision is really people. Right, so my leadership style is very much people oriented, very inclusive, and of course, I appreciate candid and constructive feedback. As a team, we want to grow. There's no even physical or virtual borders, no silos. So that's the kind of leadership that I like to actually infuse in the organization. But ultimately, all this leadership boils down to what I call culture. Culture being ready to embrace new and better ways of working, collaboration across different entities of Pru, not just within the Philippines, drawing the strength from the group, and also sharing what we do better in other countries. Just like me, as I share, I also learn how I can do better, right? Blessing different people, different segments of customers that we might have missed out. So the idea generation is also important. And one thing I learned in my career as I grew, I started as a programmer. Today, I'm blessed to be able to help steer the organization culturally towards one direction. That is really to bless many, many, many more Filipinos. And I hope that with that kind of vision, it resonates with people, with colleagues, right? And I adopt open policy to my office so people can come and see me. Or now, because of the pandemic, I'm just a phone call away, right? Or a message away. So that's very much about me.
Sure. Very nice. I mean, it's a 360-degree going back, I remembered COBOL 1980s, Pascal. And then now, of course, we're back to the technology, the heart of the growth area right now. Regarding this very topic, one related question. is, as a good next-gen CEO, how do we separate how far we use AI and balance the combination of keeping the human workforce? Because many in the workforce get scared when they hear AI because they think their jobs are going to be in trouble.
Right. This is my personal view. A lot of people tend to talk AI and they continue to enjoy talking. But in real sense today, AI is not anywhere near human capability. And that's really about how human can actually tap on AI to handle what I call repetitive job that has certain patterns that can be actually easily handled. And it's not just about one AI got to talk to another AI to ensure that we know exactly the right customer. So ultimately, AI consumes a lot of data, but how do we interpret the data right? And whether the AI has what I call feedback loop. So in summary, there are still plenty of opportunity because I think the best ever technology is still developed by human beings. So we are definitely still one up. So if I may draw just a quotation from Jack Ma, which I actually draw inspiration, not exactly the quotation, but you see, this is where he said something like this: human actually design AI, not the other way around. Not exact word, but that's the interpretation I get away in me. And in short, we have plenty of opportunities, but to learn AI, I think is good. At least we are having the basic knowledge of AI. And if that is actually your area of passion, then you can further your knowledge in that space. And for me, it's really about how to make sure that whatever technology we use, whether it's AI or some people just call it simple chatbot, as long as it helps solve problems in this real world, then that is useful. And one last point to share, AI also needs to be ethical, just like human beings. When the AI is not ethical, then it is actually not something that we want to actually adopt.
Good, good. What are the claims level over the last 18 months? Did you see an increase in claims?
Right. I would say generally across, because of the pandemic, I talk more about the consumer behavior first, then I go to claims, right? Because majority of us, let's say in the Philippines, and I believe in other part of the world, especially Southeast Asia, most familiar with, either lockdowns or quarantines happen. So people movement have been really restricted, some almost to zero. Children stay at home. They don't mingle around. They don't get so often sicknesses that are more common, for example, flu. Hygiene level has actually gone up, right, across different ages, right? A lot of health protocols have been rolled out. Majority of people, I tend to believe, they follow one way or another. So with this combination of actual activities happening, we see that generally health not related to COVID-19 have been basically, compared to last year or the year even before, it's on the decline because generally people are more health conscious. Of course, at the same time, COVID-19 cases have gone up. We have some customers, unfortunately, have also had that illness, so we paid some claims. But overall, I would say it's quite flat in terms of all the good practices. And we hope that, in fact, drawing positive light from this experience, the world hopefully becomes healthier, including environment. I see very few flights until probably a month ago in our skies, right? That actually is good for Mother Earth because the pollution has reduced. And with the reduction of pollution, those illnesses related to pollutions have also come down.
Wow, that's a relief to know that actually there's been a balancing out because of the increased hygienic awareness of the customers for that. I'll just go back a little bit on the demographics. So you mentioned your target is mostly 25 to 40 years old. Is that because the older generation tend to, or what is the reason why this demographic is more inclined to getting insurance than the older generation?
Right. This age group, they tend to be more tech savvy, ready to embrace new ways of working, right? Today, for example, the large majority of workforce, I believe, they still work wherever they want, right? Or wherever they are. Of course, the largest group probably is still at home, right? So with mobility and with Wi-Fi, people really just don't want to be constrained in any particular location. Jobs are now basically delivered, and coupled with, for example, delivery service or courier service, you can buy almost anything, just as if you are buying it from a shop, right? But from a virtual shop. And these are the people who are actually, you see, if you look at just this segment of workers, they're all in this age group, right? The real economy, if you ask me, the gig economy is powered by this age group. And because they are also more tech savvy, ready to actually try new things, their adoption is basically ahead of the other age group. The younger group, sometimes they may not be able to afford the device, or maybe the parents or grandparents may control the purse string, not giving them the device just yet, although occasionally they may get. And the older group, some of them may take longer to be comfortable with the technology. Some of our customers still go to our branches, although we want to continue to actually provide more awareness to them. Certain things that you can do just by using the phone. And today, for example, our customer can actually find out when is their policy premium due date by just having a little chat with the chatbot within the app.
That's amazing.
So that's the main, I would say, set of reasons.
Sure. And what are the challenges that your industry is facing right now?
All right. I think there are a number of them, but let me touch on two. One is actually, again, the lack of awareness in terms of financial literacy, right? And perhaps also some perceptions that have been actually brewing for the past many years. From where I came from, a country called Malaysia, right? The health and life insurance penetration in Malaysia, at this moment, I believe is around 60%, versus in the Philippines, it's probably 2% or just less, slightly less than that. So the awareness is important, right? And not just awareness, you need to actually then do one more step. Try out bite-sized solution, easy to buy. Then you have some coverage. As you feel the benefits, right? As you see your friends enjoying the benefits, good things, then you share. That will actually raise the penetration rate, right? And the other thing, start early. Building up knowledge, health is important. When I was actually 25 years old, that was many, many years ago, right? I thought that I could live forever, not having to worry about insurance. Only when my sister forced me to buy insurance, then I bought. But today, for me, I've actually adopted an open mind. I've changed, I've transformed. I bought insurance for my children, even before they were born. There are today products from what we call cradle to grave, or from womb to tomb. Even, for example, in the second trimester onwards, during pregnancy, you can actually start buying products. And this is where I think the collective strength and expertise of colleagues, talents across Prudential, we can actually then bring to different markets to bless the people, to bless the community, so that we start early. And insurance, one more thing, is really about for healthy people. When you are too ill, it's difficult for us to actually even cover you, to be fair, for the balance of the healthy group of people. So start early.
That's very interesting, because we see that as well, Angteng, so I'm based here in Dubai. And so we cater to Middle Eastern overseas Filipinos. And so like more than 10 million overseas Filipinos, and less than 5% actually regularly save or even think of investing. But we were able to change the mindset over the last 10 years in terms of financial literacy. And that's really the key, is to change the mindset, because when you change the mind, so it carries on to become a habit. When you mentioned the word bite size, what do you mean by that?
That means it's very light in terms of, for example, light in the form of easy to understand, simple to actually purchase, and the coverage is good, pertinent to the profile of the customer, and also is affordable, right? I give you an example, right? For, let's say, 100 peso a month, you can buy an insurance policy. It could be, for example, personal accident, or it could be a simple infectious disease, let's say dengue. A few clicks, you can get the purchase done, and you can see all the details within the same app without leaving your phone. And for example, if you want to actually then even unfortunately, if you do need to claim, then you can actually use the app to submit, and then you get the claims. So it's really that's what I call all-in-one.
As very interesting, like so affordable, easy to understand, and doable.
Yes, that's right.
Last two questions here. The second to the last is about the claims, because a lot of the people actually believe now that a lot of people think that the business model of insurance is make it easy to get the premium, get it hard to actually claim it. How is the insurance industry ensuring that this becomes easier, much customer friendly for people who need it? Because when you get to need it, it's definitely something that you don't expect when it happens.
Right. Okay. This is where you see upfront when we design a product or solution, we put customer first, right? And then that's at the heart of everything we do, right? Not just about selling something that's according to their need, but the whole experience in terms of fulfilling our promises to the customer. So when we say that, this is actually the benefit for you, when you are actually claiming for these benefits, of course, based on the checks that we do, if you fulfill those checks, then the claims will be paid. And today we are seeing the real experience in the form of claims paid within less than a day, right? Of course, for some of the more, I would say larger claims, there are more checks that will need to be done or certain documents that we need to cite. However, for example, if it's personal accident, somebody has actually unfortunately met with an accident, you take a photo, and then there's a way for us to verify digitally, we will just pay the claims, right? Without having to ask further questions, because the amount, number one, is really commensurate with the coverage that the customer has purchased from us.
Okay, so last question, Engteng. What would be your advice for the next gen CEOs who are listening to you right now on how to grow their company and face the disruptions happening in today's world?
I think personally for me, it's really lifelong learning, right? There's no age too young for anyone to want to be a CEO. But best for me, as I dabble in the last 8 years in the insurance industry is actually a good place also to be a CEO, meaning a CEO as the boss of your own business. A lot of our agency leaders or branch managers, they are basically running their own business, right? In the form that PruLife UK, we are providing support, we are providing products for them to actually engage people, to protect the life of these people, to save lives. And then that's how the more they do, leveraging the technology and widening the reach, the more business they can get. And it almost like, I learned something very interesting in my past 26 years of experience. I get to actually help and save life. At the same time, I get paid. That's the kind of CEO, right? If you think that is up your alley. It's not always about, fintech, health tech, and so on. But in the real world, human combined with technology, you can be CEO in another way. And some of these people are really doing very well. And God bless everybody in the industry.
Yes, so that really is a purpose-led vision and also implementation of your vision. Thank you so much, Engteng, for a wonderful presentation and insightful Q&A. That concludes our breakout session, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to hear valuable insights from our speakers who are truly breaking grounds in their respective fields. It's now time to go back to our main stage. Please carefully follow the instructions flashed on the screen to return to the plenary. Simply click on the Plenary Hall tab on the left side of your screen, and you will instantly be taken to the plenary sessions. Thank you so much again. This breakout session is now adjourned.
Click the Plenary Hall tab to watch the conference. Click on a session to see more details. Click on the Breakout Session tab to watch the other tracks. Once a session is live, you will see a Join button. Click on it to watch the session. Click to see all the speakers for this conference. Just click on the tab you would want to go to. That's it, you're ready to go. Enjoy the conference.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
Welcome back, everyone. We would now like to welcome all of our participants back to our last plenary for today, the next gen, changing the business profile of the future, where we will actually have a chat with outstanding Filipinos who were named into the prestigious Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia 2021 list. Please welcome our speakers. Today, we are joined by co-founder of Invested, Ms. Carmina Bayumbong. Invested is a globally awarded impact business that has helped thousands of low-income Filipino youth increase their income and navigate success in a fast-changing world. Joining us here today as well, co-founder and CEO of Esquelabs, Ms. Angela Chen. She graduated from the University of Toronto with a BCom in Finance and Economics with distinctions and is a chartered alternative investment analyst. Joining us today, we have founder of Virtualahan, Mr. Ryan Hersava. He was the first Filipino to be awarded with the Inspired Leadership Award, previously given to Melinda Gates and Sir Richard Branson. Joining us as well, we have the resident physician of Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, Dr. Edward Christopher D. He's a graduate of Xavier School, completed his undergraduate degree in molecular biophysics and biochemistry at Yale, and completed his medical degree at Harvard. And finally, we have the co-founder of Youth Engaged in Wetlands, Mr. Gab Mejia. He is a National Geographic Explorer, a 2019 Jackson Wild Media Lab Fellow, and a Nikon Ambassador. Moderating this exceptional panel that we have here today, we have the president of Synerbite Limited. Please welcome Mr. Cliff M. Ayala.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Plenary session. How is everyone?
Good.
So, my name is Cliff Ayala, and it's been an amazing day with lots of lessons and inspiring stories about the next gen leadership. So, to cap it off, we're going to have this amazing crew, the Forbes Asia 30 Under 30 crew. I met with these guys in prep for this, and these guys are awesome. So, for the audience, get ready to be inspired. To put some structure into the session, I'm going to ask each one to give a 5-minute talk about who they are and what they do, and that'll frame the discussion later on. And by the way, a special thanks to Chris. We thought you wouldn't make it. We heard that there was a stroke code at the hospital. So. And it's 2:00 in the morning there, right? So
3:20.
3:20. So thanks for making it. So let's start off with the 5-minute talks for each. Let's have Ryan first. Ryan.
Yes, daghang salamat, Cliff, and maayong hapon sa atong tanan. Yes, next-gen CEO, I believe, is someone who is intentional and committed in delivering positive impact and is willing to do what is necessary versus what is convenient and needed. And I believe that what it means and what it takes to become true stewards of the future. You know, April of last year, the Philippines experienced the highest unemployment rate in our country's history at 17.6%, or 7.2 million Filipinos unemployed. But this reality is not new to our communities of persons with disability, single mothers, out-of-school youth, persons inside the jail, and in other disadvantaged groups. Globally, the social exclusion from the workplace of persons with disabilities alone deprives societies of an estimated 1.3 to 1.9 trillion US dollars in annual loss in GDP, according to a report from the International Labor Organization. This economic inactivity puts them at a greater risk of insufficient social protection, which is key to reducing extreme poverty. I personally experienced this firsthand in 2015, which led me to starting my company. And since nobody decided to hire me because of my chronic conditions, I decided to hire myself. And I started Bertonhan instead, an impact-driven company that is breaking down employment barriers for persons with disabilities and other excluded communities using an impact formula that addresses the systemic root causes of employment discrimination in the Philippines, which is one, the inaccessible education system that fails to prepare talents with disabilities for competitive employment, and outdated labor practices, which discriminates people from jobs and deprives employers from the fruits of having truly diverse talent. You know, in a climate of economic and political uncertainty, the protection of the most vulnerable members of our society assumes greater importance. The COVID-19 pandemic made us see the equalizing power of technology, but as well as the great divide in our society. This crisis made us look deeper into our sense of humanity, but also exposes what we truly want and what we truly lack. The quest for meaning and purpose is what driving our companies, our people, and in our society today. And this new evolving social contract tells us that unless we truly invest in the beauty of human experience through diversity and inclusion, we will become less and less relevant. A next-gen leader, according to our agents, are agents of change, moving towards the same direction. And my hope is that that direction leads us to building the future of work that leaves no one behind. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Ryan. That was Ryan Hersava from Virtualahan. Now let's have Carmina Bayombong. Her nickname is Carbs from
Yes.
Investor. Take it away, Carbs.
Okay, thanks, Cliff. Hi, everyone. Hope you're still up having coffee. All right, so I'm Carmina, the CEO and co-founder of Invested. My sound is okay? Okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
I'll start with telling you the story about Chen. This is Chen. He and his sibling here are supported solely by their single mother, who earns less than $3 per day as a janitress. So due to poverty, Chen had to drop out of college to work full-time, giving up his dream of becoming a lawyer. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Chen worked, he couldn't get a salary above minimum wage. And this is because, as you all probably know, as employers, 76% of employers in the Philippines require a degree to pay above minimum wage. And so for Chen to get a degree and move up in life, he would have to earn enough money for tuition and get the time and resources to do so. So there's actually 9 million people like Chen here in the Philippines and 500 million more in the developing world. So my journey as a next-gen CEO is actually my co-founder and I responded to this problem in 2016 by creating Invested as one of the first known providers of student loans in Asia. So our vision is a world where every young dreamer has no barriers to success. And to make this vision a reality, we created this model for youth success, which provides the 3 C's. We provide loans to students for their education and upskilling, which is packaged with coaching that teaches 3 skill sets, and also a supportive community that provides social-emotional support for them. Our business model essentially is our student loan program, wherein we borrow low-cost and long-term capital to provide affordable loans to students and leave room for profit. So to make student loans sustainable and scalable, we use algorithms to scale our program and also technology to do so. So, when I was building Invested with this crazy idea to lend to students and then coach them, coach thousands at scale, there were a lot of non-believers, but we're proud to have achieved a lot of traction. We've raised 125 million funding to date, and we've also helped thousands of students. So I want to share, to close, my 3 next-gen CEO philosophies that I learned along my journey. Number 1, I think, is that solving poverty creates immense value for both society and shareholders. I think in the Philippines, we usually have this dichotomy that if you want to be mission-driven, you can't profit. And if you want to profit, you also can't have a mission. So I'm a believer that both are possible, and I've also made it my mission to popularize this concept here in the Philippines with what I do at Invested. Second is solving poverty is not cheap. So another one of my philosophies as a next-gen CEO working on a social cause is that you need the best talent to solve poverty, which requires, typical misconception also that, there should be less money coming in to social enterprises, but I actually believe the opposite. And then lastly, the only way to stay competitive is to build an innovative company culture. I think that in our fast-changing world, this is really a trend that we're seeing, and our team at Invested is very intentional on. If you there's really nothing else that will secure your company today. So you need to be able to develop products within weeks, launch it, be very customer centric, and really build that innovative company culture. So to close, I just want to share what happened to Chen? Chen actually recently graduated from college with an invested loan and coaching, and he's now able to fund also his brother who will enter college in a few years. So Chen's story is truly a beautiful one, and I think that my purpose to be like a next gen CEO was also being part of that story. And yeah, look forward to speaking with everyone later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Carmina.
All right.
Next up, we have Chris D, who's a molecular biologist from Yale and is currently doing his residency in med school at Harvard. Chris?
Thank you, everyone. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak with you and to share my thoughts on what it means to be the good next generation CEO and to be the steward of the future. Of course, I have to caveat that I'm a physician and a cancer researcher first and foremost. And so it is with that lens that I view what I hope businesses will look like in the future. In particular, I will share perspectives from the world of cancer research and also from the COVID pandemic more broadly, which demonstrates how intimately intertwined medicine, society, and business are. The first point I want to make is with regard to the importance of data in helping us to guide the decisions that we make, whether in health, policy, or business. The pandemic has shown us that reliance on data and science can help define the steps forward as we work our way out of the pandemic. We have also seen instances in which making decisions without considering the data can have dire consequences for health and the economy. In contrast, we have also seen instances in which cutting-edge technology and commitment to science can lead to the development of significantly effective vaccines in a relatively short amount of time. This is old news in the much smaller microcosm of cancer within medicine, where to the best of our abilities, each decision that we make is ideally driven by research. Commitment to science continues to drive our ability to extend time and improve quality time for patients. I think the same applies to the businesses in the Philippines moving forward. There's much to be said for incorporating data and research as we steer the directions for the future. Further efforts are needed to be taken to involve research and reason as we define the next steps in business and policy, especially cognizant of the great ramifications our choices in this room have for our country. We need to collect, analyze, and apply data, and to engender a data-driven culture that informs decision-making at every level. Taken a step further, I think it's important in the Philippines that we are open to new technologies that are developed locally and elsewhere, and that we are open to adopting them, whether in data science, medicine, what have you, and adapting them for the Filipino. I think a good next generation CEO would welcome innovations outside her or his field or comfort zone, and to see what can be incorporated moving forward. The second point that I want to make is the importance of openness to globalization. We are at a time where the rise of nationalism threatens global exchange of goods and ideas. But the pandemic has shown us the intimate ways in which nation states and globalized cities are so heavily intertwined. An infection that started out in a food market in Wuhan clearly has severe ramifications for the economy in Manila. Borrowing from my experience in cancer research, the best developments occur where there is international collaboration that is welcoming of ideas from all over the world. Technology that grows out of a lab in Beijing, for example, can be adopted by a biotech company in Tel Aviv, tested at Sloan Kettering here in New York, and used to help patients in Manila. It is these kinds of collaborations that drive the future. I think a good next generation CEO should be open to collaborations with people outside their usual locus of control. Leadership should welcome lessons from other cities and other countries, and should be open to partnerships that span the globe. We are fortunate beneficiaries of improved travel and connectivity in the 21st century. The pandemic has shown us how slowing down these things can hamper progress. Therefore, it behooves us to learn from this and to make the most of the interconnectedness of the world. The last point I would like to make is about equity. The global political climate has demonstrated that the world is unequal and that these inequities, whether in the form of classism, casteism, or racism, are rampant, with tangible consequences for people's ability to live and to prosper. The pandemic has shown us, for example, that the persistence of residual infections in populations that have poor access to vaccination and healthcare can result in reservoirs that endanger everybody else. In oncology, data are beginning to demonstrate that socioeconomic disparities in cancer outcomes can actually be mitigated when people are given opportunities to access equitable care. Anybody who has had the privilege to learn from a lot of the public hospitals in the Philippines likely understands how inequity hampers people's ability to live. In contrast, we are beginning to learn that efforts to promote equity, whether in access to vaccination or cancer care, can help promote prosperity of the group as a whole. Equitable distribution of vaccines is an almost self-evident example, but even within oncology, incorporating local and global diversity in clinical trials can only serve to improve the generalizability of every research finding. Now, a good next generation CEO can learn from these examples. Equity can come in the form of finding the balance between paying employees such that they are able to work without worrying about making ends meet versus the company's productivity and bottom line. Livable wages can improve employee productivity. Improved benefits can likely improve people's satisfaction and company loyalty. Additionally, companies need to actively make an effort to incorporate diverse perspectives amidst their leadership and focus on the very tangible benefits of incorporating many voices. So just to reiterate these three things. 1, fostering a data-driven culture. 2, openness to globalization. And 3, commitment to improving equity, especially for employees. I think these are crucial as we move into and play an active hand in defining the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, we have Gab Mejia.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cliff. My name is Gab, and honestly, I don't know. I'm not really like the CEO, but I do have co-founded the Youth Engaged in Wetlands, so which is the international youth network that advocates for the conservation of wetlands around the world. But specifically, the work that I've been doing is really on the communications and really pushing the power of storytelling, of arts, photography, journalism, and documentary in the fields of science, communication, and of course environmental activism and conservation work in protecting the environment, the Philippines from especially with the effects of the climate crisis, the effects of environmental destruction, habitat destruction, and biodiversity loss. And I guess truly one of the most needed things that we have right now in society in the Philippines is really the growing disconnect that we have from our different cultures and nature, of how we are lacking this sense of diversity and acceptance, and that we need to show and relate to people of the issues that we're facing, of showing the hard facts and truths that a lot of people need to be aware about. Because in truth, we all live in these bubbles, and it's a privilege to be able to be speaking in front of you here, of even being able to speak through Zoom, where not a lot of people have the accessibility or the means to be able to really watch and learn from all of the experiences and shared knowledge that we have from each of the speakers and panelists. And I guess this is the truth in speaking of how we as great communicators of being the next gen CEO is really about being able to show the truths and the nuances, the different problems and issues that we're facing, not just in the environment, but as well as, in achieving social justice and in achieving environmental justice. There's a big gap and between, there's a big gap with everything that's happening, wherein not a lot of people are really aware, or people are trying to be playing ignorant despite knowing the issues and atrocities that they're doing in society. And I guess the real role of storytelling is to be able to, to show the truth, to show how we, I guess, as the next generation, to be able to not just carry the burden of these stories, but as well as to pave the solutions of how we can fix these environmental issues, these environmental problems that we're facing. So through the stories, through the photographs that we do for National Geographic, for CNN, for other international organizations, we are pushing for lobbying, for policy making, and really making sure that the stories that we tell are heard by the people that needs to hear them, by our leaders, by our business leaders, by our institutions, even international governments when contracting parties through the Conference of the Parties, through COPs, the United Nations, and all of these avenues and platforms that we have. I guess, as a role of the next steward of the future is really by being able to see that being an empathetic storyteller, of being compassionate, more as an artist as well, of being able to relate what you create, that makes sure that people would be able to understand what you're trying to do, what you're trying to say, and what you're trying to change. And it's really about the impact-driven mission that we do, not just in our organization, but as well as the individual advocacies that we have as an environmentalist, as a photographer, as an artist, to create the impacts. And it can go in many ways, through maybe fundraising for livelihoods, donating, creating exhibits and galleries to be able to provide funding for those marginalized communities, those disempowered communities, like our wildlife rangers or forest rangers. Because, the Philippines is one of the deadliest countries for environmental defenders. And it's something, these are the truths that we need to face, and how we can actually empower these environmentalists and environmental defenders by amplifying their voices through the stories that we tell. And, we as a youth, in the lens of the youth, I guess the life as a youth right now is that we just hope that we're not supposed to be taking the brunt of all the issues that we're facing in society. That we hope to share that same privilege as the older generations that came before us, to have that same, I guess, less trauma or whatever that is, to be able to really push to be able to live a sustainable life, and a life that has justice, that has meaning, and has purpose as well, through the things that we create and the way our lives are moving forward. Because sometimes I even hope that maybe one day we shouldn't even be doing this kind of work, of going to the front lines, of dealing with all the trauma to see the effects of environmental changes happening around us. And I'm just hoping and dreaming of maybe that one day we can all share that future that everyone deserves around here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gab. And last we have Angela Chen, Esquelabs.
Oh, hi, Cliff. I think I actually prepared a video because I thought I would be on the road and the internet wouldn't be good. So I think on the back end, we'll just start to play that video. Thank you. Hi, I'm Angela Chen, the co-founder and CEO of Esquelabs. We're a mission-driven startup upskilling workers in data science and data analytics skills. First of all, thank you for inviting me to the Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Conference. The discussion topic is close to my heart and something I've thought about for the majority of my career. I think we're in dire need of spaces where those working in business can explore the relationships between our personal values and our working lives, and I see this conference as a great opportunity for that. I first came to think critically about the role of business to create impact as a university student studying finance in the years after the 2008 credit crisis. Like many of my peers, that experience shaped my outlook on the importance of forging a meaningful career. In the same way, I believe this generation of young people, the Gen Zs, the lockdown generation, will have their career outlooks and prospects fundamentally changed by the COVID-19 pandemic. While our parents and grandparents lived by a model of learn, earn, return, or in other words, learn for the first 20 years of your life, earn for the next 20 to 30 years, and finally, when you're about 50, start to think about giving back to your community. Young people today are disrupting a lot of things, including this model of life. Our attitude is captured by this quote from Marina Keegan. The world has become more digital around us, and that has shaped our relationship with what we want to achieve in our careers. We want to have it all at the same time. We want to learn, earn, and return through work, which we don't want to just see as a job, but as a fulfilling vocation. Or in the words of Aristotle, this generation wants to believe where the needs of the world and our talents cross, there lies our vocation. So now let me tell you a bit about Esquelabs and how we're building the company aligned with these values. Esquelabs was founded on one core belief, that those with data skills will succeed in the future of work. During the pandemic, what your job was affected how you and your family were impacted. Here we're contrasting two personas created based on data from JobStreet on the most and the least affected worker during the pandemic in 2020. Tech workers were resilient as compared to those who worked in traditional service sectors. But already before the pandemic, 75% of companies reported difficulty in hiring talent with digital skills, and we're expecting that to get worse as companies speed up their digital transformation. So what are the solutions that a worker has to improve their skills? They could try a self-paced online course like Coursera, or try to become a developer through coding bootcamps. While the former has low completion rates of less than 3% on average, the latter has a high price tag and a high barrier to entry for those not coming from a STEM background. The problem Escolabs is solving is to democratize exciting opportunities in the digital economy through innovating technical vocational education for 21st century jobs. We focus on data analytics and data science because they're accessible for workers from different backgrounds. Data skills empower them to ask the right questions, communicate with evidence, and make informed decisions. And unlike existing alternatives, we focus on active, online, and cohort-based learning to lower the cost compared to traditional education, but to improve the outcomes and the experience as compared to self-paced learning. Today, the growth of the company is linked to the size of our impact, and the quality of education affects the outcome of our learners. So we've started with the job outcomes in mind. We partnered with more than 120 companies across industries to hire upskillers in data. And here you can see our past cohort data, which shows that 90% of students are placed within 90 days, where they experience on average a 50% increase in salary. Today, our graduates work in large companies and innovative ones. They also conduct data for good projects and use their new skills not just to improve their own livelihoods, but also their communities. Escolab students and our team embody the millennial idea of attempting learn, earn, and return at the same time. If these ideas resonate with you, or you'd like to talk to us about our data talent partnerships, feel free to reach out to me here. I look forward to the panel discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Well, thank you everyone for those 5-minute introductions about yourselves and what you do. Let's start off the discussion now. I wanted to take a look a little bit on the strategy or the approach or the way you view the idea of the conflict between positive social impact and profit. Many people say there is a conflict, even if not always. How do you manage that conflict, if ever, and how do you decide on the trade-offs you need to make in your own companies and in your work? And that's for anyone who wants to take it.
Okay, I can probably start because I love answering this question. I guess I start off with coming to the terms that it's not black and white. It's not like it's more of a spectrum. So in terms of variables, it's continuous. It's not binary. Okay, I'm getting nerdy here. So anyway, so and then it has a couple of dimensions, right? It's not black and white. So I think making decisions, it's really what my process for that is. What is our vision, mission? What do we need? What is the step we need to take, and where do we need to be that will get us the closest there in the fastest way possible? And then whatever that is, right? So for in the terms of invested, we want to fund all disadvantaged students who need education funding and coaching. And what we need to do there is we had to solve the risk problem in student loans. It was super clear because there's so much capital out there. And then so for us to do that, that was the question: what would we need to hit in terms of targets, right? And we would just need to lend to 1,000 students, achieve a repayment rate of this much, and then so it kind of falls from there. So yeah, I go through that process, and then more of balance the scale and depth of impact, and then make that decision in our team. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to jump on that and almost challenge this idea, Cliff. I know the starting position is that they are in conflict, right? But I think with what I was sharing, I guess, about the mental models of this generation, and I guess everybody here, maybe Gab is a bit younger. Gab is probably in Gen Z. We're in the millennials. But just in general, I would just say, yeah, for the sake of this younger generation, is maybe our starting point is not that they're in conflict with each other. Our starting point is actually that businesses or organizations are built to solve a problem. That's what people pay us for. And the purpose of the business is to solve the problem. And when you solve the problem and when you solve it for a lot of people, you will be rewarded by the market. You'll also be able to create a lot of impact by solving that problem. And so that's, I think, the starting point of this generation of really thinking of the issue from that angle of not either or, but the profit as a means to the end of solving the problem, rather than the profit being the end in itself, right? Which I think, yeah, most of us that have gone through business school are taught like the idea of like the only responsibility you have is to the stakeholders, and that's kind of what you're optimizing for. I think with what everyone here is kind of talking about is that our starting point is different. We're trying to optimize for scaling the impact that we would be able to have. Our starting point is optimizing for solving the problem.
I want to build on
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yes, what Carbs and Angela said. And I think we can all learn from the twin track approach, which originated in the disability community in delivering impact. And that is through mainstreaming and then targeting. And I think having a deep understanding of the problem that you want to solve can help you prioritize that and develop a business model around it to scale what you are doing. And it's not even rocket science. In our case, there are employers that want to employ persons with disability, but are paying a lot of money to source them. And we have students with disability who doesn't have the means to go to school, but have this determination. And we just match them using cross-subsidy and paid-forward model. And it makes the company sustainable since we started it over half a decade ago. So yeah, I think we can all learn from that.
Anything else to add?
Did we succeed in changing your mind, Cliff?
No,
No, and I think it's, I mean, just to add, like it's sort of related to what Angela said also. It's really what fits your company's objective. I mean, there's multiple models that you can use. There really are like advocacies that really require nonprofit model, to be honest. And I understand, like, for example, in the environment, like a nonprofit model is really like much more preferred usually in environmental advocacies. But yeah, it goes back to, like, if you think about profits, that trade-off, right? It also begs the question of who are your shareholders? If your shareholders are intentional about impact, that trade-off is actually not a trade-off for them. It's about them putting a premium on impact. So if they were to make this much on a fully commercial, non-mission driven model, and they make this much on a mission driven model, they don't see it as a loss because the shareholders are put a premium on impact, and that makes that difference. So, like, I guess that's what I would also like emphasize. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Angela said that you fulfill a service and the market rewards you. So the problem with that is that the market is not efficient, and the stronger players in the market end up becoming stronger and stronger, and the weaker become weaker and weaker. So, but she added later on that profit is a means to an end. It's a tool for something else. So, and that goes back to the idea of what value is. Is value just profitability, or there's something else we're referring to when we say value? Like you say, mission driven, purpose, social impact, or in the case of Virtualahan, getting the people with disabilities to gainful employment. So, or raising awareness about the environmental problems. So yeah, I think value, the concept of value here is changing, and we need to start with that. I'll move on to a next question. How can technology be harnessed for the way you operate in your fields, respective fields today? And maybe Chris in healthcare and Gab in his field.
I'm happy to take that question. I am, primarily an oncologist and cancer researcher, and our field is driven by technology every single day. Some examples are the now old drugs that we call immunotherapies that literally harness the immune system to kill tumors. In my field of radiation oncology, we use super fine beams to target cancers all over the body so that we can treat people without needing invasive surgery. or at least in complement to surgery and chemotherapy. But I think a less appreciated part of medicine and science is data science, and how we're able to harness the seeds of data that we generate in healthcare and what have you, to solve problems for the future. What's an example? If you look, for example, at my area of research, prostate cancer, people are able to use the millions of images that we have of patients' prostates to create artificial intelligence driven algorithms to contour and design the radiation beams. Now that's the gold standard that we're all going for. But at the same time, can data science be driven to improve the systems that allow people to access care? Can data science be used to make healthcare delivery systems more efficient in countries like the Philippines? I think those are all applications of technology or data science, kind of in my field.
Yeah, that's exactly the type of project I was mentioning, Cliff, around our students. They may go into the industry and actually work for a logistics company, let's say, that is trying to improve last mile delivery. The same algorithms that they're using in that company could also be used in an impact context. And that right now, that skill is being gated from some of these employees, maybe in government or in NGOs, right, to actually use, let's say, some of the most cutting edge technologies that already exist, have been, things that Chris are working on, bringing them actually to different applications, like let's say in the environment space, right, where the lack of data, for instance, has stifled a lot of additional work and policy that could happen. So it's maybe bring together like the technology that already exists. It's kind of what Carps was saying, like capital already exists. We just need to mobilize that. In the same way, it's like these technologies also exist for companies. Now we just need to look for other applications of them in the impact context. And for us, I think we see the link of that being the people who are driven by their own personal values. Like one of the things that you said around values is this difference between what is valuable to a company and what is personal valuable to us. What are our human values? What are the things that we actually value? We know that the people who are working in these spaces, they personally value a clean air, good environment, working infrastructure, democracy. These are the things that we value. So leveraging the skills of the people who are maybe, building these cutting edge technologies, and then, having them borrow, lend, whatnot, their skills there is one of the ways I think with the work that we're doing at Escalás have been able to translate those graduates into the spaces where it's lacking, that type of talent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have a question on this one's for Gab. You're a national geographic explorer and photographer. What's the role of photography in art? You alluded to this a little bit earlier. What's the role of photography and art in building a sustainable and socially responsible future? And as part of the community in photography and art, what are the challenges you guys face in this field and the kind of support that you need?
Yeah, I think, specifically now, even everyone is so connected in a way. They have social media. Everybody consumes art, photos. You scroll on Instagram, you scroll on Facebook, you have TikTok, you have YouTube. And everything that is content in a way. And it could be so impactful in a way of how it can create polarization, or like in a way, the information that we consume can be different. The hard facts that we consume for each of us, each of our feeds are basically different Wikipedia sites. Or imagine like an elephant would be a different kind of elephant for another person, right? And the way that art can be powerful is because it can be able to relate and translate whatever we see online, to make sure, especially for journalism, I guess, and documentary practice, to be able to show that these are the scientific facts, these are the data, these are the realities that are happening, the lives and families that we see. And it could be so powerful in a way because people would be able to relate or listen and have an empathetic understanding of what's happening around them, the environmental issues that they're facing, from climate crisis, which is so complex. Because art in a way is like a universal language, especially photography, I guess. You see a photograph of For example, a person starving or a person from the super affected by the super typhoons, and these tools could be this photos, the stories could be used. So for one example is like one of the projects that we did, I think in last year, October, when one of the tamaraw, which is the last endangered tamaraw that died, our critically endangered tamaraw died in October 2020 during the pandemic, and livelihoods of environmental, the tamaraw rangers or wildlife rangers were almost at risk. They would have been fired or kicked out. But because of the stories that we tell, we told the stories of the tamaraw rangers, the individual lives and families that they have, and the importance of biodiversity, of protecting ecosystems, of protecting the environment in Mindoro and how it relates to everyone. It was really like a whole community really pitched in and was able to raise about, I think, about 32,000 US dollars, which is about 1.15 million pesos, to secure the livelihoods of these rangers and the disempowered communities. So even just through photographs, through storytelling, could really drive social good in the way that you shift the narratives to focus on these people who need it the most, who needs to hear these stories.
Oh, Carmina is chatting and he's saying, Gab, you should research rhino bonds.
Yeah.
You're looking at it from a finance perspective now.
Yeah. There's like social impact bonds now for these causes where, there's really a lot of investors involved and the return is based on. So for example, these rhino bonds, it's like a project to increase the population of these rhinos, and based on like levels of increases of the population, that's the returns that the investors get. So and yeah, it's all structured well, everything. So yeah, I think like there's a lot of movements in terms of really like doing good across all industries. Yeah.
Oh, that's super cool, guys. I'll definitely research on that. That could be used, maybe tamaraw bonds or Philippine eagle bonds, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to go back quickly to Ryan, because your feed was a bit choppy earlier, and when you started talking, I didn't catch that much, and then maybe the audience didn't catch that much, and so Virtualahan does training for people with disability. So are you crazy? I mean, that's what's the business model behind that, and how are you gonna get persons with disability into the corporate world? So can you share some of that?
It's very related to your previous question as well, Cliff. In a traditional classroom, it's impossible for you to bring in a person with autism, a person who is blind, a person who is deaf, a person who is quadriplegic in a certain learning environment. But you use the equalizing power of technology and then you make it possible. It's also challenging in the Philippines, considering our transportation system and our infrastructure are not necessarily accessible. But the COVID-19 pandemic opened the idea of a lot of companies that remote work is possible, and not just possible, it's actually effective. And we've been championing that since 2015 by bringing in people that are investing towards diverse talents. And we work with companies like Microsoft, like Accenture, Fortune 500 companies, UN agencies, even local governments here in the Philippines, because we actually have laws that requires companies to employ talents with disabilities, but talents are not available. And the reason that they're not available because they're not out there. Our education system did not prepare them for employment. So what we did is we told these students that join our training, you don't have to pay anything up front, but soon as you get a job, you'll sponsor another scholar in the future through our paid forward program. And they said, deal. And then we talked to the companies and we told them, like, instead of paying, 20 to 30% of the annual salary of your staff for your recruitment costs, why don't you sponsor scholarship to our scholars? And then you get the priority to actually hire them in your company for free. And that is 40 to 60% cost savings on your recruitment process. And they said, deal. And through this cross-subsidy and paid-forward model, we're able to create a sustainable program that then allows any type of disability to join the workforce and work for these companies. And if our graduates are hired by, as operations manager for companies like Microsoft, then it tells a good story for a local small and medium enterprises here in the Philippines that is also possible for them.
Interesting.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that we have to stop thinking that something isn't possible just because we haven't seen it. I mean, that's the very concept of innovation, is to change the present status quo. And well, which also makes our work hard. Sometimes it's like, how many rejections today? Like 10 or something. But you just keep working at it. And it's kind of like a snowball. You get a few believers to get to the next stage, and you get more, and then sometimes non-believers will just remain non-believers forever. But I think doing this work entails focusing on the believers, and that like surrounding your ecosystem with that. But yeah, that's really like just because we haven't seen it or we don't see it doesn't mean it's not possible. Yeah.
And Carbs is one of those believers at Virtual 100 when we were starting.
Yeah. And I think it's counterintuitive, right? Because I'm sort of like in the finance. When people invest, it's like they want to invest in what they understand. But counterintuitively, like if you understand, if it's a solution that you understand so quickly, and especially if it's a solution for like 100-year-old problem, isn't there something weird about that? So I'm also a believer that like the best solutions for the most intractable problems are actually like strange solutions. Historically, like that's like also what I've seen.
Carbs is not completely true, because I think a lot of people invest in crypto and they don't understand it. So maybe that's
yes. Yeah, but I've also been called crazy. Like there's no lending company that has coaching, and I'm like, you can't lend to students without coaching them. They're gonna have a hard time. And I was just so hard-headed about that. But like now that the pandemic hit, that model like ensured that we were okay as a company, because we could help our students navigate this fast-changing world. And going back to that technology question, right? It's what makes these programs scalable. It's technology. Before, mission-driven organizations didn't have technology to rapidly increase their scale. But now we don't have to sacrifice these interventions and these impact models. We can keep it, intact, at the same time increase the reach through the power of technology and algorithms. So, yeah.
Before we continue, I'd just like to ask the audience, if you have any questions, just send them in through the chat box. Another question, and this is about people. When I was your age, which was just a couple of years ago, the dream step as soon as you finish college is to find a job with an employer that gives you the highest pay. That was the dream. Now, how is it today with your organizations? And I hear that there are people who leave corporate jobs just to join a small and risky startup like yours. And again, it's a crazy step. Can you talk through that, and what's your experience in that area?
Well, I think, right, millennials are consumers just as they're workers. So when they're consumers, they put a premium maybe on companies that have a mission, right? And not always, but sometimes. And similarly, I think at work, they're bringing those values with them as well, right? So there's been, I think, a decade of research on millennial values and how that's affected the workplace, because this is the largest cohort of people to really come into the workplace, not just really in Asia, but worldwide. And you see that really change what people are expecting from work, right? The difference of percentages of boomers, baby boomers, and millennials saying, oh, I care about the fact that my company is working towards a cause. I want to have meaning in my career. and not just career advancement, for instance. Like, really, there's been so many reports over just really already the last 10 years showing those trend lines, Cliff, and I think it has to do with the fact that, well, speaking for myself as a startup, as Carbs, right? And like we are attracting that type of talent. We are attracting the type of talent that care about our mission, that want to work at an innovative company, and ultimately they want to have ownership and be a part of that vision. And that's not something that you can get in a large company, or it's very rare to get that in a large company.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I have like a crazier idea. So like I really want to push the boundaries in terms of how we think about impact business. So my model for invested people in culture is like it's like make it a wonderland, same or higher pay even than corporate. And at the same time, like it's such purposeful, fulfilling work. Because like sometimes I think about this at night. How much better would the world be if people could just directly choose to build a career on impact without having to sacrifice like what they have to earn for family? Because really we can't ignore that reality. No matter how much you love your work, if the people around you are suffering, it's you can't solve poverty. And so that's always been my philosophy for a team. Like, this is really complex work. Like, I want you guys to come in here not worrying about finances and not worrying about that like trade-off all the time, even if you're so committed to this mission. So for us, it's really like, people join our team because of purpose, but also because like they see it as an opportunity also to build their career, and also provide for their loved ones. And I guess going back to the building their career, that's what a startup can provide, what a risky startup can provide: super fast career progression. So like, and like the freedom to participate in multiple projects, and like really see the direct effect of it. So I've actually like interviewed in the past week like senior managers from well-known corporations, and I'm like, why do you like with 10 to 15 years of experience like want to head up this department that invested? And one of their answers like, I see that I have more freedom to build processes and change systems. Second is that I will see the direct effect of this on the growth of this company. And I think that's something that also draws them.
Can I also chime in? Because as a fresh
Yeah,
grad,
sure.
you
Go
know,
ahead,
as like, my friends and colleagues who's like switching jobs every often and every time, it's I guess not just like romanticizing like the purpose of like this feeling of purpose or like wanting to change or impact, but it's because they're not being paid enough. They're not, you have these fresh graduates who would invest 5 years of their lives, to earn a degree in a profession, engineering, and they're not getting paid enough by corporations. And why is that? It's a reality, and people, are not fulfilled, or they're not fulfilled because they're working so much, but they're not getting paid, especially with the inflation and the economy today. I don't know, you guys can speak better about it, but this is usually the frustrations that I hear from my colleagues, my friends.
I would confirm that. I would heavily confirm that. From the people jumping ship from corporate to startup.
Okay. Good. Do we have any? Are we doing a question from the audience, or?
I think Donald has a question in the chat, Cliff.
Yeah, somebody messaged. Yeah, Donald, come face the guys. Oh, no questions. Well, he was actually. We have 3 minutes, but we can continue. Donald was wondering. He sent out a question. Can you describe your childhood? Because I'm trying to understand where he's coming from. Right? You guys are in your 20s, and you've done so much, and you've done so much for impact, for social impact, for mission oriented work. So he's wondering, can you describe your childhood? Did you play games? Did you do well in school? Or do you feel that you're different from other
I
kids?
drank a lot with friends.
Okay.
Let me open
Carbs
it.
childhood.
That was your childhood, or
Oh, sorry, that was like college. No, but I'll start off like just super quick. I think I was a normal child, to be honest. Like most studies, I think it had a lot to do with my parents. My parents were engineers in the development sector, and they never told me to be rich, but they always like told me like to live a life of purpose and to always think about like what I was doing. So I think like I that's why in my DNA like I want to help and create an impact. And then going on to college, I think that's another part of like my formative years, like being exposed to communities. So I was exposed a lot to communities with my past work, and I think that just changes you when you see it in person. And on top of that, like when I like the problem I'm working on, education access, when it's my own relatives in the province, or it's my own friends dropping out, when problem statistics become names of people, you kind of just want to do something about it. So well, that's me. So, but I think I was pretty much a normal kid.
How about the rest of you guys?
I'm gonna build on that, Carbs. And I will say that huge shout out to my parents. They are people who fostered a home environment and a family environment that was focused on love and on human connection. My dad pretends to be this tough guy and will freak out if we don't text "I love you" to each other every single night. And that's something that he has passed on to us as people. And I think as an oncologist in training, I see so much death and dying and suffering every single day. And it, I think, underscores the importance and highlights the importance of actually building a life that is centered around these human connections. And I, kudos to all of you guys who are helping other people develop these as well and have freedom to live and to love the people around them.
I think for my dad would always tell me whenever we were growing up to never let schooling interfere with your education, and that was like one quote from him that I really stuck to me my whole life, even to like to always be learning, to never feel like you know everything, you don't know everything, and you're just here to listen, to learn, through nature. He would bring us to, bring us out of, the city or going to the provinces and, living simply, I guess that was really kind of the formative experience when I was a kid.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Gab is doing his engineering degree at UP Diliman. So I guess that's what's interfering with his photography, right?
I actually finished school this.
Oh.
I just graduated this July. So
Congrats!
Congratulations.
I came from there also.
Anything else on childhood?
I have a different story naman because I grew up in extreme poverty in the province of Sultan Kudarat, in a geographically isolated and displaced area. And I was exposed to a lot of this social problems that I'm solving at a very young age. And this actually led me to, dedicate my life in ending extreme poverty to the most vulnerable populations that I'm serving right now. So very spot on question, Donald. For many of us, our lived experience led us to our purpose and meaning.
I think I'm coming from like the absolute other side, Ryan, in terms of like how I was thinking as a child. Like my parents are business people, so for maybe 13th birthday, like my dad gave me a book that was by Donald Trump, for instance. Like I remember as a kid watching the 1978 movie like Wall Street with him and thinking like, ooh, like that's so cool, like that's kind of the job I want. And so it was not until like when I went to university that I started to think like, oh, I was extremely competitive in school. I was, just taught to do well in school. But what is this all for? Like, who am I competing against? What is the type of job that I was thinking that I was going to go into? That's a little bit of what I was saying in the video of like that really was that left a very, it was like a very impressionable intern at a bank. Going up to the tall buildings and then seeing at the time like people protesting, bankers, and they're really thinking like, wait, is it me they're protesting? Like, what's happening here? What are they protesting? And then it was like, I need to learn more about what's happening in the system. I need to, like what Gabby was saying, like actually educate myself about what I need to learn and not just accept things as they are from the textbook. So in a sense, I was a very late bloomer to becoming more aware of like what's going around, what's going on in the system. Yeah.
Wow.
But it's great to hear everyone's childhood stories.
We've been on this for an hour already, and the people in the back room are saying, we're running overtime. So I know I said earlier that I've spent some time with you guys and before in preparation for this, and with some of you I was on the phone for an hour and a half. But still, I just feel like we're scratching the surface. We could go on, but we might just be muted out. So I'd like to thank you all for your interesting insights today. And while you were talking, I would think to myself, boy, these people have faced a lot of challenges in building for the social good. And I was reminded of words of someone who said, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. And obviously you guys are creating ripples. So I hope that you continue to be an inspiration to all of us here, all of us who are not as young as you, but are as excited as you, and that you continue to be an inspiration for the next generation set of leaders. So to the audience, thank you, everyone. I hope this conference kicks off a new way of thinking about business and value creation, primarily as a tool for holistic human flourishing. To close the conference, I'm handing off to Donald Glynn. This is Cliff Iala. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow, what a curious and interesting, that was definitely a fun conversation with our participants for the next gen. And thank you very much to Mr. Cliff Ayala for moderating, and again to our participants for sharing so much with us here today. I feel so incredibly inspired, and I think everyone joining us here today feels the same way. Everything that we just heard from them circles back to everything that Dr. Donald Lim mentioned in the beginning of our program, which I'm sure he will get into as he closes or formally closes our event for today. This time, let's call in once again the chair of the MAP NextGen Committee, Dr. Donald Lim.
Thank you, everyone, for staying with me. I hope you enjoyed this conference. I would like to end this conference by summarizing what I have learned from meeting all of them. Most I haven't met, and like what I've said earlier, some I just chatted out of the blue, and they were very responsive when I asked them to speak in this conference. So when we started this conference, we started with someone who has a multinational view of how companies ensure and what companies should be doing in this age of sustainability and technology, and that was brought in by Claudia Conca, who's calling in from Sydney. And then we gave you a slice of the farm life and food being one of the most critical and important issue of our time, and again, a multi-awarded entrepreneur advocate, Cherry Atilano, is also a colleague in the World Economic Forum. And then we moved to business, and we saw how even a small business, a small idea became great. And now Abin Ong has 5 brands, multiple companies, and still going strong even despite the pandemic. We then transitioned to Heidelin Diaz, who's of course our gold medalist finally, after almost a century of waiting, and who shared with us also her challenges before eventually getting the gold for our country, which of course became our source of pride. In the afternoon, we showcase to you 12 individuals. No? We have different tracks. We ask them to speak a little less so that we can have more interaction. And I hope you were able to ask questions to them. By the way, your access to the Echo Hub will still be there, so you can go back and view. You know, and of course, this is still on Facebook and on YouTube. So if you want to want to go back to another talk, then you can have access to that. And then finally, our closing fireside chat. No, it's the 5 of the 30 under 30. Again, a sense of pride really when I hear them speak. No, and then you begin to realize that the Philippines really has a chance in the world. I'm very much humbled to see. You know, I really went thinking, what was I doing when I was 30 years old, and I'm nowhere near any of these young geniuses, no? Or young advocates who are extremely passionate. They believe in what they want to do in life. They push for it, and I hope that also serves as an inspiration to all of us. Again, this is a totally different conference. No? It's next gen. It's anchored on good, and I hope you all learn something from it, and I hope you get to take away some nuggets of thoughts, wisdom, experience that all of our speakers have shared. As I wrap up, no, I don't want to go through their content again, but I would like to share with you what I've learned. So I only have a few slides. Don't worry, but it's really a synthesis. No, I was building this. I think I only have 4 slides. Building this presentation, this closing keynote, as I go through this entire conference, and it brought me back. No, to when I was doing my MBA. I remember 20 years ago. It's 2001. And there was this fascinating book by Jim Collins, and it was very simple book, said Good to Great. And he said, good is the enemy of great. If you are so good with what you do, sometimes you rest on your laurels and you do not take those extra steps to be great anymore. And I really adhered to that. No, I think for the next 20 years of my career, I was really going after, okay, we have to be a great organization. We have to be great in what we do. And I've been there and done that. I think in the past 15, 20 years of the planning sessions, and I asked this of you also, weren't you asking these questions also, right? What is our growth target for the next 3 to 5 years? How can we bring down our cost of sales? What is our manpower to revenue ratio, right? Can we control our headcount, right? Can we maintain our OPEX numbers as we grow, right? So that we would have a better bottom line. For new investments in CAPEX, can we shorten our ROI? If it's an ROI of more than 3 years, no, cut it. Maybe do it in 2 years, right? And how can we increase our profit numbers? I mean, these questions have always been asked year on year, right? And in all of these planning sessions. And if you look this entire day in this conference, did any of our speakers talk about this, right? And that actually got me thinking that maybe when we end this conference, we should be asking a different question. Maybe we can ask, when we are faced with our executives and our team, ask them questions like, how can we protect our people given challenging business times? How can we make it easier for our customers to access us, even if it means bearing some costs temporarily, so that we can serve them better? How can we be more conscious of our environment when we create new products? And many others that I'm sure you can think of. And I will tell you already, right, that this conference is also an eye-opener for me, because I have been guilty with the questions at the right side. And I think hopefully this is also a sense of awakening for us when we go back to our organizations and when we go back to our business. We don't have to ask all of these questions, but maybe we can at least get our people to be more conscious and more aware of what really matters, especially if we want to be relevant to the next generation. Good to Great is such a, I even teach Good to Great in some of my Strama courses when I teach this in graduate school. But then I am now taking a step back, because I realize that, I want to challenge the conventional, looking at how our Forbes under 30, our next next gen is challenging also the conventional roles, right? Like Carmina was saying, it's not if it's not there doesn't mean it's impossible. That struck so much with me, and that is why when I look at the book Good to Great, I begin to realize that that is not correct. No, when you say good is the enemy of great, I would like to maybe rephrase it and maybe just say good is the foundation of great. That no company can become great if in essence they are not good with what they do. But also, I would like to push the envelope and say, in the end, once you have achieved greatness, great can be the enemy of good. That maybe because we have become so great and become the experts of our craft and become the number one of our field, we will be blinded by what we have seen and where we are, that we cannot, we fail to do good. We fail to see what is really happening in the world around us. And that is why I think great can be the enemy of good. For next gen, what I have learned is that all of them, all our speakers are saying that they are going to pick good before great. That greatness for them, right, is well, it's okay, right? But they chose to be good. They chose to protect certain things. They chose, earlier I've shown you the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Most of them adhere to that. And it was in their DNA. You don't have to teach them, right, in being good. And maybe that's also a mindset of our next generation. Because for them, great is nothing without being good. So let me end by summarizing what I personally have learned, and I would like to share with all of you. After going through each of these, I was going through from each room, one room to the other, and getting snippets, and I begin to look inward. And as I understand what each of them were all advocating. And so let me end with a manifesto I wrote 30 minutes ago, but I hope that you indulge me. Because in the end, the question was actually, going back to the book, From Good to Great. Do we want to be good or great? And there's nothing wrong with being great, right? So I do not want to say that, no, don't be great, right? Because it's also important for us in a business, being a businessman, right? We all want to be part of great organizations. But then the question lies, right? With that greatness, what can you do and what will you do? So let me end with this manifesto that I've crafted, and the difference between being great and being good. Great is about growth ahead of industry and peers, but good is about inclusive growth, growing with the community and society. Greatness, right? Because we will say, we're number one in our field, right? Ahead of our industries and peers, right? But you don't need that. Good is about inclusive growth, growing with the community and our society. Great is about winning clients over and over. We've seen the press release. I used to be with an agency before. We won clients every month, and we were so proud of that. But then we realized, don't have to be great. Good is about working with clients to protect the planet and taking care of people. Great is creating demand and customers lining up, right? So we see a lot of sales, a lot of customers lining up for our products. That's great. But good is about lining up, all of us, with our employees, with all our stakeholders, to help address the rising demands of people. Great is about earning substantial profits year on year. Who wouldn't want that? And it would be great if we experience that. But being good is about balancing profits with people and with planet. Great is planning for the future, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line. But good is taking action on the present. As we've seen in the 30 under 30, they're all taking action. They're all doing a lot of things immediately. They get an idea, they work on it immediately, right? And taking action on the present. Great is reaching one's ambitions and dreams. So we all know that we have, many of us would have great dreams, especially when we were younger. We want to achieve this and that. But good is fulfilling man's purpose on earth. I don't want to be biblical, but then you remember that quote in the Bible, right? Where man is created to be stewards of earth, to be a steward of God here on earth. And I think that's also one of our life's journey and advocacy that we have to take care, regardless of going after, reaching our vision dreams. Nothing wrong with that. It's great to have that. But we have to also fulfill our purpose here on earth, and which is being a good steward of God. And finally, let me end by saying great is good, right? We all have to achieve for a certain level of greatness. But being good makes us great. So I hope that all of you learned a little something from everyone, not only from this manifesto. This is something I just created after learning from all of these speakers. And I hope you take this back, right? And like what Cliff said, we don't have to create massive change. Maybe we can start with small ripples, and hopefully we get to affect the entire organization. Know that our Earth and even the environment and everything else is being challenged right now. If you take a step back, right, or if you, if you take a step back and look at where the Earth is and where the world is, right, I don't think it's a peaceful place. It's a prosperous place, right, for all of us. And where are we, right? Are we doing our thing, right? Our purpose? Are we really creating a better world for the next generation? So I hope that that's a question I ask each of you. I hope you all go back refreshed and challenged. And with that, I would like to formally end this conference. I hope you have a good time, and I look forward to seeing you again next year in our next NextGen conference. Thank you.
The perfect way to end it. Thank you very much to Dr. Donald Lim once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our event for today. Once again, my name is Sarah Hernandez Co, and I've been your host for today. We would like to thank all of our attendees, our panelists. Thank you very much, our sponsors, for joining us here on the second MAP NextGen CEO event. Thank you very much once again. We hope that you had fun, and we hope to see you again next year for the third MAP NextGen CEO conference. Please have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability. And become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.